Hi everybody, welcome back. Today we're playing Ace Attorney Trilogy Phoenix for Rice Justice for All. Give me one moment to announce that we've begun. I'll type it with my middle fingers too, so it's extra disrespectful. This is harder than I thought. There we go. Hey, what's up, Sausage Toes? I shaved. I had to shave my face off for today's stream. It's pretty crazy, right? It's the first time in, I think ever that I've shaved. Where were we at? This world! Wait a minute, that can't be right. I think that's actually right. Part 2... What? Part 2 trial. Oh, part 3. Oh! Okay, we're here. Problem solved. I figured out which save slot we were. Turns out it was the most recent one, if you could believe that. March 22nd, 5:24 p.m. Wright & Co. Law Offices. Oh, my mouse is trapped. Hold on a moment. Mystic Maya. Sniff, sniff. Stupid Pearl. No one gives a fuck. There, Pearls. I can't take it anymore. Whoa. Look, it'll be alright. Everything may still work out. The condition was that we had to get a not guilty verdict. And so far, the kidnapper has kept his word and hasn't hurt Maya. Oh, right. That's right. Maya got kidnapped, and the kidnapper said he would murder her if I didn't get a not guilty verdict on the first day of the trial. And this is day 2, because I didn't get the not guilty verdict. So, she's supposed to be dead, but for some reason she's not, I guess? Damn it! I'm gonna storm your house. Remix, don't storm my fucking house, dude. I did, I shaved so I could storm the fucking Capitol with all my sisters and my bros. What a valuable nothing, welcome back. Welcome back to the Capitol storming stream. This actual case right here is I have to defend a man who stormed the Capitol, protested peacefully, by smashing up the Capitol building, and I have to get him off, scot-free. So my first defense is gonna be that it was based as fuck. And we won't because Mr. On Guard hasn't been given a guilty sentence yet. Na move, sniffle sniffle. Cheer up, we don't have time to stand around crying. We have to get going. I don't give a fuck. You're right. Mystic Maya is in much more pain than I am. Yes, that's right. So... Hey, you guys. Glad I caught you, pal. He's back. It's Mr. Scruffy Detective, aka Gumshoes. How do we know it's really John? Ask me anything that only John would know, and I'll be able to answer it easily. In 1 millisecond, really. Here's the thing. I have no memory of what happened last time, because this has been a fucking crazy week. Especially today. Today was exceedingly crazy, because... It's gonna date this if you're watching this in the future from the archive, but this is the day where the Capitol building was stormed in DC and the police just didn't do anything about it. So it's been a weird one. It's been a weird day. And Georgia flipped blue, which I did not expect at all. Coming from Georgia, someone who grew up in Georgia, I did not see that coming. So it's been a weird day. Today's been a very strange day. It feels like I'm living in Bizarro World. Mr. Scruffy Detective. Oh boy, looks like Detective Gumshoe has been dubbed Mr. Scruffy Detective. Dude, I honestly thought he didn't understand that it was Gumshoe until that exact moment. Oh, it's Gumshoes! You just looked at the face cam. It's true. I do look very different. I have, boyish good looks, as it's known. Otherwise, those being a hideous monster. He has been dubbed Mr. Scruffy Detective in Pearl's book now. It's just plain old Mr. Dick Gumshoe now, and I came to talk to you, pal. But we're kind of busy right now. Red is sus. It's not sus, Edgens. It's called being based, okay? Kind of an Among Us reference. Nice, dude. Somebody got shot to death at the protest. I don't know if it was a protester or like a guard yet, but somebody got straight up like laid out. Lights out! Owned! So that's pretty exciting. It's an exciting day. I can't wait till I get to see more news. When I take a piss, Yolon, later, if I have to go to the bathroom, I'm definitely going to be on my fucking Twitter feed, checking all the newest developments. Bum, bum, bum. But I won't have much time to do more than that. The future! Dick Gumshoe becomes Cyber Cop. What? I meant RoboCop, but I guess Cyber Cop works too. So what are you gonna do from now on? What do you mean, pal? Well, you've been fired, right? So do you have a new job lined up yet? Oh, that. What am I supposed to do, pal? I don't have anything coming in at all until my next payday. What are you talking about? You don't have another payday. I guess that means I'm just gonna have to work here at your place, pal. Yeah! Gumshoe, new sidekick. So much better than what's-her-face. Put a bandage on my face like Scruffy. I could. I don't have a bandage, though. But I have, like, a pen. That's still, that's fairly close. That's a pretty good cosplay, all things considered. Hey, what's up, Chibi? Welcome back. Good to see you, man. I'm gonna have to work at your place, pal. Say what? You'll be searching for things that will prove Mr. On Guard's innocence all day, right? Well, yeah. So yeah, I'm gonna help you, pal. I've got lots of experience in investigating and watching over people's places. And I'm great at making really simple meals, pal. I'll take care of it all. Come on, Mr. Nick. Let's Mr. Scruffy Detective take care of things. Okay. By the way, what's your best dish? Instant noodles, pal. Yo. Why am I surrounded by people who only eat cheap, unhealthy foods? Yeah, okay, Mr. Big Shot Lawyer. Maybe Mr. Dick Gumshoe makes $30 a day, and all he can afford is eating noodles. That's not his fault, okay? He's still got drip. Yeah, that is true. Ramen is health-ar. I never thought of it that way, but it is kind of... Chimichanga is making a good point here. He's making a strong case, not in Dick Gumshoe's favor, which is pissing me off, because I'm a fan of Dick Gumshoe, so take that, Chimichanga. Owned! Let's talk about Edgeworth, why don't we? That was the first time I've ever seen Mr. Edgeworth like that. Never thought he'd say something like, he didn't care if Miss Andrews killed herself. That's literally all he does is act like an edgelord. It's in his name. It is quite literally in his name that he is an edgelord. Why does everyone act surprised when he does shitty things? The first thing he introduced himself as a character, his first character building was him saying, I get people guilty, I don't care if they're actually guilty, everybody's guilty of something. He is the primordial edgelord. Why are people surprised by game 2? He said that? That's horrible. But because of him doing that, we got the truth finally. The truth? Miss Andrews' last testimony. I wonder if that was the truth. I'll give you that there was nothing strange in her testimony itself, but I still think there is something fundamentally wrong with the whole thing. You mean about that thing, pal? Why would she want to, almost need to frame Mr. On Guard? I couldn't figure out anything from what she said all day. Then you're saying that testimony was a lie? Not a lie per se. It just feels like there's more here than meets the eye. That's Transformers noises. That's basically a Transformers noises. Fancy $1 ramen in the black cup? What? No, that sounds fucking good as hell. I haven't had ramen since, I think, college. I think I haven't had ramen since, like, maybe a little after college. I might have been, like, 21 last time I had ramen. It's good. I like ramen. American ramen is, like, the worst shit ever, but it's so fucking good. Or that's what Edgeworth would like us to believe. That's such a dirty trick. Even that woman prosecutor was better than that. Francisca Von. This is so fucking crazy. Wow, this is relevant today. Holy shit, I didn't even think about that. Last session, our rival prosecutor, Von Karma, got shot to death. Outside the building, outside the Capitol, she was shot to death. So, pretty crazy timing. This is very strange. Francisca Von Karma. Speaking of Miss Von Karma, do you have any more information on her condition? Oh, she's not dead. Okay, that's right. She didn't die, but she got shot. Wasn't she shot this morning? Miss Karma was shot on the way to the trial by a pistol, pal. But she's going to be fine, right? I mean, Edgeworth said she was in stable condition, but... Well, she was shot in the shoulder, so she's okay and hanging in there. That's a reference to the first game. Her father was also shot in the shoulder. They should be done taking the bullet out, so she's probably resting at the hospital. Which one? What? Are you gonna visit her, pal? No! Well, I was kind of thinking about it. Hey, you've actually got a heart, don't you? She looked like she was being tortured to death, not being able to go to the trial today. So maybe it'd be good for her if you went and let her whip you for a bit, pal. Let's go let her whip us, Mr. Nick. Now I'm definitely not going. Let's see. The name of the hospital. Oh yeah! The Hottie Clinic! Oh no. That fucking clinic was so sick. That was from our earlier trial with the crazy old man. Pence unfollowed Trump on Twitter? What? That's crazy. He got fucking soft blocked. Pence put out a twit longer denouncing Trump. He said his tweets are mad uncomfy and he's problematic AF. And he said that's that on that child. That's so crazy, dude. Presidential drama. Why did I change the sub badge? I'm gonna change all the sub badges, but I only have 2 right now. I gotta get more. I've gotta get more sub badges. Don't follow me, Chimichanga. What the fuck? I'm still working on, I got a new emote slot from the amount of subs we have lately, and I need to do the sub badges, so I'm still working on those, but I haven't got anything yet. Chat isn't showing on the stream. Again? What the? We just fixed that. We literally just fixed that last stream. It shows up if I click on it. Wait, check this out. Remix, I'm about to fix it. Are you ready? Remix, are you fucking ready, you oaf? Check this out. Ooh, daddy. Is that big enough? That looks pretty big. I fixed it. I just had to reset the thing. I had Streamlabs open, though, for just such an occasion. So all I had to do was reset the alert box link. It's at the Hottie Clinic. That name sends a chill down my spine. Well, I guess it can't hurt to stop by and say hi. You ruined my day. You ruined my day. Ugh. We're ruining each other's days all the time. So many days to be ruined. Listen, Jimmy, your day isn't ruined yet. There's still so much longer I can torment you. I was setting up some of the archives on the YouTube link the other day. Yesterday, to be specific. And it took so fucking long, and it kept, like, failing and shit. But I finally got, like, a couple playthroughs fully set up, fully in order in the playlists. And last night I was watching to make sure nothing bad happened, but some of them got fucking muted partway through. It's pissing me off. They all got copyright claims, but that was to be expected. I'm not trying to make money off the YouTube. But yeah, some of them got, like, parts of it muted, especially KOTOR. Like, right after the opening scroll with the really copyrighted Star Wars music, it just muted the audio for, like, 2 minutes. It's really annoying. I wish I knew how to fix it. From what the guard told me, it sounds like along with Mr. On Guard, Miss Andrews is also being detained here. Then we should talk with them since we're here. Yeah, but both of them are still in questioning. And we don't have time to waste. Yeah, visiting hours are almost over. Da 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 da. I want to go to the Hottie Cop Chuba Chamba. How do I get there? There it is. Woo! I hope the Dr. Crazy Guy's here again. You own... Jimmy, stop fucking copywriting all my fucking videos. Stop claiming them. I need them! Yeah, it's about time America embraces France. It's true. America's gone too long without being France. And I think it's worse off for it. The sooner we're France, the better. Alright, let's see if the crazy doctor's still here. Never thought I'd ever come back to this place. Yeah, baby! Woo! For those of you who missed this part of the case last time, this was from our earlier case. This is just an insane homeless man who steals the doctor's clothes and pretends to be the owner of the clinic. Yes, are you new to visit a patient? Hi. Wait a second. I can't give him the judge's voice. I'll give him the judge's voice with a southern twang. Oh, yes, I'm Director Hottie. Why are you still here? Yes, what is it? Can I help you? You can tell me. Yes. Director Hottie. Oh, no, it's Edgeworth. Edgeworth. Yes, I'm Director Hottie. Oh, you're the man from this morning. Yes, what was it? Director Franziska, how is Franziska von Kama? Have you heard about the place in France with dancing? Hell no. I want to dance in France. That sounds fucking sweet. I heard about the place in France where the naked ladies dance, if that's what you're referring to. There was a little hole in the wall. I could see everything, man. It was fucking sick. It was godlike. That's the only France-based dancing I've been accustomed to, though. They, beat me when they caught me. Quite severely. It caused my current facial deformity situation. But, it was pretty worth it, I gotta say. I only lost 85% of the memories due to the brain damage. Well, swelling, more specifically. How is Franziska von Kama?
You don't need to worry. Yeah, she's in good hands. Because, you see, I'm personally taking good care of her. Oh, yes. Oh, yes, and that surgery, it went well.
You have my gratitude. It looks like Edgeworth doesn't know about this director and his secret. Edgeworth thinks he's the real director. The Red Light District. I don't think it was that. It was just like this place where they were all dancing. It was dope. It was pretty dope, I'll tell you that much. I don't know if they were practicing or what, but I liked it. I was down.
She looked so pitiful, absolutely terrified, yes. But I understand. Yes, her opponent was a gun after all. And when I snuck up on her real secret-like, she would scream real loud. Yes.
I see.
But she's really cute, too. When I do that, she'd whip me with her whip, Boy, did I cry like a baby. Yes, but I think I could get used to it. Oh.
She killed him, dude. That's not official hospital wear. You can't wear your fucking egg shirt at the hospital. Go back to your room.
You're so mean, my frisky frisker. But that's good, too. Ooh. Okay, yes. It's time for my IV drops.
How are you fine? I think probably the reason she survived so easily is like her giant egg-shaped shoulder pads absorbed almost all of the blood. Like the bullet was probably only sticking in with just the bare tip of it because the egg just basically, it's like memory foam mattress shoulder material and it absorbed almost all the impact. And what are those tulips doing in your hands, Mr. Phoenix Wright? I knew I shouldn't have come here. She's mean. TikTok dances. Hell yeah, dude. I'm gonna start a Phoenix Wright-based TikTok dance, TikTok, where I exclusively cosplay as Phoenix Wright characters and do dances that I think represents their personalities based on my astrological assignment. So, like, for example, Francisca, clearly a Leo. She's definitely a Leo or a Scorpio. So that would kind of inform how I create my interpretive dances. The shooting. I was shot in front of the courthouse in my right shoulder. But it's no big deal. This sort of thing happens all the time. I even had full intentions of running the trial this morning.
But that would have been too much for you.
There's no need to act tough in front of us, you know. Regardless, I was dragged here by that man over there. He was so unyielding, one has to wonder if he was simply interested in stealing my case.
It was the only logical course of action given the bullet was still lodged in your shoulder. But by taking over the case, I found myself having to clean up after you in that irresponsible deal you made.
I think I know what deal he's referring to.
I don't, because I don't fucking remember shit. Woo!
What the fuck? I don't remember that part of the fucking, the rhyme, Sausage Toast, the ancient chant. I remembered the first part after you said it. Let's save over this. But that part, $1.92, I don't remember that shit at all. Is that the deal that they were referring to? The cost of the underwear? John is an e-boy. He wears MF cat ear headphones. Cat ear headphones. The deal. I'm what's known in some circles as a himbo extreme. Miss Von Karma, you made a deal with Miss Andrews yesterday, didn't you? I don't know what you mean. In order to make sure you got your verti-guilting on Mr. On Guard, you told Miss Andrews to not testify in court today. I don't know what you're talking about. Do you have proof that I made such a deal? You're denying it? It looks like you were lucky, Mr. Phoenix Wright. If I had been in court today, this trial would already be over. All while hiding Miss Andrews' own crime. That isn't my problem, whether she had tampered with the evidence or not. I have only one objective, to find On Guard guilty of murder. The end justifies the means, Mr. Phoenix Wright. The end justifies the means. Miss Von Karma! Adrian Andrews believed you when you said, if you don't tell the truth of what really happened, then On Guard will be found guilty. And what does that have to do with me? Because of that, she is now in danger of being found guilty herself. All because she believed in your words until the very end. I don't give a fuck, bitch. That still has nothing to do with me. She's just a weak person, that's all. Give me your nectar. That's disgusting remix for the first place. Also, Authentic Z is great. I would highly recommend him for people who haven't checked out his channel before. He's a good streamer. Von Karma would be at the Capitol. She would be at the Capitol, dude. Whipping everybody. She's just a weak person, that's all. Honestly, Von Karma is pretty based. She's probably the best lawyer among the bunch that we've seen so far. She's the only lawyer who doesn't let her conscience get in the way of doing her job. Lawyers in America have a sacred duty. I don't know how it is in Japan, but the lawyers here, their duty is actually extremely important to go about objectively, with no personal feelings. Because it's unfair. If you're a prosecution lawyer and you just personally think that the defendant is innocent, and so you work with the defense to get them off, that's super fucked up. That's open to all sorts of fuckery. That's a huge can of worms to open. It's a lawyer's job, prosecution or defense, to try to get the verdict that they're supposed to get. That's how it has to work. Otherwise, it's not fair. All these fucking Edgeworths and stuff having crises of conscience and Phoenix Wrights, it's fucked up. It's honestly... Like, this game is supposed to be like, some sort of commentary on the legal system. But it's more fucked up than the way it really works. But you had to know she was... Ow! I think visiting hours here are about over. So, if you'll excuse me...
What's wrong? Why did she suddenly cut you off?
Probably because she thinks I had the advantage in that argument. Edgeworth. She said, Are you mad? Are you mad? Are you mad? Are you mad? Oh! Stop the count! Stop! I love stop the count. Yeah, the lawyers here are fucking frauds, dude. They're frauds extreme. There have been several cases where Edgeworth just decides that he's not gonna prosecute anymore. He just helps me defend. So it's just like, it's so fucked up. It's incredibly dystopian. It's super fucked. Because like, it's fine in this individual case, right? Because you know that these guys are fundamentally decent and that they're smart people. But if you extrapolate that to every lawyer ever, that would be the worst system of all time if they could just decide to flip on a whim. Because they'd be doing it for all sorts of reasons. Today's trial. What happened at the trial, Edgeworth? That was not like you at all. I mean, I know you knew about Miss Andrews' condition. You could have made her testify as many times as you wanted, but to go that far... Ah, but she wouldn't testify about that until I said something. Listen, Wright, the courtroom is a garden of judgment. I am putting myself on the line when I stand in there, and that's why I made the witness do the same. It's only natural. By the way, Edgeworth, you were really angry in court today. That's rare for you. You look like a Skeleman.
Witness that card! Give it to me! Hurry! Do you have any idea what you stupidly yet inadvertently done? This! I can't believe you hid this from me at this time.
Oh yeah, that's right, she had the seashell card. It's like a conch shell. That card. What in the world is it?
You mean this?
That's right. Oh, right, the card. Okay, so my working theory was that the real killer in this case is a serial killer, because this was found at the scene of the crime and that girl who framed the other guy swiped it, like she stole it. But the original crime scene wasn't even attempted to be covered up. It was just the dude dead in his chair with this card nearby. So my guess is that it's a serial killing that got covered up, and that's what the kidnapper is. He's like a serial killer, and so he's threatening to kill my assistant unless I find On Guard not guilty, because On Guard is essentially getting credit for his crime. Like he's some Zodiac killer motherfucker, that's my guess.
Listen, Wright, this is top secret information. You absolutely cannot leak this. The Special Investigations Team has existed for a number of years, but few know of it.
I understand. Their task is to find the owner of this. Oh my god, I'm so right. I'm so fucking right. Their task is to find the owner of this card. A man called Shelly DeKiller. What? Shelly DeKiller? That's so stupid. This game is so stupid. I fucking love it. Shelly DeKiller. We already knew DeKiller, but Shelly DeKiller is fucking amazing. That's why he has a shell card. Oh, he's an assassin. As his name states, he is a killer, an assassin. The best at that. Oh, so I was wrong. My bad. I thought it was like gonna be a Zodiac killer type dude. Because interestingly enough, as many cases as we've done throughout the two games, we've never had like a serial killer, which seems like a natural escalation for mystery stuff. There's usually like a serial killer at some point. But this guy's just an assassin. Interesting. The best at that. An assassin? Oh, but that's interesting because that means somebody hired him. So he was not working alone. He's 100% has an accomplice who hired him to do it. The Joker stormed the Capitol? What? I didn't see the Joker. I saw the man who was dressed up like a caveman and he had a spear and American face paint. I saw them like crawling through the windows with the Left 4 Dead music put over it. But I didn't see the guy who was fucking Joker. Not surprising though. Not super surprising. An assassin?
Picture card added to the court record.
So who is this Shelley the Killer? The Killer is the name of a long-standing line of assassins.
Long-standing?
The name first appeared about 100 years ago, I hear. Shelley is the professional name of the third heir to the Killer name. So because his professional name is Shelley, he leaves cards with a shell on them? Okay, so it's not his real name. Thankfully, it's not his real name. It's just like a work name. He has a habit of making sure to leave a card by the body of his victims.
Why would he do something like that?
We think it is part of his duty to his clients. His duty? If he leaves a card, then his clients can be assured it was he who killed the victim. It also serves as insurance against any charges being pushed onto his client. I see. The Killer values the trust between his clients and himself above all else. It seems that this was one honorable assassin with a moral conscience who likes killing people for money. I guess that even honorable assassins can exist. So, you think this assassin, you think he's the one who did the killing in this case? It would appear that way. The discovery of the card basically confirms it, wouldn't you agree? Shelley the Killer, huh? Shelley the Killer! Well, here's the only thing that's making me kind of start sweating is that if somebody hired somebody to kill my client's great rival and then kidnaps my assistant and says, yo, you've got to get my client off, like not his client, but my client, then it seems like 100% my client hired this dude to do a murder, which means he's technically guilty. So that's not great. But I don't know who the fuck else it could be. Who else would have either the resources or the desire to hire this assassin? Shelley the Killer, huh? Maya's because the thing is, it could be Andrews, right? Like, she could be trying to kill that dude and then pin it on what's-his-face. But then the assassin would have no reason to be like, you have to get Matt on guard off. Please! Please! Because he wouldn't want to get caught. If it was a serial killer, he might want to get caught. If it's an assassin, no chance he wants to get caught. Shelley the Killer. It's not a girl remix. Shelley the Killer's a male. Who died in this case? Basically, my client is like an actor for a famous kids show. He's like basically a fucking Jake the Dog type guy. And this other dude works on The Amazing World of Gumball, the guy who got murdered. So it was like his great rival. He's like a Power Ranger and then a rival Power Ranger who they were like constantly fighting over who's the top dog gets axed. Maya, situation. I noticed something at the trial today. You are behaving in a very strange manner. Is something the matter?
I guess I should just tell him.
Maya, she's been kidnapped. Kidnapped? What does the kidnapper want?
An acquittal.
I see. I had no idea. I will prepare a rescue team as soon as possible and resolve this by tomorrow.
Really? Did you hear that, Mr. Nick? Mr. Edgeworth is going to.
Stop trying to console me, Edgeworth. I don't need your pity!
Mr. Nick?
There's no way you can find her. We don't even have a single lead to go on. You doofus. There's only one way to save her. I have to get an acquittal somehow. It's the only way. Right. Listen, you need to know something. Juan Corrida was killed by Shelley the Killer. And the client who ordered the job is Matt on guard. Your own client. Yeah, that stands to reason. I don't know who the fuck else it could even be. He's the only one that makes sense. Please stop! I can't listen to you. I can't believe you. I see. Well, if you want to continue your investigation, you will need this.
What is it?
The hotel right now is restricted to police personnel only, as we are looking for any clues that might lead us to Shelley the Killer. But if you take this with you to the hotel, I'm sure they will let you enter. In any case, I must attend to the preparations for Maya's rescue team. We'll meet again, if anything should happen. Now, if you'll excuse me, I'm vanishing now. Goodbye.
Mr. Nick, do you think Mr. On Guard hired an assassin?
No way! I mean, he doesn't have a Cyclock. Yeah, that's the thing. The crazy fucking goober shit was that at the beginning of this trial, we used the Magatama Ex Machina that can just instantly tell you if a person is lying. And we just held it up to him and went, hey, are you the killer? And he said no. And nothing, it didn't trigger like the psych lock thing, like he had a secret. This item needs to be gone by the next game. It's so stupid. It ruins the entire game. It completely breaks all suspension of disbelief for me. Literally, you could just go up to every single person of interest and say, are you the killer? Are you the killer? Are you the killer? And the game's over in 2 seconds. It's so bad. I don't know why they thought it was a good thing to add. It's very dumb.
Yeah, I guess not.
Maya, please. All I ask is you make it home. Safe and sound. Yeah, nobody important died in this trial. It was just a rando. It was just a random actor. It was this Mexican man named Juan Corrida. I guess even kidnappers can be a little clumsy. Clumsy enough to drop a card like this for me. And even though he said he was an assassin, I bet he's just making that up, like how Nick does with everything in court. Anyway, let's try out of the card with this trick I just found. Sounds like I got the door open. Okay, time to go take a look around. So yeah, that confirms she was kidnapped by the killer. But that's, I mean, that was extremely obvious from the very beginning for the reasons I listed in the beginning of the trial. Move to here. I don't think this is meant to be the mysterious part. Like, the whodunit is not meant to be mysterious. The stuff surrounding that is the mystery. Ding, 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 ding. Ha, there's a teddy bear. What? What is this place? I've got a feeling I'm not in a hotel anymore. Are those videos over there? Well, I'll worry about that later. For now, I should start looking for clues. That way, I can show them to Sis and maybe get out of here.
So, that's fucked up.
If you recall, there were a billion teddy bears in Juan Corrida's room as well. The guy who got murdered. It's this guy. He's the guy who got murdered. Him. A young star who played the jamming ninja. John, toy fucking. I am not toy fucking, first of all. That's weird. What is a figurine doing on a sofa in a place like this? I think it's a bear. Aw, how cute. But it's got a lot of cuts and slits on it. I wonder if it's some kind of puzzle or something. Weird. A puzzle? It's got cuts and slits on it. I wonder if it's a puzzle. There's also a doggy door. Locked! And it doesn't look like I could use the card to open this door. There's a little hole at the bottom of the door. If only I was a little skinnier, then maybe I'd be able to crawl through there. Yeah, Maya, you fat asshole! There's a framed picture sitting on this coffee table. It's a picture of a woman. She's kind of pretty. Hey, looks like something's written here. Let's see. I think it says, with love, Celeste. I bet this could be a clue. Was that the name of the, it's her, right? Yeah, okay, it's Celeste Impacts, the one who killed herself.
With love, Celeste.
Oh, shit! Wait, so... maybe nobody did hire the serial killer. Maybe it's revenge because he was involved with Celeste. That would be pretty interesting. But then again, I'm gonna assume that she's not also the killer's not also into teddy bears. So I think it's just also stuff for the job, right? Like, this was, maybe he takes trophies or something. Maybe this was in Juan Corrida's room. Because that's probably where the bear came from. Oh, hey, it's a computer. I never really used one before. I have no idea where the power switch is on this thing. Drat! There goes my plan to use this to get out of here.
He's got a big-ass motherfucking flat screen, too.
What is this thing? An antenna? And this is a VCR? There sure are a lot of gadgets here. But what's an antenna doing here? Oh, this simply will not do.
I cannot have you wandering around at will.
Yeah!
Oh my god, he's so evil.
It seems that your Mr. Wright is truly concerned about you.
He is?
For now, I would suggest you remain cooperative. If you cannot, there are ways in which I can help you.
Ways? You mean?
Dead men tell no tales, is how the saying goes, correct?
Dad?
I'm almost certain I told you that on our first meeting. I am an assassin.
Holy fuck.
So yeah, this is definitely the bellboy from the beginning. But I mean, again, that was obvious because he's the one who lured her away. Yeah, it was obvious it was this dude. No way, you're lying. I mean, an assassin? I feel like they might have even shown that too, because I was not shocked at all when this dude popped up.
People are not who they appear to be.
Oh, interesting. I wonder what that means.
Nick!
It's Adjins. Oh no. Oh my god, dude. Adjins is Shelly DeKilla. Shelly da Adjins. This is getting so crazy, dude. So, we found the framed photo that says, "With love, Celeste," on his table, the assassin's table. That's really interesting. Haughty Clinic, reception. I'm going to actually write that down because that might be important. Celeste's photo on Assassin's table. Assassin's Creed 3! Assassin's Creed 3 was about America, so it's the best one. But I never played it. I only played Assassin's Creed 1 and 2 and Revelatons. Revelatons sucked!
Mr. Nick?
Huh? Oh, yes, Pearls. Got caught up in my thoughts about Maya's situation.
Mr. Edgeworth has left, you know.
I guess for now I have no choice but to believe in Mr. On Guard. But I think I should listen to his story one more time. Alright, let's get going too.
Okay. I don't give a fuck.
Save it, bop bop, save it. Ba-doink, ba-doink. Let's go back to the fucking, criminal affairs, no detention center. Dig, 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 dig. March 22nd. I'm sorry, but visiting hours are over for today.
Oh.
I have too many questions I need to ask. I'm sorry, but I'm Phoenix Wright, a lawyer for one of the... You're Mr. Wright, you say? Oh yeah, there's a message here for you. A message? It's from Matt On Guard. Ah, here you are.
What did he write? Is it something really important?
I don't know. Well, let's see what it has to say. To Mr. Lawyer Dude, I've got something really important to tell you. Why do I feel uneasy all of a sudden? Oh shit, I forgot about that. He's definitely the killer. Fuck. Oh, wow, he's 100% the killer. Like, guaranteed he's the dude who hired the assassin. Do you not remember what the assassin had in his house nary 3 seconds ago? He had a big-ass, like, antenna. And guess what this shit has? He's communicating with the killer through his wristwatch this whole time. God damn it. Oh, my client's super guilty. I wonder if the game's gonna let you make a choice, because I feel like I should still try to get him off. It's my job, after all. Oh, Mr. Wright. So, actually, I have a favor to ask of you. I have this cat named Shu. I didn't put out a lot of food when I left the house, so he's probably pretty hungry. You think you could drop by my house and feed Shu for me, dude? My house is just a little ways down from the hotel, alright?
Okay, I would love to feed your shoe.
This is terrible. Let's hurry. We have to feed his cat. I'm sure poor Shu's stomach is growling by now.
Yeah, I guess. Matt's note jammed into a pocket. Please feed my cat Shu. My cat's Shu. A client's request is a request. Guess I should go check up on his cat. Killer, papa, killer. Let's go back here. Oh, fuck. I just thought something else, too. Okay, it's 100% him. Not only does he have the radio transceiver, like the fucking thing in his wristwatch that he's communicating with to the antenna, he also, if you remember what I thought was the killer's house that we were just in with Maya is actually being kept in his house. At the bottom of the door, there was what I thought was a doggy door is a cat door. It's definitely him. Like, he's even keeping Maya in his own house.
March 22nd, Gatewater Hotel, hotel lobby.
All right now, Mr. Nick, let's go look for clues. We have to, for Mystic Maya's sake.
You shall not pass!
No, it's Gump Bag. Miss Old Bag.
Don't devalue my name and turn it into a gasp, you spiky-headed pettifogger. Because of you, I've been made to look like the bad guy again. Although I did get a piece of gum from Edgy Boy, just as he promised. But what I really wanted was something much more valuable. I wanted his heart. I wanted it all for me. It's all your fault. You've awakened the wild beast inside me.
Oh, Miss Oldbag.
Keep your hands off of me. This helmet is airtight. No air gets in and no air gets out.
Then why do you keep putting it on?
Don't think you can get me to move with silly questions. You're gonna have to defeat me if you want to get by.
I'm not hearing this. I actually don't want to be here. I want to go to the house. Because I need to see if I'm right. Let's go to, living room, I guess? Do you think the game is worth it in the future if you saw my streams? I don't know. It depends. If you like the mystery solving stuff and you haven't seen many of the solutions, it's probably worth it. But it is, like, exclusively a story game, to be totally honest. So, they're great games. I can see myself replaying them, like, in the future when I've forgotten stuff. But they are, like, very story heavy. That being said, if you buy it now, the collection, you could easily play through the third game that I haven't played yet before I do, if you've already seen 1 and 2.
Sure is dark. I'll go turn on a light.
Ha! Oh, yeah, it's him. 100% it's him. God damn it, my client's guilty for the first time ever. I straight up thought that was just a conceit of this franchise, and your client would never be guilty. But yeah, look at there. Right side of the screen, right above the text box, he's guilty. He has a cat door. It's 100% him. Not only is it him, but, like, his fucking house is the scene of the kidnapping, too. So he's technically guilty of 2 different crimes. Wow, so this is what a star's house looks like. Must be nice to be rich. But then again, we might be able to get off on a technicality in that he is not guilty of the actual murder, he just hired somebody to do it. I'm not sure if Japan would consider that as 2 distinct different crimes.
Come on, Mr. Nick. Let's find Shoo, the kitty cat. Shoo!
Aww, it's so cute.
I'm cute. It's me! You fools, I tricked you yet again into admitting that I was adorable.
I'll move myself back. Look how cute he is. Aww, I love Shoo. Shoo's MF adorable, dude. Oops, I just ruined my thing. How did I do that? I just destroyed my fucking, stream thing. Oh, no. I don't know what I did. No. I got rid of everything. How did I even do that? Yabba da 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 da. I legit don't know what I did. This is very bad. Fuck. I can't see my mic anymore. I can't see my fucking webcam thing. Oh, shit. I don't know what happened. I don't know what happened. No. Hang on, I'm just gonna, like, reset the UI. There we go. Okay, thank you. I fixed it. Woo! That was scary. I destroyed the audio waveforms. Like, I couldn't see what the mic was like. I couldn't see what the desktop was like the game audio. It was very bad. So I guess this is Shoo.
Ah, what a lovely cat. Hello, Shoo.
Dagom.
Tee-hee.
The cat seems to like pearls. Pardon me. Oh my god, my client is so guilty. No! My client is the most guilty he's ever been. This is the moral quandary. This is the moral quandary right fucking here. Is the correct thing to do to get this guy guilty if I know beyond a shadow of a doubt that he's guilty of the crime? Or is my duty to uphold the principles of my profession and do my best to get him off and hope that the system works? I don't know. It's such a fucking conundrum. Just kidding. I'm gonna get him off anyways because it's my fucking duty. My duty!
May I help you with something, mister?
Oh, we're lawyers. Actually, I'm Mr. On Guard's lawyer.
The masters. Then you must be Mr. Wright.
Yes.
Ah, it's a pleasure to meet your wonderful self. I am the family butler, John Doe.
Yeah, of course you are, dude. I honestly wonder if they had gone to this point without showing him ever, if it still would have been so obvious. I feel like the reason they showed him is because it was just so obvious. Like, there was no beating around it. You had to know who he was and that he was the killer.
I am the family butler, John Doe.
Pleased to meet you. If he has a butler, first of all, like, even if we hadn't seen him, this would still be obvious, because if he had a butler, why did he need me to come feed the cat? How many more times do I get to put finale? This is the finale, hee-haw, you stupid oaf! It's the last case! Listen, this is the second 5-hour stream of the last case. There's no chance this trial is more than 10 hours long. It would be absurd. It would be so crazy. I don't know why he has stitches in the middle of his face. I'm assuming it's because he's wearing a weird flesh suit that he can change at will. Let's talk to him. What about Matt on guard? You must know all sorts of things about Mr. On Guard, right?
Honestly, sir, I don't believe my master is capable of such a foul deed as murder.
And, anything else?
No, not especially. It is not appropriate for a lowly servant to speak of the master or his affairs.
How typically butler-like, as it were. Mr. Doe, how long have you served at this residence?
Well, sir, I would have to say maybe about 1 year.
And, anything else?
No, not especially. It is not appropriate for a lowly servant to speak of his master, himself and his affairs.
You know, I would have thought Mr. On Guard the kind to have a maid over a butler. That's fucked up. That's a weird thing to say, Phoenix Wright. That's a weird thing to say, Phoenix Wright. Shoo! That's a very cute cat you've got here.
It is my duty to take care of him. The master rather fancies Shoo.
And, anything else?
No, not especially. It is not appropriate for a lowly servant to speak of the family cat.
Well then, I guess I don't need this piece of scrap paper anymore. Matt's note crumpled and thrown away.
Well, I'm afraid I must take my leave of you now.
Oh, we should probably get going ourselves.
Ah, so young and yet already so accomplished. A master of law.
But there's also a lot to be proud of in being a butler in charge of the house and all.
Thank you for the compliments, people are not always who they appear to be. Now, if you'll excuse me.
The cat's the true killer, dude. I knew it all along. This fucking feline turnabout that we're leading up to. Bam, 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 bam. Yeah, but the thing that's weird is, like, if he has the antenna in the house and he's got the wristwatch with the antenna on it, the implication seems to be that that's who he was communicating with this whole time when he talks into his watch, is the assassin. If he knows everything that's going on, why did he send me here in the first place? If he knows that the assassin is here, why would he want me to meet him? That's very strange to me. It almost gives a glimmer of hope that maybe he's not guilty. But, like, it doesn't make any sense either way, because if he's not guilty, why is he communicating with the assassin? And if he is guilty, why would he send me to a place where he knows the assassin's gonna be? I don't know.
Oh, there's a giant cooking hearth here.
That's actually a fireplace.
How are they different, Mr. Nick?
You know, I've never actually seen a hearth before, come to think of it.
You should come and visit Fay Manor then. I'll show you one when you do.
Oh, yeah, what?
There's a motorcycle hanging from the ceiling. That's like Outlast, if the killer that tried to chase me and cut off my penis was a motorcycle instead. Me? Ow! That's a pretty good joke, Jimmy. I actually have not heard that before, and I don't know why. What the cat said when it got hurt. I wonder what the motorcycle said when it got hurt, considering it has a fucking Band-Aid on the front.
A giant bicycle is floating through the air.
That bicycle, Pearls, is one where you don't have to pedal, and it moves on its own. Well, it does not actually move on its own, but I guess he doesn't know how it works either.
Really? Wow.
But sorry to disappoint you, it can't fly.
Oh, that's too bad. That's really just too daggum bad.
He's got heads on his wall.
There are masks here.
Yeah, that one in the middle is the Steel Samurai. The ones next to that are the Pink Princess and the Evil Magistrate. They fought many battles against the backdrop of Neo-Old Tokyo.
Wow, you really know a lot about the Steel Samurai, Mr. Nick.
I don't know whether to laugh or cry that I know more about that show than a kid. That's supposed to be how, like, Star Wars, Clone Wars fans feel every day of their fucking lives. What?
I can't even go in here.
There's a small door at the bottom of this bigger door, Mr. Nick.
I bet it's for Mr. On Guard's cat to use.
Oh, you mean Shoo?
The door, it's locked tight. Well, I guess that's to keep nosy people like me from entering it. No, Maya is literally right behind that door.
You fool!
There's another door over there.
You shouldn't go wandering off over there, Mr. Nick.
Yes, Pearls. Withered emoji. Withered Wojak. Tierney Wright. Now I know how Maya feels when I tell her to stop playing around.
I'm leaving this place now. Too bad there was no evidence here at all.
It's a very comfortable and spacious lounge set. I wonder if famous stars drop by and sit around to have a good time. In any case, I don't really belong here, do I?
Arrgh! What is with me and feeling inferior today?
I can't wait for Fortnite Friday. Hell yeah, dude. I'm gonna do the dances and everything. I'm gonna go to Capitol Hill and play Fortnite in real life. Build to survive the protests.
Night of the murder.
Old bag, you pissing me the fuck off. I don't want to talk to her. She shot me down anyway.
Bang, bang, you shot me down.
You're a million light years too early to be asking me questions, whippersnapper.
Looks like the only way I'm gonna get any investigating done is to first do something about this kooky alien. Yeah, okay, she won't talk to me. Do I have anything to show her that could get me in? I have a red egg of doom. Ah, yes, this one, Edgeworth's letter. Maybe if I show her this letter I got from Edgeworth. Miss Oldbag, if you would look at...
What? You want me to look at this worthless piece of... Edgy poo.
Is that her perfume, pheromone d'amour, I smell?
Let's see here. Would you please allow this unsophisticated young person to conduct this investigation? Yours truly, Miles Edgeworth.
Yours truly?
This man's good at flattery. Fine, but only because Edgepoo said so, you understand?
Letter of introduction given to Miss Oldbag.
I just thought of something I have to do. Remember, no messing around. You do anything bad and I won't let you off the hook.
Okay, goodbye, Miss Oldbag. She's so epic. I love her.
It looks like she has strong feelings for Mr. Edgeworth.
That may be, but you know nothing's gonna come of it. You don't know that, Edgeworth, or Phoenix Wright. Maybe Edgeworth thinks that she's a MFG MILF, dude.
That's so mean, Mr. Nick. Feelings are meant to be told and shared.
Ow! Every time we talk about love, I always end up with a handprint on my face somehow. How does she reach? She's like 2 feet tall. What does she have, fucking orangutan arms? Let's continue our investigation.
Okay, I'll drag my knuckles behind me.
Ding, 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 ding. Ah! She got me! She shot me down!
One little thing before I forget. You can't go into On Guard's room today.
Why?
The police's main investigation team is going to be in there all day, you hear?
I wonder if they're the team in charge of investigating the killer.
So don't go in there. Set one foot in there and you'll face the wrath of Wendy Oldbag.
Well, I certainly wouldn't want to face the wrath of Dendy Boldbag. Dendis Dobo Parobo Bag. Bill Clinton. Yo, they should put Bill Clinton in the next game. You should have to do the Monica Lewinsky case. You have to go up to the mountain every day to meditate with fucking, what's his fucking name? Ken Starr? Ken Starr is actually the spirit of Mia Fey channeled through Edgeworth. That's what we never knew at the time. No one is gonna understand that reference. Y'all a bunch of fucking zoomers, dude. Not a single one of you knows who's goddamn Kenneth Starr is. March 22nd, Gatewater Hotel, Viola Hall. Looks like we're the only ones here.
And yet, the hotel seems so busy somehow.
Probably because the police team is scouring for clues about Tequila. The penis lobster's back.
Cock lobster. Bang, 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 bang.
Cock lobster.
This sure is one luxurious hotel. Almost to the point of gaudy, with how it blends together everything fancy imaginable. Speaking of fancy, didn't that bellboy give me something like that last year?
No, he didn't give you shit.
We're going the hallway.
Fuck you.
What are my thoughts on big streamers using 2 PCs to stream? What do you mean by that? Like, 2 PCs are both just streaming the same thing? Or one PC is doing the game and the other PC is for, like, monitoring it? Because that's what I do. Except my other screen is like an old laptop. My old laptop is where I see views, chat, follows, the alert box, like all that shit. Yeah, that's what I do. That's what I do, too. What are you trying to say, Remix? Huh? What are you trying to say? Huh? That's what I do, too. It's right here. The laptop's right here. March 22nd, Gatewater Hotel hallway. Some people just use 2 screens, which I would if I had 2 screens, but I only have one monitor, an old TV that I use as my monitor, and then a laptop, which is separate, so I have to use 2 separates.
Hey, city boy.
Their voices are too similar. No! Lotta, you're still here.
Wrecking cars. An investigative photographer eats or starves on her ability to snap up a scoop, yeah? And this hotel just has that aura of mystery. You know, like something's always about to happen.
But do you have a camera?
Rick Given, a photographer has got to have cameras out the ear like corn to be a real pro, you know. So I'm hanging around here. Speaking of cameras and feeding the mouth, do you have mine, you bread thief?
Why can't you drop that thief thing already? Yub, 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 yub. I want to ask you about the night of the murder.
What? You really gonna shell out the bucks for the info I got?
Lotta, you were loitering in this hallway on the night of the murder, were you not?
Well, kinda, but
Brace yourself, Phoenix. Here it comes.
I didn't exactly hang around here the entire time, you know. Followed a few stars around, got a few autographs, shook a few hands, had a soda pop with a few of them too.
Looks like she wasn't here the entire time that night.
The security lady also wasn't in this hallway the whole time either.
I guess this means there's no one who can tell us who came and went that night.
Rats!
Chimichanga says,
John, what? Whack!
I wanna buy a new monitor pretty soon. It's expensive though, is the thing. Like, I'm trying to pay for college right now, and it's expensive as fuck to get a new monitor. It's like a lot of cash. It's like, it's basically 2 Deacon's barrels worth of cash.
Scandal!
So about the note that was inside your camera case,
Oh, that ditty I wrote?
yeah, can I believe what you've written?
You mean the stuff about on guard shoving his manager lady on a carita?
Yeah.
Ah, well, I reckon you best not be believing that.
What?
Look, I sort of wrote that on a whim, you know? Writing whatever came to mind.
Whatever came to mind.
Yeah, when you get down to it, it's just a lot of random bulldooders. Hey, what's with you? Why you staring at me like my grandpa used to?
Jesus. That is very dark in any other context.
Hey, why do you look like you suddenly got older, too? Or am I just shrinking here?
But I honestly don't remember the note that they're referring to in the first place, but that's fine. Chippy, I'm not gonna do that with you, okay? I'll get banned off of Twitch. I already almost got banned off of Path of Exile for making fun of white people, even though I'm clearly white myself. Let's talk about the camera.
Ah, my baby. My $1,600 baby. What's with that red-coated prosecutor anyhow? The guy told me it was evidence and refused to give it back to me.
Well, that's kind of how it is.
Hey, you're with that red-coated friend, ain't you? So put in a few good words for me and give back my camera.
You want me to do what?
Listen, nag the guy real good for about 5 hours, and I guarantee he'll give it back.
Why don't you do your own dirty work?
Well, I reckon it's time for me to get going. A tabloid photographer without a camera is just a tabloid, huh?
Yeah, I guess so.
Keep yourself together out there, you hear? I'm coming to see you in court tomorrow.
Okay, I'll see you then.
And you too there, Lillian. Keep up the good work, okay?
Okay.
Don't be picky about your food now.
Okay.
And make sure you do all your homework, you hear?
Okay.
And if you happen to find yourself a camera, make sure you bring it right to me.
Would you please just leave already? Okay! That's what Lotta says back. Saving the game. I guess we'll go to Corrida's room. Because we're not allowed in Juan, or Edge Guards. What's his? I don't remember what his name is. Egeldorf, something like that. Where do I go to college? I'm not gonna fucking dox myself to you, Chimichanga, okay? Because I know you will show up and skin me. I know you're gonna fucking skin me, first of all. March 22nd, Gatewater Hotel, Corrida's hotel room.
I thought you looked smelly on the outside.
Mr. Nick.
What is that otherworldly, ghastly moaning?
I hate evil ghosts. Wah!
I don't think it's a ghost. Maybe it's a demon?
Excuse me, watch who you're calling a demon, brat.
Ugh! Zoinks! It's the alien!
Who you calling an alien? Rat-a-tat-tat.
Oh, it's just you, Miss Oldbag. What are you doing here?
What is wrong with youngins today? I came down here to pay my respects to my poor Juan, and you're disturbing me.
That's fucking extremely disturbing considering she was moaning 2 seconds ago. Then they heard a voice saying, "Thank you for the coffee, sir. I have been so thirsty." And the girl looked down and saw a sewer man. What? That's a fucking stupid story, Remix. That's not a good moral at all. The fucking Ninja Turtles can feed their damn selves. They order pizzas all the time. I want to write like a Ninja Turtles alternate universe where the Turtles never got trained by Master Splinter, like any discipline or human ethics. So instead of eating pizza, they order pizza and then they like Pennywise style just drag the pizza delivery man into the sewers and consume his flesh instead. It's like Teenage Mutant Ninja Cavemen instead. They're essentially never taught any sort of human social structure. Night of the murder. Please talk to me about the night of the murder. Just one more time.
I talked about it plenty at the trial. I was fooled, tricked, deceived by that fraud of a photographer and her note. She was loitering around here with that imbecilic look on her face.
With that imbecilic look on her face? Okay, got it.
Now hold on a second there, you little pipsqueak. If you're gonna take notes, at least make me sound better than that.
Oh, alright.
Now I've seen everything.
But you know, I was working that night too, doing my job, minding my own business. So it's not like I had time to waste standing around there the whole night.
I don't give a fuck. I don't give a fuck.
Oh! Hey, what's up, Brockor? Welcome back. Hey, what's up, Phoenix? Welcome back. Good to see you. You got here just in time, Phoenix. We discovered what we knew the entire time. That the killer was a killer. Or more specifically, the killer. But we did find out something very disconcerting, which is that my client 100% hired him. Like, almost guaranteed at this point. So much evidence points to my client hiring him. He's the only one with the motive to do it. His house has a little doggy door, and so did the killer's kidnapping room. It's like very obvious it was him. There was an antenna in the kidnapper's room, just like the antenna sticking out of his little watch. He's clearly hired the guy. Memories of Corrida. I was wondering if you could tell me a bit more about Mr. Corrida.
He was the most popular star, you know, especially where it counts, in my book.
But I heard that he was lagging behind in the polls against Mr. On Guard.
Well, I insisted that they stop the count. Bad luck and all that, you know? But he was going to become an even bigger star than he used to be. Look, just look at his mountain of presence. It's a show of the mountain of feelings all his fans had for him.
Yeah, the mountain is pretty big and certainly nothing to shake a stick at. That was always the confusing part about this case, is like we're constantly told the story that Matt On Guard is the popular one. Yeah, when you are in the hallway outside of their rooms, all the presents got sent to Corrida. On Guard didn't get sent like shit by fans. It's like basically The Last of Us 2 at the Game Awards, where everybody in the audience was just dead silent and nobody on the internet liked it, but then they kept getting awards. Yeah, the mountain is pretty big and certainly nothing to shake a stick at.
Mr. Nick,
What is it, Pearls?
the presents, they're all bears, right?
She's got a point. There isn't a single thing here that isn't a bear. Yeah, but so here's the thing. I think that one of these bears got swapped out, because in the killer's room we also saw a bear. Like when Maya escaped where she was kidnapped for a second, we saw a bear in there. So one of these bears is like a decoy bear, but I don't know why. The tweet. Okay, hang on, I have to write this tweet real fast. What trial am I on? I'm on the funny trial. The final trial of this game. Yeah, his name is Shelly the Killer, and he's a killer who leaves cards of a shell behind. It's extremely stupid. There we go, I tweeted it out. I made the tweet. Dawn of the second day. You don't know that, Remix, okay? I'm flying to DC tonight. I wasn't told that we were going to be taking over Capitol Hill, but I'm going now. I mean, once I finish, if I don't finish this game, then I'll have to wait. Like, maybe next week I can go join them in the Capitol building. Just kind of kicking it, you know, hood style as it's called. But, I'll do it once. I'll definitely finish my obligations with the stream of, like, finishing Ace Attorney first. But then I'm absolutely going to make sure that America stays great again, as it's called, CAG 202120, because Stop the Count, we won already, and they needed to stop counting. It was fraudulent and fake AF, and it was a hoax. So I'm going there too, just as soon as I finish this game. That's why I'm trying to speedrun today, so I can get onto my fucking plane to DC. Without a mask, thank you very much. All of Mr. Kurita's presents from his fans seem to be bears.
Oh, that's because you can't think of Juan without thinking about bears.
Bears? Why bears?
You don't know? When my dear Juan was training, he fought bare-handed with a bear. He refused to give in and let the bear win, but after the fight, they became friends.
What? That's so awesome. Oh man, I wish Juan Kurita got to live. He was a good guy.
Wow, what a heartwarming story.
Look, it's just like in those young people's dramas. I can see those two tucking out down by a river going, "Heh, you sure can't fight. You too, Bob, you too."
Did all that really happen? That's literally just a Ippo reference, dude.
It's in his biography, Bub.
What a load of crock.
So ever since then, fans have been giving him bears as presents.
Yeah, nice. Bears.
I'm Uncle Bear, and I say it's barely 8 o'clock.
What is that infernal racket? It's Uncle Bear, dipshit.
It's one of the presents going off. Sounds like it's already 8 p.m. Way past your bedtime.
Ugh, that startled me. I thought I was gonna die for a second.
8 p.m. That's the time when the award ceremony ended that night, remember?
Time sure flies. Hard to believe it's been 2 days since the ceremony. Is that important? Maybe that means that... Nah, because it didn't happen till later. Yeah, but... Yeah, that doesn't matter at all to the case. The transceiver! Hello? Hello?
This is not a phone.
Maya, how is Maya? You haven't heard her, have you?
It seems you are not able to fulfill your end of the bargain, Mr. Attorney. I have heard the news, so it would seem my present did you no good.
No, Mystic Maya!
One more day, please! All I ask for is one more day. I'll get a not guilty verdict for sure this time. Please!
I suppose, if I must, I need that acquittal more than anything else after all.
Please, please let Maya say something. I want to hear she's all right.
All right.
Yes. Then.
A little...
What is with this static all of a sudden?
Hello? Hello? It seems... bad... Connect...
Smash Sunday be like... Infinity starts running at 3 FPS. Damn it, did the transceiver just suddenly break?
Excuse me.
Rats.
What happened?
I don't know. All of a sudden it became nothing but static. That means there's interference. There's electrical inference. And then I winked at the camera. I don't even think that's a word.
Ah, Mystic Maya!
Why did the transceiver suddenly break like that? I should probably have an electronics expert look at it. The sooner the better. Wow, I wonder if it has anything to do with this fucking clearly robotic bear in the background. I wonder if that could have anything to do with the electrical interference. Nope, it's not relevant to the case. The clearly electrical bear. So my guess is that the bear in the killer's lair was swapped out with this one, which is like a spy bear. It's like transmitting what's going on in this room back to the killer. Killer, to be specific. What did Phoenix Wright say he wanted me to do? Shit, I've talked to an electronics expert, that's right. Unless there's another one. Let's look for a bear that looks like it was swapped out. It does not belong here. Not this one, because they already talked about that one. It has to be one that would be like swapped. Maybe this one that screamed at me. Uncle Bear.
Wow, there are a lot of bears.
Alarm clock ones, collector's editions, stuffed teddies, plastic models. It's pretty overwhelming. Is there a kind of bear he doesn't have?
There's even a few in the trash can.
Yeah, I get the feeling maybe the guy didn't really like bears.
Poor teddies.
It's hard to bear with all these problems. Growl! I already did that, I think, the first time I did this case. So nothing with the bears. Okay, maybe I'm on the wrong lead there. Maybe that's not actually a thing that I need to look for.
Let's go to an electronics expert. We don't know any.
Lotta Heart knows a little bit about cameras. Maybe she could help. I saw Miss Karma get shot. Yeah, she got fucking shot, dude. It was epic. She got shot by her own whip. It rebelled against her from being hit against things too much. It was like iRobot, essentially. It was pretty fucking dope. Von Karma's pretty badass. She got shot, went to the hospital, and then it was immediately fine. And she's like, let me back in the case. I'll take over prosecution again. But yeah, when Edgeworth was telling us about Dakilla, he specifically mentioned that, like, the reason that Dakilla leaves his card at the scene of the crime to begin with is not because he's a serial killer like I guessed. I thought that was going to be the kidnapper was like a serial killer, like a Zodiac killer type dude who wanted credit for his own crime. And he was mad that On Guard was going to get the credit if he gets a guilty verdict. But what it seems like it actually is that, as Edgeguard said, he leaves that card there so that his clients, the people who hired him, won't be found guilty of the crime. Like, it'll lead the police off the trail. So that almost definitely means On Guard is the one who hired him, unfortunately for me. Because why else would he go out on a limb to help this random person from being prosecuted? It doesn't make any sense. But if it's his client, it makes total sense, because that's just professionalism. Because otherwise, it reflects badly on him as an assassin, if his client gets found guilty of the murder he committed. No one's going to hire an assassin who gets you guilty of committing murder, because then they might as well have done it themselves at that point.
Hey, welcome back, pal. I thought I'd make you a little something for dinner.
Thanks, Gumshoe.
A rich man's luxurious full-course meal. Out of a can, that is.
I'm sorry you went through all the trouble to cook, but I don't have time to eat.
Oop! Looks like you don't have a can opener, child.
You've got to be kidding. And here I thought he had something whipped up.
Oh, I know. There is one way I know how to be helpful. Ask me about anything you want, pal. Go ahead.
Well, since he's here and offering, I wonder what I should try asking him about.
I don't know, motherfucker. How about the case?
Ask him if he's a Leo. There's some unique stuff. Ooh, I'm interested by it. I want to know where it's going with this, because, like, as I said earlier, it doesn't seem like the killer was ever in question. Like, from the second you found out that the killer knows Matt On Guard was framed before the story gets leaked to the press, it's only the police investigating the room, it's 100% the killer was the kidnapper, because how else would he have known what the inside of the crime scene looked like? The question has always been, like, why is any of this happening, right? Like, what the actual deal is. It's just weird. It's like a final case, but the killer was obvious from the 30th second. It's strange. Well, I can't even ask him shit. He's a liar. Liar! I guess I'll ask him about some of the stuff. Yub, 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 yub. What about the seashell?
Oh, yeah!
Do you know about this card?
Card!
Edgeworth, for some reason, went pale the instant he saw this card.
Hey, I know what this is, pal.
You do?
No matter what way you look at it, I'd say it's a picture of a shell.
That's it?
Oh, yeah, that's right. Mr. Edgeworth really likes those cooked snail things. What are they called again? Escargot or something like that?
Mr. Nick, I think we just solved the mystery of why Mr. Edgeworth's face turned pale, right?
As I suspected, Gumshoe has no clue. Well, he was not helpful at all. But that's okay. Sometimes you don't have to be. Yeah, it's true. Gumshoe gets so shafted, man. And all it does is, he's like a kicked puppy. He just keeps going back to his owner. Like, Edgeworth and the police force have fucked him over and over again, relentlessly, throughout both of the games. But he's still so loyal to them. Like, he's still like ride or die with those two entities. It's really bizarre. He's just a good man. He's just a good fucking dude. He's just a good guy. He gets treated like trash garbage. I wonder where that doorway down there leads to.
Oh, that's the X-ray room, yeah.
How did you know what I was thinking?
Yeah, well, it's because that's the X-ray room, yes.
There is something very peculiar about this guy, because I know it's not me. Well, I guess there's nothing left in the hottie clinic. I'm now at the fun portion of the investigation segment where I don't know what the fuck to do. Let's ask him about the wine glass. Can you please take a look at this? Okay, he can't think of anything. How about the Lotus photo, the hallway photo?
So this nickel samurai was really Miss Andrews, huh?
Yeah, this is either when she went to Mr. On Guard's room to get the knife, or when she was done with the foul deed. I guess we'll never know. For those of you who missed it, she framed the crime scene to make it look like her client, and Matt on guard, was guilty. She's his manager, and she found the body as it originally was, just like strangled sitting in a chair with the shell card on it. And she like changed the entire crime scene to make it look like Matt was guilty. Which we also don't know exactly why yet, but it seems to be hinting at he had something to do with her mentor's death. But we don't know. But I guess we'll never know.
What about the motherfucking autopsy?
Nah, he doesn't care. He doesn't give a fuck. Suicide note. No, he doesn't care. Why did it tell me to talk to this asshole? He doesn't know shit about
fuck! When I saw the button, I thought to myself, this is gonna prove Mr. On Guard's guilty. But it looks like there was a lot more to it than I thought, huh, pal?
You're a pro. You should know better than to say something like that.
Well, I'm not a cop anymore, just a regular helper around the office now, so...
I wonder if he misses working down at the precinct. Yeah, I think he probably does.
Let's show him some humans then. What do you think about Yondo?
He gets a bigger role in the third game? Oh, let's go. I can't wait, man. Gumshoe's my boy. Take a look at this. He doesn't know anything. Gumshoe is the least helpful person who ever lived.
She was Miss Adrian Andrews' mentor.
Yeah, this girl, if you missed it, she killed herself. She was like the mentor of the manager of my client, and she mysteriously killed herself, and then the guy who got murdered stole her suicide note for unknown nefarious purposes.
She was Miss Adrian Andrews' mentor.
Because of the suicide of the mentor she depended on, Adrian Andrews tried to follow her in an attempted suicide. Now the question is, who is Miss Andrews relying on now? Probably, I don't know. Yeah, they said she has a codependent nature and she has to rely on people. You would think it's On Guard, but she's trying to frame him for murder.
My impression of her has totally changed, pal.
So where is she right now?
I'm sure she's being questioned down at the precinct. At the very least about messing with the body and obstructing the investigation. And she'll probably be staying over at the detention center.
The detention center, huh? Aha, so maybe I can go talk to her there now that I did that. Wait, I want to show up Miss Oldbag too, because she's got swag. This is Old Swag as she's known. Nah, he doesn't care about her. Damn it. Andrew sounds like a leech. She's pretty good at her job. Like, she's hyper competent, but she's like too insecure basically to do anything on her own. So she's not really a leech so much as she is just like interdependent on people. She's just too clingy essentially. Let's go to
the motherfucking detention center.
Nah. No. Oh, that's right. Visiting hours are over. I forgot. Did he cut himself shaving? Yo, what's up, Kung Fu Kwa? Welcome back. Gumshoe.
Owned him!
I wish Gumshoe and this thing in the corner, the blue badger, I wish they were like model swapped. I want to make a mod of this game where nothing changes except this is now Detective Gumshoe. And Gumshoe is just standing here on the ledge.
Wow, everybody looks really busy with something or another.
Huh, they're probably strengthening the evidence for tomorrow's trial.
Hey, hurry up with that, will ya? Pass the victims list around. You've gotta be kidding. There's over 100 people on here.
Mr. Nick? Is Mr. On Guard really that big and bad of a criminal?
Actually, Pearls, never mind. It sounds like they're working on a different case. That didn't help at all. Maybe I could talk to this deacon in the back. This must be the chief of detectives. We're skipping this. Nah, it's just a random detectivo. Bum, 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 bum. So, why did it let me go here? There's nothing here. Let's go to the hotel then. Back to the lobby again. Oh, there goes lobby again. Living room again? No. Hallway. Yeah, so like, look, this is On Guard's room right here. This one on the right. And then the victim's room is here on the left. It's like outpouring of public support, and yet somehow they tell us that On Guard was the popular one. And Corita was like always the second place guy. It doesn't really add up. That part seems very weird to me. I wonder if it was like a jealousy thing. Like maybe On Guard wanted to kill him. So it seems like it's because of that big speech that the Nickel Samurai was supposed to give, right? Like the guy brought his suit. But maybe the twist will be he didn't really care about that since they're constantly trying to, like, fuck each other over. But what he really cared about was that this guy's starting to get a lot of groundswell all of a sudden. Like, he's suddenly getting way more popular. He's blowing up like Dream Minecraft. This transceiver, whenever we're in this room, it starts acting up. It's hissing static at us. This transceiver is about to make me act up because of my robo fetish. It looks like this angry bear is spanking this other pink bear. It's quite sexual.
I wonder if there's someone we can talk to about this.
That is one horny bear. I'm glad that its bottom half is obscured by the pink bear. They'd swap around the images in the game. That'd be fucking sick, dude. We just have Blue Badger. Damn it, that's not you, Gumshoe. You're a fucking gumshoe. Yeah, it's true. I also shaved in real life, not even just in the game. I shaved my face completely clean, and now I look like a newborn baby. A newborn baby.
Let's present her with the hallway.
Why can't I talk to the fucking clearly robotic bear? Or maybe the radio. Oh no, the radio's nothing. The thing, no. It's just a bear holding its own dick, no.
So that's a bed. Ah, Mr. Nick, it's so soft.
I don't know why I'm not allowed to investigate the clearly, obviously robotic bear, but such is life, I guess. Is it this thing? Is this what's doing the interference?
It's so messy here.
Oh, okay, it's not that. The watch is fine. I was just thinking, because what's his face? On Guard clearly has like a robotic watch that he's talking into. Maybe that was another like spy gadget, but no such luck. Maybe I could talk to Old Bag about it. No, I can't. I still need to find the electronics expert. I just don't know who the hell that is.
Latter's photo.
Yeah, she's not gonna talk to me. She's fucking stupid. Do you know John Doe? Let's ask her about the manager. She's been around for a while stalking celebrities, so she might know about this manager. Yeah, I feel like there's definitely somebody being snooped on. I just don't know where it's coming from, right? Like, there's electrical interference when we try to talk on a radio in this room. So something's up. There's something in this room that's like jamming the signal or taking over the signal, but I don't know if it's not the robot bear, if it's not the radio. I don't know what the hell it is. I think I'm supposed to be finding it right now.
I don't have anything to say to delinquents like you.
Beep, 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 beep.
She's clamming up like an old clam. Slide to the left. I don't want to slide to the left, but I have no choice. I have no choice but to slide to the fucking left. It's not those bears. She just talks about a bed if you click on that. It's not this smarmy ass bear right here. It's not the bottle of fucking tomato juice. I'm not even gonna humiliate myself by clicking on that. Maybe in here somewhere. Oh, it's just a suitcase. Not the laptop, not the watch. I don't know. Is it inside the giant bear? Nope, already clicked on that. It's the coffee maker, of course. Maybe I'll come back. I need to find the electronics expert first. I just don't know who the heck that could be. We haven't really met any electronics experts. The closest is Lotta because she has a big fancy camera, but she left. She already left. F you! No, F you! Chimichanga, you fucking dimmy-donga, if you will. It's not the living room. The living room just proves that it was my client, though, man. There was a segment where we're playing as Maya, and she's trying to escape from where she's being held, and the door that finally blocked off her escape for good was clearly the same door. It was a door with a little doggy door at the bottom. Alright, let's go to Gum Man? I can't talk to Gum Man. It's Gum Man! Did I talk to Gumshoe about electronic stuff? No, but I can't. He doesn't talk to shit about me. Oh, maybe I could just show him this. The transceiver. The transceiver?
Oh, Mr. Nick.
You should ask Mr. Oh, good call. Yeah, it's this.
You should ask Mr. Scruffy Detective about that thing.
Yo, that's the one thing he's ever been good at. He's good at electronics. Gumshoe, we found your talent.
What thing?
Oh yeah, this thing just up and broke all of a sudden.
It broke, pal?
When I was talking to the kidnapper, it just suddenly broke into static. Look, it sounded like this.
I don't hear any static, pal.
Huh?
Maybe it fixed itself.
That's strange. I'm sure it was making a loud static noise.
Maybe.
Maybe what?
Maybe it was electromagnetic interference, pal.
Electromagnetic interference. There we go. Okay, that's what I needed to do. My bad. So what is electromagnetic interference?
It's something that happens when a radio wave gets mixed up with another signal, pal.
Oh, when you put it that way.
I don't understand what you're talking about. I'm stupid. Like, for example, when a cell phone goes off next to a computer screen, the stuff on the screen gets kind of fuzzy. It starts acting funny, right?
Huh. Computer.
It's like when you use the dryer.
Oh, it's like when you use the dryer next to the TV and the screen starts looking weird.
Oh, yeah, the TV does do that. Oh, so that's what you're talking about.
She seems amazingly stupid.
So the room you were in when that interference started happening, there's gotta be something there that's sending out a very strong radio wave. Something like a listening device.
Yeah, the room was totally bugged.
Hey, speaking of that, where were you when it happened?
We were in Mr. Corita's room, the scene of the murder.
What? That's it. I'm gonna sneak into the precinct to get a bug sweeper. I'll meet you at the crime scene later, alright, pal?
Wait, Gumshoe.
Oh yeah, baby, it's investigating time. I'm on fire, pal. My fingers are itching to go. Yeah!
He did the fucking Howie scream.
We should be going too, Mr. Nick.
Alright, let's go! Okay, so yeah, there's definitely a listening device. Which is interesting, because it means that now the killer has heard everything that's gone on in that room throughout the whole trial. That's really interesting. I think that's where this is going. Like, we obviously know who the killer is. We know who hired him. Pretty much guaranteed, unless there's a big twist about it. But what we don't know is, like, how we're gonna corner him. And it's gonna be really fucking hard to corner a guy who's heard all of our conversations at the scene of the crime. Like, he's already had time to prepare defenses against most of the stuff we're gonna be able to bring up. That's pretty cool. I like that.
Hallway.
Yeah, that girl doesn't even know anything about electronics, man. Pathetic. She should at least know what a fucking computer is. It's right there on the table. He's an electronical man. He's just a detective. Is he really? I don't remember that ever being fucking established, that Gumshoe was good with electronics. I should have just asked him anyway, since I knew we had to deal with the bug thing, but still, that seems really weird.
Hey, you're finally here, pal.
Sorry to keep you waiting.
Do you have the, bug sweeper?
Now that I think about it, though, I feel like maybe that was established in the final case of the first game. I feel like maybe the last case, he did something, like, electronically, or helped us, like, break into this electrically locked place. I don't really remember, but maybe. Like, during that part with the chief of the police, when he was on the being the naughty boy.
Do you have the, bug sweeper?
Well, you see, I got busted trying to sneak in, pal. Then suddenly, I'm staring at the precinct doors. From the outside, I mean. So yeah, I couldn't get one of the police bug sweepers.
What do you mean you couldn't get one? We need that item.
Hey, calm down, pal. I didn't say I didn't get one, just not the police's.
Wow, so this is a bug sweeper.
It looks a little broken.
Hey, this was made when I was in elementary school, pal.
What? He's a genius.
Oh, by who?
Me, of course. Seeing this sure brings back memories. Hey, don't look down on it, pal. Sure, it looks a little beat up, but I put my heart and soul into building this puppy here.
Your heart and soul?
It'll work. Trust me, pal. It'll do the job. But you can't set the sensitivity, so it's gonna beep at anything that gives off electromagnetic waves.
But isn't it better that way?
Oh, well, anyway, since I brought it all this way, might as well give it a whirl, right, pal?
I'm getting that sinking feeling again.
Okay, now I'll tell you how to use this baby. There's a listening device or something or other sort of bug hidden in this room, pal.
So we're going to find it, right? Right, now first let's turn the sweeper on. Next, move the sweeper around the room and give it a real thorough look-see, pal. The sweeper will let you know how strong of a signal it's keeping up. Once you find something that's giving off a lot of waves, press enter. There's a lot of things here that's giving off radio waves, so let's take a good look at everything. Alright, I'm gonna stand outside to keep an eye out. Give me a yell if you find the bug.
Okay, is this?
Ah, what a lovely bear.
Gahoon! She got fucking trolled, dude. She got fucking trolled so hard. It's gotta be this, because we also found a bear in the killer's home, so I think he just took one of these bears and swapped it with his robot bear. This must be one of those fancy bear-shaped toy robots.
It's a robot? A real robot?
Yeah! It's a real one. It's true, they're also having this conversation in the very room that they know is bugged. It's extremely stupid.
Mr. Nick.
Yes?
How many horsepowers is it? How many horses?
Horses? Well, look, it's a bear, so,
Um...
God, she's so fun. Like, please, in the third game, just take all of the phase out of the game. They never add anything except, like, annoying little, like, joke lines that aren't even funny. I think maybe it was funny in Japanese and it was lost in translation. Oh, it's not this. Okay, wow, I was super wrong.
So what is he tapping?
The radio? It does have a giant antenna sticking out of it, which is interesting. Radio Goo Goo.
The radio is on and playing something. Oh, it's Kids Question Corner.
Professor, why is the Earth round?
Yes, why is it, Mr. Nick?
Trick question, Pearl. It's not. Why don't you listen to the radio program a little more, Pearls? Yub, yub, yub. Something over... The lamp, too? Man, the lamp's being a real hoe. Lamp, check. Listening device, nope.
There are a lot of lamps in this room, aren't there, Mr. Nick? And they're all on. You shouldn't do that, Mr. Nick. Don't you know that's wasteful?
Ah, yeah. I'll be more conscientious from now on. Sorry.
I'm not gonna listen to her. She's a troll.
The third game has spoilers phase. You're banned for spoiling, but more importantly for bringing me the bad news that their phase return. I would have shot any messenger who told me that. Yeah, it's this guy. Okay. It's the clock. Well, it certainly looks like an alarm clock.
What's wrong? Why do you look troubled?
I just can't imagine the listening device being inside this alarm clock. It just, sort of reminded me of something that happened a long time ago. The fucking thinker. The stinker.
Oh!
Well, anyway, it looks like the listening device isn't in here. It's not even, it's not in any of the bears? Come on, man. It's gotta be in the bear's dick, right? So the bears were literally just there to be like a troll? To trick you? Interesting. Wow, I did not expect that. Chom, chom, chom.
It's the yacht. There doesn't seem to be giving any off radio wave.
It is giving off radio wave. Oh, it's the remote control, my bad.
So I was thinking, I wonder if a TV remote works on other things. Like, could I make you change your expressions like TV channels? Zap!
That was really funny. I'm glad she's in the game. But if I could, oh, the people I'd give the old mute button to. Well, I don't think it's gonna work on me. Why don't we try it on Maya tomorrow, okay?
Okay.
The bear's ass. Radio bear. Rise, make air.
What's this? It's a small video camera. No listening device in this gizmo. Everyone's trying to make everything smaller and smaller lately, aren't they, Mr. Nick?
That's what it seems like.
But I want to grow bigger and bigger.
Well, eating only vegetables isn't going to help you there. You have to eat me too. Why does she know that technology is getting smaller if her whole character is that she doesn't understand technology because she lives in the mountains? They didn't think about that. There's no listening device in the notebook. Do you know what a notebook is? Oh my god, shut the fuck up. Fucking Pearl. No listening device here. Sorry, Kung Fu Kwa. No listening device at all. There's no possible way.
What's this? It sort of looks like a hot water pot, but...
Oh, well, it's kind of like a hot water pot, I guess. But instead of hot water, coffee comes out.
Really? This pot can do that?
Is the pot that orange juice comes out of? don't think there's anything like that, Pearls. Sorry. Oh, the water in this hot water pot has run out. I'll go get more water. Okay, sounds good. Leave the game. I hope she goes to get the water and immediately gets hit by a semi-truck. It's like the only animated cutscene in the entire game is just her being fucking destroyed by a semi.
Calculator. Calculator.
Nothing unusual here. A dryer? Oh, if you use it next to a TV, it'll make the screen look weird, right? Yeah. And when that happens, it's called electromagnetic interference, right? Hey, good memory, Pearls. I will never forget it for the rest of my life. Thanks, Pearl. Radio Goo Goo. I think that's just the... It's not the calculator.
So then what's giving off the motherfucking interference?
There's too many daggum lamps.
Ba-choing, ba-choing.
Oh my god, a cell phone. No bugs in here. A cell phone? What? Don't tell me you don't know what a cell phone is. I'm sorry, I've never seen one before. Now that she mentions it, my cell phone couldn't get any reception while I was staying in Kurain. And Pearls has never lived outside of that village, so... Well, I guess I can't say it's impossible to live without one.
I want a challenge, y'all.
Fucking douses the back of Phoenix's head. He just has a giant, like, burned bald spot for the rest of the game. That would be so fucking dope, dude. Burns half of his face off. Pearl would absolutely do the hot water challenge. That's completely in character for her. Lamp check. Listening device no. Alright, let's look at more lamps. Lamp check. Listening device no. Lamp check. Listening device no. Phone? Well, the phone is the most common place for a listening device, I'd say. That's also why I didn't check it. But let's take the receiver apart first before we get us out of ourselves here. Wow, you know a lot about electronics, don't you, Mr. Nick? Yeah, I know tons, especially when it comes to taking them apart. It's my specialty. I'll leave the fixing part up to Gumshoe. So, is there a listening device in there? No, and I really thought it had to be in the phone, too. TV? So it's not a TV. The listening device isn't in the air conditioner. Ah, yuck. This air filter is covered in dust and dirt. Why do I know what an air filter is? I don't know. Come on, Mr. Nick, let's wash it. I wonder if being a neat freak even makes the tiniest dust bunny look like Colossus.
It doesn't!
The bear that's holding his dick! Of course! Stop, Pearl, I'm trying to look at stuff. No, it's just because of this lampo. But I already checked the dang lamp. It has to be at one of the bears. I mean, come on. There's like 3 million bears. It would be the best hiding place ever. But it's not even in this thing. Garoo! It's a real robo. Here's the thing. I feel like the one it's inside of was already taken out of the room. I think the one it's inside of was recovered by the butler, John Doe, and that's why it's like in the killer's lair. So I don't think it's in here at all. I think these characters just don't know that. But I've checked fucking goddamn everything. It's just not here. Where is this shit, man? Somebody who's already played this game is probably fucking screaming right now.
Why haven't you clicked this one pixel? No!
It's in the tip of his nose. There doesn't seem to be anything giving off radio waves here. Yeah, it is this red. What? It is. It's blinking and blonking. It's his eyeball. This is just a giant stuffed teddy bear, right? It's the biggest one I've ever seen.
Hey, so did you guys find it yet? The listening device, I mean.
No, not yet. It's definitely not this bear's eye.
Let's see. A perfectly normal stuffed bear with some really strong radio waves. Sounds like you found a listening device to me, pal. Let's dig in this fellow's eye and see what we got.
No, you can't. Such a violent act. Oomph! Oh, now he ripped it open. Oomph! He made the Mario noise.
No! Oh my god! It's a completely different looking eye than the one we saw. It's a miniature camera, and it looks like there's more. There's a transmitter and a timer.
A what-a-minute!
A transmitter, pal. Oh, is this more of that high-tech stuff?
Yeah, but so that does explain how he knew that What's-Her-Face was fucking with the crime scene without him secretly still being there. So that's interesting too. That answers that. That was a weird hiding place for the bear, but it was a pretty good one. This guy knows what he's doing. See, the trick is that you want to hide it in not the most conspicuous place, because that's too obvious. They'll check that, even though you think the killer would hide it in a really subtle place, but you hide it in the second most conspicuous place. Because once the person sees, the investigator sees that it's not in the most obvious place, they're like, this guy's pretty good, he must have hidden it among all the other bears, but it's actually in the second most obvious bear. It's the ultimate mind game, it's a double mind game. It's not the most obvious one, which is this robotic bear, but it's in the second most obvious bear, which is the giant stuffed one. Ding-a-ding-a-ding-a-ding. So this tiny thing is a camera?
Yep, it's a pinhole CCD camera, pal. It's a small, high-grade video camera, mostly used in security systems.
So it's a video camera.
It runs on a battery, which comes in a set.
But there's no videotape in this camera.
This is only the camera part here, pal. The tape recorder with the tape inside is somewhere else.
Somewhere
else?
I forgot who was talking.
The footage is changed into radio waves and then sent to that recorder.
So that's what we saw next to, in Maya's segment when she was running away. We saw that big antenna, and that big TV was where it was. She could have played it if she had known that. Interesting. So, yeah. Somewhere there is actual footage of the crime being committed, probably. I can't imagine that he killed the guy and then set up the bear thing. I imagine he's the one who sent the bear so that he would have his own, like, footage of it. Interesting. So there is footage of the murder happening. That's pretty important to know. We just gotta find it.
So it's sort of like a TV broadcast, isn't it? Hey, you're right!
It's set to record the room from 8 p.m. for 1 hour. Was running at the time of the murder. That's important too, because now we can test to see if that's true, if it worked properly. By the beginning of the recording should have this bear screaming during it. You should hear this bear screaming the time. We need to remember that. Because if it's actually running at the proper time, you should hear that, which goes off at 8 exactly. Transmitter. So what's a transmitter?
It's a device that sends the footage the camera took to a specific destination. It's like a video version of a listening device, pal.
It looks like it's attached to a small clock-like thing.
Oh, that's a timer, pal. You can set it to turn the camera on and record at a certain time with it.
You can set it for a certain time?
Yup, let's see. This looks like it was set to start at 8 p.m. and go for 1 hour.
8 p.m.? That was the time the awards ceremony ended.
There's no date set, so it's been recorded every night, I guess.
Mr. Detective, how long has this bear been in here?
I'm pretty sure it's been here since the night of the murder.
Then maybe.
Maybe this camera caught the murder on tape.
Well, what?
And if you think about the angle the bear is at, it's bound to have had a clear shot of the whole crime, pal.
Deepy 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 deepy. Huh. Here's the thing. Here's the interesting thing. And this is gonna blow your mind. Are you ready for this? Why would the killer want to record his own crime? Not only that, but he said it transmits it to a different location, so like, why would he want to record a crime that then gets sent away to a non-physical location? Like, if it was recording the crime, then he ripped the eyeball out, like, and had the video, that would be one thing. Maybe it's proof of the contract being completed. But that doesn't actually add up. I don't know, that's weird to me. Like, if it was just set to record always, like a live feed, then it would be to obviously keep tabs on the police and see anything that happens in the crime scene afterwards, like the girl framing the scene, which he probably found out that way, but why that doesn't make any sense. That doesn't make any sense whatsoever. Like, the way it's currently set up, there's something more to it. I don't know what, but there's something more to it. That's not all there is to this. But I don't know what.
Stuff with the bear. So there was a camera in this bear's eye.
I would say it almost seems like somebody else did it, right? Like somebody else was the one who recorded it. But if that's the case, then we get back to square one, which is how did the kidnapper know what was going on in the crime scene after he left? Which was the original problem. Like, how does the killer know that that girl fucked with the crime scene? He could have seen her going into the room, but then there's no way he knows that she's specifically framing Matt on guard. Huh, this is very weird. This is a very weird monkey wrench to be thrown into the works. This changes a lot of shit. And it was disguised as a present.
And I'm sure it was here on the night of the murder, pal. It's pretty big, so it stands out pretty well in my mind.
But who gave Mr. Corita this present?
I don't know, pal. But this means that someone out there's got a video of what happened here that night.
Is there any way we can find out who that person is?
It's impossible, pal. Radio waves can be sent almost anywhere, so there's no real way to find out.
Oh, sniffle!
Is there really no way to find out?
I got it!
What?
Hey, pal, let me borrow this mini camera for a bit.
What are you gonna do?
I'm gonna go around to the electronic shops and see if I can find out who bought this.
But that's impossible. I mean, it's already 9 p.m.
Leave it to me. Even if I have to search all night, I'll find your man, pal.
Spy camera, give it.
Oh, yeah, baby! It's investigating time. I'm on fire, pal. My fingers are itching to go. Yeah!
I like to imagine it's like a Doppler effect as he, like, disappears. As he T-poses and fades out of existence, his scream goes away.
Yeah!
He's gone.
Yeah.
But Mr. Scruffy Detective sure is a nice man. He's pushing himself so hard, all for Mystic Maya's sake.
It's a mystery how you always manage to do things in the most inefficient ways. Oh, this is Edgeworth. It's a mystery how you always manage to do things in the most inefficient ways, right? If it was either him or Von Karma based on the way they were talking, and they didn't say Mr. Phoenix Wright, which is how she talks. You'll have to excuse me. I heard your conversation just now. Edgeworth, what are you doing here? A rescue team has been created and deployed. I can't say I'm optimistic, but we have to move forward one step at a time. I see. Thanks. Don't thank me yet. We still have to find her. So there was a spy camera hidden inside this stuffed animal, huh? You are one lucky man, right?
Huh? I see!
Maybe he reviews his murders like a football coach? Maybe. Maybe he studies. That's weird. Do you know this stuffed bear, little girl?
I have no idea.
Of course not. The maker of this bear is a very expensive luxury brand from overseas. It's completely handmade, and only a small number of these are exported here. What? The camera and the transmitter that scatterbrained detective took with him are dead ends. Things like those can be bought anywhere. However, this bear is different. By tracking how it got into this country, this bear can tell us who the buyer is.
Can you really do that, Mr. Nick? Can he really?
Well, I guess so. It's 9 p.m. I think I can still make it in time. I'll be taking this for now. Just dragging it the fuck out really slowly. I'm sure you have other things you have to do. Stuffed bear snatched up by Edgeworth. See you soon, right? Wait! What? Why are you doing this? I have no interest in explaining myself to someone who cannot comprehend. But besides that, right? Until court reconvenes tomorrow, you should concern yourself with this question. Who was the person that murdered Juan Corrida? The real killer? Do you really still think it was Adrian Andrews? No! Of course not! To be honest, I don't know anymore. You still have a little time left. Find the truth, right? Everything begins with the truth. Yabba dabba 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 hibba dibba dibba dibba. Juan Corrida's real killer. This Andrews passed. The kidnapper whose sole condition is an acquittal for Mr. On Guard. Yeah, it seems really heavily pointing to the fact that Mr. On Guard is the person who hired the assassin who did the killing.
But it can't be. He's my client. They're never guilty.
And this card, Shelley the Killer. They should have called him Shelly to Killa. Maya, she's doing her sad turtle face. The only way I can save you now is to find all the answers to this case tonight. I don't understand what your real intentions are, Edgeworth. But as you said, all I can do for now is find the truth. To be continued! Yeah, I called that. That was a really good break, actually. Wow. More like shoe. Hell yeah! That shit's sticky when he walks. That's disgusting. Did the kidnapper back down under requirement? Yeah, he backed down. He backed down like a huge busta. He's like, okay, I won't kill her today, but you still have to do it. Which means that, like, it wasn't a random condition. It was very specific, like, this is something that has to be done. It wasn't just like a bullshit thing that he didn't really care about. It's something that he very much cares about. So yeah, this is getting pretty interesting. I don't know. This is getting weird. I think, like, it's pointing it too hard. It's pushing us too hard towards my client being the killer, being the one who hired the assassin. Because, like, everything points to that. Like, they've showed us the face of the killer, or the kidnapper, rather, and the face of his butler being exactly the fuck the same. It's too obvious. And, like, he had the cat door in his house, and there was the cat door in the secret room. It's just, like, it's way too obvious. But, I don't know. Maybe the thing is not for it to be a hard crime to solve. It's a hard moral question of, if it's going to give me a choice, maybe I'll have to pick whether to do my job or to, like, get this dude put in jail. March 22nd.
It's past 9 p.m. already, isn't it? I wonder if Mr. Edgeworth has already found Mystic Maya.
These things take time. I'd say probably not. The police are professional, Pearls. They'll find her, so don't you worry. And if we can win a not guilty verdict tomorrow, then everything will be okay.
You're right.
Then why are you sad?
The real killer!
So the real person who killed Mr. Corrito was?
That assassin, Mr. Shelley the Killer, right?
And the card Miss Andrews found at the crime scene seems to be proof of that. But if that's the case, a new question comes to mind. Who was the one who hired the killer to begin with? Who was his client?
You mean, who asked for the murder?
That person didn't want dirty their own hands in blood. But whoever client is, they still a killer. Still a killer. Maybe the person who put them up to the crime wanted leverage against them? That's the thing. I was thinking about that, but like I said earlier, either explanation doesn't make perfect sense. There's some overlap into absurdity on either assumption. That the killer set up the bear, leaves one unanswered question, and that somebody else set up the bear, like his client set up the bear, leaves an unanswered question. Which that middle of that Venn diagram then becomes, how? Right? If, say he did it himself, he set the camera there, then, like, why would he do it? Why would he not make it a physical thing that he could retrieve after the crime is done? Why leave that evidence there? And if it was his employer who did it, then the question becomes, rightfully, how did the killer know what happened in the room after he left? If he's not the one who had eyes in the room, then how did he know that? It doesn't make any sense. Because you could argue that, like, the client told him, right? Is like, yo, this shit's going down. They're doing this stuff. I saw it all on my camera. But then the assassin would be like, dude, what camera? Dog, why do you have a camera? Why did you record my murder? So, like, either way, there's this, like, overlap where nothing makes sense. I think that's going to be the real crux of this case, is eliminating the absurdities in the middle of that Venn diagram. I don't know if I'm explaining this well, but it makes sense in my head. Like, there's this one muddy part in an otherwise crystal clear setup here. And neither explanation that we're left with perfectly fulfills that, I feel. But maybe we'll find out. The assassin's client.
Who could have hired the assassin? Do you think it was Miss Andrews?
I wonder. But if she was the client, then why go through the effort to stab the knife into the corpse herself?
But if Miss Andrews wasn't the client, then no, it can't be.
Matt on guard himself? Yeah, Miss Andrews doesn't make any sense for multiple reasons. Like, she probably wouldn't be able to afford the super luxury bear, and she wouldn't have tattled on herself. Like, it doesn't make any sense. Why would she... If she was gonna hire the assassin, why not just tell him to do the frame job too? Matt on guard himself?
Was it Matt? If Mr. On Guard really did hire the assassin,
then he is not innocent at all. Far from it. He would be guilty of the crime.
But it can't be Mr. On Guard, right? I mean, when we first talked with him.
Mr. On Guard, I'd like to ask you one more question. Did you kill Mr. Juan Carita? Alright, just so we're clear, dude. I didn't kill anyone, and that includes Juan Carita, okay? I didn't see any Cyclops at that time. Actually, that reminds me.
Did you remember something, Mr. Nick?
Yeah, something Miss Andrews said at the trial today. She said something interesting.
So what is this interesting thing?
Oh, that's right. You didn't hear it, did you, Pearls? Juan had to bet everything on the I don't remember her voice at all. Even slightly. Juan had to bet everything on the Jamming Ninja this year. And if he lost the Grand Prix, he was going to make sure Matt was going down with him. That's what he thought anyway. It looked like somehow Juan had his hands on a secret so powerful that it would destroy Matt's acting career had it been revealed.
Mr. On Guard's secret? What is the secret?
I don't know yet. But for now, let's think about it this way. Mr. Carita was going to reveal this secret. That means Mr. On Guard had plenty of motive to have Mr. Carita silenced. Mr. Carita. Why do you make Pearl sound like Patrick Warburton? Because I'm sick of doing girl voices. There's too many dang girls in this game, and I only have 2 girl voices. I've got more ever since I've done Attorney, because I've had to do it as a survival tactic, because there's so many fucking female characters, but generally I just have girl voice, like the Maya voice, and then Mickey Mouse. And that's the 2. So I got sick of it. This was a protest voice. I also did not think she was going to be a recurring character. It was during the trial with like a billion fays, so it was like all women, and then the like culprit was also a woman. So like it was so many girl voices, so I just couldn't keep up. So I was like, there's this random throwaway kid that's never gonna come back, so I'll just give her a Warburton or some such. Which means we have to meet with On Guard. There's no way around it now. Yabba-dop dibbity-dop. Thank you, Brockwar. Thank you. Matt Skate was a different time. He's a man killer. He's a man eater. The only thing he's guilty of is getting poon. Man poon. National Man Poon's Holiday. March 22nd.
Wow, it's really getting late, isn't it, Mr. Nick?
Yeah, it's past 9 p.m. already. But we still have some things to prepare for tomorrow's trial. There's still the matter of this secret Mr. Carita held about Mr. On Guard. And Miss Andrews' real intentions. Those are 2 things I must know tonight.
But aren't visiting hours over?
I'm sure we'll think of something, Pearls. Don't you worry. Here's my guess. We're gonna get Gumshoe, who's apparently a tech genius, to hack my transmitter so that it can call his crazy watch, his techno watch. The whole time he's been talking into this antenna watch that he has, so if we can hack into that line of communication, we can still talk to him even without being there physically. Yabba dabba dee dee dop.
Oh, Penis Lobster's back, baby.
Cock lobster!
Oh yeah, it's Old Bag too, my 2 favorite characters. Hey, wait!
What is it, whippersnapper? All I know is nothing that has to do with you was ever good. Like just now, I was handed this strange device for who knows what reason. And I was told to use it to search the whole hotel.
That's the bug sweeper, isn't it? One Gumshoe made.
I don't know, and frankly, I don't care. But the request came from Edgepoo, so...
Edgeworth?
And he said, play the best song in the world. Write your song.
If you feel angry, direct your anger at that unsophisticated lawyer.
So I'm gonna free all that anger towards you.
Gee, thanks a bundle, Edgeworth. What a pal you are. Why does Phoenix... Don't tell me, but like, why the fuck does Phoenix Wright hate Edgeworth all of a sudden? Edgeworth was such a fucking scumbag dipshit asshole in the first game, the entire first game. And Edgeworth was constantly fawning, Phoenix was constantly fawning over him. And like forgiving him of all his faults. And now when Edgeworth has come back as like a more respectable person and a better lawyer, he hates him all of a sudden. It makes no sense. I don't understand. Bug Sweeper! I'm gonna talk about Bug Sweeper.
This is absolutely top secret, so you better keep it to yourself. I heard they found a spy camera.
Very interesting.
I'm sure it was, it was against poor Juan in the middle of a scandalous meeting.
Scandalous? What's that?
It means, you know, he was boning somebody.
Oh, you mean that thing about Miss Andrews? But I'm sure she must have had some reason for getting close to Mr. Kurita.
I'll let you in on another secret, young. I know who planted that spy camera. It was that obnoxious, puffy-head photographer girl. The nerve of some people. Spying on people by herself, as if I wouldn't want to see it for myself, too.
Wow, the alien actually admitted her true intentions.
I don't know what you're thinking exactly, but I can see it's no good.
But I didn't say anything. Quan and Adrian.
So you want to know about Juan and that manager, right? Actually, as I hear it, they were something of a refreshing pair, those two.
Oh? What the fuck does that mean?
I tell you, Juan welcomed that manager with open arms, I heard.
That manager are you talking about?
You don't know? That manager woman Juan had. It's a shame she killed herself, though.
Oh, you're talking about Miss Celeste Impax. Miss Andrews' mentor, right?
Yes, that's the one. That Celeste girl, she was supposed to get married, you know.
Married? You mean to Mr. Kurita?
Oh, really? You young kids today don't know anything, do you? That girl Celeste killed herself 3 days after their marriage announcement.
Oh. 3 days after their marriage announcement. What in the... Okay, so I know what happened to her for sure. If that's true, that's super fucked up, but it explains everything surrounding her. So, 3 days after their marriage announcement, something happens that prompts her to kill herself. And we know that Juan stole her suicide note to keep for some nefarious purpose. And we know that those two, Matt on guard and Juan, constantly try to fuck with each other and do horrible things to each other and fuck each other over. So I think Matt on guard fucked his wife. I think that's probably what happened. And like, he told Juan about it and she was just like, oh fuck, my life is over. I fucked up so bad. I kill myself now. And so that's why her suicide note is so important. That's why he had that as dirt, because she was probably telling everybody what actually happened. She's like, this Matt guy's a fucking dick. He's a piece of shit. He ruined my life. He like had sex with me and then used it against my husband. And then killed herself. Damn, that's incredibly fucked up if that's what happened. Because like, again, like Juan is no angel here. He's not even a good guy either, because like his fiance fucking killed herself. And instead of being broken up, he immediately had the presence of mind to just steal her fucking suicide note so he could use it for personal gain later. That's fucked up. This was not a case of a devil attacking angels. Celeste's suicide. Why would Miss Impax want to kill herself? She was gonna get married.
Well, that's because she was thrown away, you see, by Juan.
What? But they were going to get married, right? They promised each other, right?
They held a grand announcement session, but 3 days later, Juan suddenly canceled their marriage.
Is that true?
It was in the weekly magazines.
But why? Why did he do that?
That was not in the magazines, unfortunately.
I see.
That night after Juan called off the wedding, the manager killed herself.
How terrible. I hate having to read all this really dark shit with the world's dumbest voice. I wonder what happened between those two.
I don't know!
But that theory does explain literally everything that's confusing about the suicide thing, right? And it would also explain why, if his manager found that out, on guard's manager, then it would explain why she wants to frame her own client completely. Like, she's like, oh, this dude is actually a huge piece of shit, and I've been protecting him all these years. I've been working with him. I've been working for him. So, like, I loved my manager. Now I'm gonna fuck him over. I'm gonna ruin his life. Move, bitch. So yeah, that basically all but confirms that that's what the secret press conference was that Juan was gonna do as the fake Nickel Samurai. He was just gonna do a fucking live reading of the suicide note. March 22nd. On that night, there must have been at least a few hundred people here. I can tell because there's 30 chairs. I guess the police are done with their questioning and investigating. It looks like things here in the lobby have finally calmed down.
I don't give a fuck!
Joe is not a defender of law and order, nor the people of color. Woo! What am I going to college for? I'm going to become a cybersecurity specialist, if you could believe that.
That way I could defend our nation against the fraudulent, stop the count, voting machine Antifa, George Soros army, for lack of a better term, that ruined this sanctity of this election. I'm going to DC, baby. What are you talking about, Adjins? I would never bail, okay? You speak for yourself, heathen. You speak for yourself, worm. As soon as I solve this case, I'm going to go solve the case of the stolen election. And my defendant is none other than President Donald John Trump of the United States of America. And he'll thank me and he'll shower me with big kisses from his big soppy wet lips. That's disgusting. March 22nd.
It feels sort of tense in here, doesn't it, Mr. Nick?
Yeah, it does. I wonder if something happened.
You're Mr. On Guard's lawyer, right?
Yes, sir.
Well, we finally found just the person we've been looking for. A real decisive witness.
A decisive witness? You mean for the On Guard case?
We're taking the witness's statement right now.
Gotta hand it to Mr. Edgeworth. What's Edgeworth up to now?
Who is this witness?
I think you know this person quite well, Mr. Lawyer.
Mr. Nick?
Between the kidnapper's demand and now this, I can't see any way to win here.
Oh, yeah. Mr. Edgeworth wanted me to tell you something.
He did?
Even though visiting hours are long over at the detention center, he wanted me to grant you special permission. So there you go.
What?
I've already called them, so they know. Go on, go talk to your heart's content.
Thank you very much.
This is such good news, Mr. Nick.
Go talk to your heart's content? It sounds like the police are pretty sure they have tomorrow's trial in the bag.
Who is the witness?
Who else could it be? Who could else even testify? There was like nobody at the goddamn hotel. Oh my god. It's gotta be the killer himself, dude. Think about it. Remember, the only other person that hasn't been on the witness stand already that was at the hotel was him disguised as a bellboy, a busman. My god, he must have balls of steel. March 22nd, detention center visitors room. I'm sure they must have transferred Miss Andrews. Whose story do I want to hear? I gotta talk to On Guard first. What happened? Yo, Jimmy, things have gotten so crazy, dude. Things have been popping the fuck off. Stop. Jimmy, stop. Things popped off, okay? We're now almost sure that this guy hired the assassin that killed his rival. So he's actually guilty, but he's still my defendant. It's messed up. Dude, it's Mr. Wright. I hope you can get me off the hook tomorrow. I'm counting on you. I hope so too. Edgeworth just dropped a bombshell on me by saying his little watch that Juan Carita was killed by an assassin and that the assassin's client is this man, not On Guard. Just use the fucking stupid green stone that solves the case for you. What is happening? What's wrong? Mr. On Guard, there's something I must know with 100% certainty. Huh, you seem kind of different. You're totally not like your usual lawyer dude self. Bad secret. About the press conference. You mean the one where Juan was gonna dress up as the Nickel Samurai? Yeah, I heard a little more about it from Miss Andrews. It looks like somehow Juan had his hands on a secret so powerful that it would destroy Matt's acting career had it been revealed. Could you please fill me in on what this secret is? Please?
Please? Yup.
Oh my god! I knew this was coming.
Mr. Nick, D don't tell me.
Cyclops. You said a secret, right? But I don't have any idea what it is. You did? Ha, you digling. Juan and Adrian. Did you know about Mr. Carita and Miss Andrews' relationship? Well, it's all over the tabloids, dude. But I don't know any of the details, if that's what you mean. Look, how many times do I have to tell you? I don't care what Juan did with his life. Miss Andrews, she had a purpose in mind when she started seeing Mr. Carita. Her mentor was Mr. Carita's manager, and Miss Andrews was going to get Miss Celeste Impact's suicide note from him. Celeste? Does that jog any memories? Dude, I suddenly just got totally hungry. You up for a pizza? My treat.
Mr. Nick, what is a piazza?
Oh my god. Oh my god. Pearl, please die. Pearl, please fall into like a garbage compactor. I fucking beg of you. John is D-Killer. I'm not fucking D-Killer, okay, Chimichanga? I'm the lawyer. I'm the third of my family's name of lawyers.
Is it a kind of pea, like green peas?
Let's go eat one later, okay? Ugh, I got cut off by the pizza dude at the shop. That's too bad. Well, how about we get our minds off this topic and talk about something else, okay? It would be fucking baller to get a pizza delivered to your own questioning room, dude. They could just give the you know how like on most ordering sites now, if you order a pizza online, there's like the special instructions? He could just tell them to take it out of the box and slide it through the bars in the top left. Delicious pizza delivery system directly into his gaping mouth, awaiting below. Mr. On Guard, are you connected to Miss Impact's suicide in some way? I'm pretty sure he is, like... It makes the most sense. It answers everything, like all the questions I have about this. Yep. Well, I want to talk to Andrews first, because he's got fucking 5 psych locks, so I need to find some shit first. Police station! Criminal affairs! Oh, Mr. Wright, please, you have to help me. Uh-oh. What? Mr. Powers?
What happened? Why are you here? You see, I got roped into this somehow. What? And now I'm going to testify at tomorrow's trial.
He's the last witness? He didn't see shit! So the decisive witness is Mr. Powers?
I was talking with a detective until a little while ago and was on my way home. When all of a sudden, you're under arrest, and I was brought back here.
Uh-oh.
They said my face and whole self in general looked suspicious or something.
Huh. Well, I guess I can see how they thought you looked suspicious.
I'm just a normal guy on an exercise show for kids. Is that a crime?
Yum. Testimony. There's case editors? That's fucking sick, dude. Damn, I should make one. I would be so good at writing mysteries because I've watched so much mystery shit in my life. I read so much. When I was in my freshman year of high school, I read every Sherlock Holmes story. I had a big old fucking nerd-sized book with all the stories, and I would just sit there in class and read it. Powers sounds like Austin Powers. He's like Austin Powers after the steroids. After the steroids treatment. He's like that one actor on Twitter who's constantly posting pictures of his giant arms now, the guy from Silicon Valley. So about this testimony you're giving, what are you going to talk about?
Oh, I really don't know yet, but it sounds like I saw something pretty important from what they tell me.
You saw something important? What was it?
Oh, well, the detective told me not to talk about it. You can't tell anyone, and especially not that lawyer, he said.
Come on, man, I saved your fucking life, dude. Give me a fucking break here. I saved you. From certain death.
Who do you think that lawyer the detective was talking about?
I'm gonna take a wild guess and say it's me.
Yeah, you got it.
Mr. Nick, Mystic Maya and myself are your only 2 allies in this whole world, but it's alright.
Ouch!
I don't really have a lot of friends, do I?
Metal out. This is gonna do a lot of damage to Matt, you know, because he's got that refreshing like a spring breeze image going.
But what is he really like?
Well, let's see. Matt's always been kind of a player with women.
Yep, he definitely fucked the manager.
He would never turn away a pretty face, if you know what I mean. He'd always say it's just a game to justify himself.
What? How horrible! That's unforgivable!
Ow! Sorry, didn't mean to offend you. But you know, he said once that there's only one person in the whole world who won't swoon over me.
One person who wouldn't swoon over him?
His manager, you know, Miss Adrian Andrews.
Why is Mr. Powers suddenly looking kind of sus?
You see, I'm actually a sucker for gossip. I mean, celebrities in their world have this dazzling sort of image, right?
A dazzling sort of image? But aren't you a part of that dazzle, Mr. Powers?
No, I'm more of a hairy, sweaty, smelly, brutish kind of guy, you see. But it's okay, really. I get to hear plenty of gossip about the other stars around me as things happen.
Well, that's true.
Oh, hey, so did you hear about this yet? About Miss Andrews' mentor and her suicide?
You mean Miss Impacts?
We heard something about how her wedding was canceled.
Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. I thought about it a little the other day, about that mysterious death. Hey, Mr. Wright, why don't you ask me about that? Go on, go ahead.
Mr. Powers is so charged up, his skin is practically glowing. That's disgusting. I'm saving. Yabba-da-dub-da-dub-da-dub. John's hair-covered face. It's true, I did do it. I am, in fact, Austin Mike Powers. This guy, Mike Pence. I'm gonna tell you the truth, Soundex. It was 100% Mike Pence who killed Juan Carita. He did it on purpose, too, because he was about to blow the whistle about the deep state. And so, you know, Mike Pence had to jump in there and beat him down. I'm a little autistic and fear change. Aren't we all, truly, at the end of the day? At the end of the day. That's a Les Mis reference. That's when the old-ass Busta's about to die.
Hey, so have you heard this? Celeste left a suicide note. And they say that Juan went and hid it.
We heard about that in court today. But there wasn't any actual proof that she had left a note.
Well, this is what I think. I think that something bad was written on that note. Something bad for Juan, that is.
I think the opposite. I think there was something bad for Matt written on that note.
Something bad for Mr. Corrida?
Why do you figure so?
Well, before she died, Celeste talked with a few of her friends, and she said, it looks like I got cut up with a truly insidious man.
But a truly insidious man? Did she mean Mr. Corrida? Or did she mean Mr. Engida?
Well, there's no one else that fits the bill, right? And that would be a reason enough for him to hide the suicide note.
I see. Well, that's some good info, thank you.
You're welcome.
Mr. On Guard and Miss Andrews. They're both at the detention center. There are still things I don't understand or know about.
I'm going! Whoa!
I'm gonna talk to Miss Andrews, then I'm gonna try to break that dude's Cyclops. His Cyclops. Woo! Adrian Andy. Adrian Andrews, I'm not gonna lie, dude. She makes me feel some kind of way. She's like by far the cutest Ace Attorney girl. IMO? I am personal O? Oh, it's you. I'm sorry to be visiting at such a late hour, but there are a few questions I absolutely have to ask you tonight. I personally just like a girl with fucking massive collarbones. Like absurdly oversized collarbones. Me? I thought your client was Matt. I'm sure Miss Andrews knows something. She can't be clueless about this secret. Yabba-dabba-da. She better not have no fucking psych lock, too. It's gonna take 3 hours. Matt on guard. I'd like to ask you about Matt on guard, if you don't mind. Mr. Wright, you still don't know, do you? The real him, I mean... You seem to bear a lot of resentment towards Matt on guard. If that's the case, then why did you become his manager? And why would you become intimate with his rival? That has nothing to do with this case. Nothing. Yes, sir. Imagine your foot falling asleep, but both feet. What? That's crazy, dude. That's what becoming a ghost must be like when they just have like the wispy tail at the end instead of feet and hooves. That would suck, man. Being a ghost definitely has its benefits, don't get me wrong, but a very clear distinctive downside would be no feet. No feet or legs. Celeste Impacts. About Miss Celeste Impacts. I had finally put her death behind me, and now, thanks to you, it's all come back to the surface. I'm sorry. Jeez, get off my back. Yes, I was shocked by her suicide, and it's true that when I heard the rumor that Juan was the one who had hidden her suicide note, I began to draw close to him. I wanted to get her suicide note back, and to burn it. You wanted to burn it? But why? I didn't want it to spread like just another piece of gossip. But I never held any murderous intent towards Juan. I would never do something so stupid. The suicide note, huh? I wonder what it said.
Why frame him?
Why did you try to frame Matt on guard? That's simple, because he's the killer, that's why. Isn't it the duty of every good citizen to inform the police?
But there had to be another way.
The police are excellent at doing their job. No, they're not. They get it wrong literally every time in the series. So they'd figure it out, right? Yes, they're so good that they couldn't figure out the real truth behind Celeste's death.
Miss Andrews.
Well, I know you're not the type of person to do something without a reason. So please, tell me why you did what you did. Revenge.
Huh? Did you say something just now?
No! No! Only one? Oh my god. Don't you understand yet? You're not my lawyer. To be honest, you're more like my enemy.
But...
I'm sure I just heard her Andrews say, revenge.
Yubber!
Okay, shit, this is getting scary now. This is getting crazy. I'll try to break her thing first. I think that's probably the intended route because she has 1 lock, he has 5, which seems near impossible. Then again, we do have a lot of evidence at this point. could show her the card, but she already talked about it, I believe. Let's just show it to her anyway. It was near Juan's dead body. Yeah, it was over here. I noticed it when I went to fill the glass, and then when I realized that Juan was dead, I completely panicked. That's when I must have unconsciously picked this card up and put it in my pocket. As for why, I simply don't know.
I don't give a fuck. I'm breaking your cyclock, motherfucker. Urgh.
This is gonna go quite poorly, so prepare for me to fail over and over again at this. I can't believe that this final case is so long. It feels like it's not even close to being over either. I really hope I can finish it today. I still have 2 hours and 40 minutes left to finish it, but I don't know. It feels like a lot. Can you please tell me why you framed Mr. On Guard?
I've already told you countless times. It's because I thought Matt was the killer.
No, that's not it. I know you have a personal reason to dislike Mr. On Guard. Miss Andrews, you may think I didn't hear it, but I know you said something earlier. You said revenge.
So you're saying I was taking my revenge out on Matt, and that's why?
What an absurd idea. I don't have anything I want to take revenge for. A woman who lives by being dependent on other people. There is something that in her past that would make her take revenge.
Oh my god, why is my thing so low?
Guys, I'm almost out of juice points. What happened? There was something or someone in her past that would make her want to take revenge. Celeste Impact. Celeste? There's only one catalyst that would cause such strong feelings, and even revenge. And that is Miss Impact's suicide.
Suicide.
What are you trying to say? Celeste was Juan's manager. On top of that, the one who hit her suicide note was also Juan. What does all this have to do with Matt? You're right. You haven't mentioned him yet. But for you to hate Mr. On Guard, it would mean that he must have had some relation to Miss Impact's and her suicide. Can you explain to me this relation between Celeste and Matt?
No!
Well, I think I need more info first. I think I actually need more info. Because, like, we learned through dialogue that they were a couple, then he broke up with her, then she killed herself, but we didn't get any evidence to that. Like, we can't show her evidence that says this. So I think we are not ready for her yet. You died, Chimmy? What the fuck? Why'd you go ahead and have to die, man? You're supposed to stay alive and not die instead. That's the pro strat that I would recommend taking. It's worked out pretty well for me in game, so I simply choose to win instead of lose. A Nickel Samurai. Nah, I don't have any evidence yet. This relationship between me and Matt. No, I cannot. Because it won't let me just yet. So we'll have to come back to her. I don't think I have enough evidence yet. I should investigate and gather some clues.
Oh, yeah!
Unless her suicide note said that she was heartbroken and that's why Juan stole it. Yeah, I'm thinking that it's a case of, like, her suicide note was like, Matt On Guard ruined my life because he made me cheat with my husband. He fooled me. And so, I'm killing myself. So, Juan, seeing his dead ex-wife as the good man he is, he steals the suicide note for blackmail later. I'm guessing that's what happened. And then Matt On Guard found out that he was planning to reveal this, and so he hired the assassin to kill him. Because he had to silence him, because it would ruin his good boy image. His image of, like, oh, I'm so innocent and free and fun. If he's, like, so cold and calculating to do something that horrible. Just to get ahead. Love this photo.
Yabba.
I don't care what the reason was. It's unforgivable that he hid Celeste's suicide note. But you don't have any proof that he left behind a suicide note, right? Celeste, she always believed there was a right way and a wrong way to do anything. She would have left a note. I wholly believe that.
Yup!
Okay, I'll be back. I'm not the fucking assassin, Jimmy, okay? For the last time. I've already told you that, and, like, it didn't chain me up and there weren't 30 locks all over my body, so that means it's definitely true. This game didn't realize that it ruined the mystery part of it by doing that. March 22nd, Wright & Co. Law Offices. Mr. Nick, your phone. Oh, this is her.
Mr. Nick, your phone!
I don't like the sound of this ringtone right now. It sounds kind of ominous.
It's probably just your imagination. You should really pick it up, Mr. Nick. It could be important.
Hello?
We've got a big problem, pal.
What's wrong?
I'm on my way to your office right now.
Okay. Hey, wait a sec. Why is he coming here?
It's terrible.
I like how his picture's still there.
Oh, I got here faster than I thought.
Hey.
No time to relax now, pal. I'm as confused as anything here.
Well, what happened?
We got him. We know who bought that spy camera.
Huh?
Oh,
This quickly?
and this bear's what gave him away, pal.
The bear?
I figured it out, pal. I figured that we should have been looking into the bear instead of the camera.
But wasn't it Mr. Edgeworth that figured?
Pearls. And go on.
There's only one person who bought one of those bears who's related to this crime.
Who is it? Who would be so rude as to spy on another person in their room?
Man on guard.
Yep, that checks out. Interesting. So yeah, it seems like he did film it for like insurance on the assassin, but that doesn't make sense because the assassin knew. Unless he bought it for the assassin, but the assassin knew what happened in that room after he left. So how did he know that if he didn't have the recording equipment?
Man on guard.
Huh?
Man on guard. Your client, that's who, pal.
And here I thought things couldn't get any worse. Yabba-dub-dabba-da-dub, stuffed bear. Are you sure you heard right that the person who bought this bear was MG? MEG?
I heard it from the department store clerk, pal. This is the credit card receipt for the purchase.
It's for $3,800, pal. That's an exact match to the price of the stuffed bear. A receipt? That's all you have?
Nah, it's not just the receipt, pal. The store clerk also said so himself. He told me I'm sure I sold that bear to Mr. On Guard. I mean, the clerk even got Mr. On Guard's autograph out of it, pal. So I'm sure the person who bought the bear was Mr. On Guard.
My sight is failing me. This can't be. Credit card receipt added. Oh my god, this is so bad. Honestly, I hope this is where this is going and it's not a fake out and my client actually is guilty because it'll be interesting to see where the game goes, right? Like, what is the game's logic as to the ethics of this? Will the game say that it's the right thing to do to serve your duty as a lawyer and uphold that institution? Or if you should go rogue and just get the guy who's guilty into jail?
Spy camera.
So what about the spy camera we found?
That was a dead end, pal. I mean, you could get this kind of thing from anywhere. But for now, I guess I could give these two back to you to file away into evidence.
Yabba-dab-dab.
I know you don't want to give up, pal.
I never thought. I didn't think it was possible. The person who put the spy camera in Juan's room was Matt on guard.
Why? Why would Mr. On Guard do something like this?
I bet it was to catch Miss Andrews and Mr. Carita in one of their rendezvous.
I bet it's not good enough for me. I have to know the absolute truth behind this camera.
Are you going to see him, Mr. On Guard, I mean?
Yes.
I'm scared, Mr. Nick. I wonder what we will find out next.
Yabba-dub-dee-bee-dee-dub. I'm scared myself, but I have to put on a good face for Pearls. Matt on guard, what in the world have you done? I feel like the thing is, I feel like the game is leading up to the, like, quote-unquote right choice being to get your client thrown in jail, which is weird, because I think that's the morally wrong choice. But it feels like that's what the game's setting up, right? Because if it was just do your job and get the not guilty verdict, the Maya thing wouldn't be a dilemma at all. Like, the fact that the kidnapper says that if Matt on guard's guilty, he's gonna murder Maya, that just, like, would not be an issue at all. They'd be like, okay, because I'm gonna get him not guilty anyway. It's not a problem. You got it, brother. The living room.
On Guard Mansion, living room.
It looks like no one is around.
What happened to that person with the stuffed teddy face?
Oh, she must mean that butler with the stitches on his face.
Shoo!
Meow!
Oh, there you are. I guess you're still awake, huh, Shoo?
I love that bit crushed meow sound. It's so good. I really wish they had just pulled the Demon Souls and just used the actual, like, photo of the cat to put on there for his profile. That would have been fucking amazing. That Demon Souls thing is so legendary, the cat ring.
Come on, let's play.
I wonder if that butler, Mr. Doe, is already asleep or not.
Yub-a-dub-dub. Heeb-a-dee-deeb.
Hold up 1 second, guys. I'm gonna BRB real fast to go refill my water, as we are now exactly halfway through the stream. Seems like a good place to take a quick break. When I return, we will continue this investigation. We will hopefully at least begin, if not finish the trial completely tonight. But yeah, when we get back, we're gonna try to break Madongard's secret, wring it from his lips, and then do the trial and find out what happened to Maya. I hope she died. See you after this quick commercial break. Okay, I'm back. Did you guys enjoy the epic rock and roll music? I bet at least one person has made the Phoenix Wright rap over this beat. I can almost guarantee you that someone has made the Phoenix Wright trap remix with Drip Phoenix Wright standing in the background.
This is my jam.
Who hangs an entire motorcycle? Yeah, it's gotta be a fucking sociopath. That's just, like, not only is that weird, it's just stupid behavior. You can't even ride that fucking Pee Wee Herman's bicycle looking ass motorcycle.
There's a small door at the bottom of this bigger door. You mean shoe?
The door is locked tight. Just fucking shove idiot Pearl through the door, man. He's a suspect in a criminal case right now. For fuck's sake.
Oh, there's a giant cooking hearth here.
That's actually a fireplace. Oh yeah, we already did all this. So nothing new happened here.
Arg.
Yeah. There's nothing new here. Damn it. At least it played sick ass music. Open Spotify album. Is this the Phoenix Wright Trap Remix rap? Oh, it's all the soundtracks. That's pretty cool. Good job, Capcom sound team. Damn, it's an hour and a half long, too. All the titles are in fucking French or something. I can't read shit. So I still haven't gotten any new evidence, though, is kind of the issue here. Like, I know what I should be saying, but I don't know how. Pissed off to bear. Let's try talking to On Guard. Like, Adrian's seems easier, and it's only one lock, but... You're working really late, you know. It's already past 10 p.m., dude. I think it's time you told me the truth. Relax. Don't you know that ignorance is bliss? But if you really want to know, let's talk. But yeah, we have way more evidence to show On Guard. Like, we have fucking articles, the suicide reports, the fucking credit card receipt, the transceiver, the bill, the webcam. We got all sorts of shit for him.
Let's try to break his shit open. Die, motherfucker.
Yeah, they're basically a French or some shit.
Ding, 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 ding.
You're in trouble, young man. You've been telling tales. Matt's secret. Now let's hear what this secret of yours is. What if Mr. Kurita had been successful in his plan? What would he have disclosed? I told you before, dude. I don't know. I don't know anything about one, okay? Look, Mr. Wright, I can keep on saying it until I'm blue in the face, but I totally didn't pay Juan any attention the whole time that night. I mean, come on. I was in the middle of a nap. Don't lie to me. Huh? I know you paid close attention to Mr. Kurita, especially on that night.
Yum, yum, yum. You had a motherfucking webcam.
Someone used this camera to secretly film Mr. Kurita's room on the night of the murder. Secretly film? What? And then sent the images the camera took with this transmitter. Wow, but dude, where was this camera you're talking about hidden?
It was in your motherfucking bear hole.
The spy camera was hidden in this bear's eye. A bear that was supposed to be a present from a fan. Damn, but that was 2 pieces of evidence just for 1 lock. I don't think we actually have enough. Huh. I guess Juan had a few of those kinds of fans too, huh, dude? Actually, I wouldn't say this bear was a present from a fan. Huh, you sure did? Who else could it be from? The person who gave this bear to Mr. Kurita was... Q, motherfucker! Mr. On Guard, don't you know this bear from somewhere? I don't think I've ever met Mr. Bear before, dude. Ah, but he says he knows you. How could you forget such a great friend? What else did the bear tell you? He says the one who put the camera in his eye was you, Mr. On Guard. If I didn't know how you work in court, I'd think I was in some serious trouble. Come on, this is all a joke, right, dude? You're just pulling my leg. Looks like you're not ready to give up your secret yet. Well, do you have any proof that you want to show me first? Here is proof that it was you who put the camera inside the bear. I don't have that. Oh, yeah, I have this. The receipt that he bought it, but... I don't know, like, that he put the camera in... Like, I have proof that he bought the fucking bear. Yeah, but I'll try this, but I don't think I have the evidence for this. The credit card receipt. I have here 1 credit card receipt, Mr. On Guard. It's from when you bought the stuffed bear. Dude, all you can tell from that is that I spent $3,800. I go to that department store all the time, okay? This $3,800, this could be the toothbrush that I bought that one time. Yo, dude, a $4,000 toothbrush. Go see a Star Wars. What the fuck is this guy talking about?
He's stupid.
A $3,800 toothbrush? It's ivory and it's got elephant hair for bristles. That's fucked up, dude. You're a sick bastard, Matt on guard. Even if he didn't commit the crime, that's still fucked up. Guys, don't hunt elephants. Elephants didn't do anything to you. Pachyderms or swaggyderms as it's known. Ew, elephant hair. Is that what rich people use nowadays? Anyway, the store clerk clearly remembers you and your purchase. After all, you even gave him an autograph, did you not? Dude, you should have said that earlier. So can I ask you one thing? Yes? You're my lawyer, right, dude? So if you are, then why are you looking into stuff like that? Because if I don't know the truth, I can't help you. It sounds more like stupid lawyer talk to me. Hey, let's stop talking about this, okay? No, not yet. I haven't asked why you set the camera up yet. And what your secret is. Of course, it would be strictly confidential. So, what are you gonna do now? I'm gonna find out what I want to know, because I must. The reason you hid this camera in Mr. Karita's room and filled it in secret is... This one is turf. I mean, it's so... I think it's this. I think it's the card. But that seems weird. John, you oaf. I'm not an oaf, Chimichanga, okay? I'm about to fucking crack this case wide open. If I can get this guy to talk about what happened. It's gotta be this. It's gotta be the card. Nothing else makes sense in the evidence. Take that! Come on, don't fuck up. What is this card? Maybe he doesn't know about this card. This is a certain man's calling card. The man's name is Shelly Dakilla, and I'm sure you know of him, don't you? Shelly Dakilla? That's ridiculous. Why would I know some shady scumbag like him? If you really don't know him, why are you acting so jumpy all of a sudden? This is it. I'm finally starting to get to the truth. I can't afford to make any more mistakes now. Mr. Matt on guard, I know why you know Dakilla. It is because you're a hero of justice. It's because you're his client. Since you're the one who set up that camera, that means you knew. You knew exactly what was going to happen in that room. So, how? How would you know something like that? It's because you're his client. That's why. You hired Shelly Dakilla to kill a Mr. Juan Carilla. The real mastermind behind this whole murder is you, Matt on guard. And here I was, trying to be a good boy for you, dude. I thought if you didn't know, you'd be able to do your job without feeling bad. Well, that's what I thought, anyway. Mr. On guard, you really did hire? Yubba, yubba, yubba. Hold on a sec, I'm gonna consult myself, okay? What? Consult my... That's what he's been doing the whole time? I assumed he was talking to the killer. Consult myself? Well, I guess it's probably about time anyway. About time for what? I think it's time for you to meet him now, Mr. Lawyer, dude.
Oh, yeah, baby, one try!
What? That's so stupid. How do you do, Mr. Lawyer? I'm Matt on guard. I picked a very bad voice for him, given he's got to think of Brandy now. Oh my god, he's so evil. What happened to his face? Juan probably kicked him with his back feet like a scared jackrabbit in a summer barbecue. Matt's secret. Well done, Mr. Wright. No, that's the killer's voice. He's the killer too, though. They're both killers together. Damn it. Come on, man. You wear a Thriller jacket. You can't be an evil man. Nobody who's evil would be into Thriller or make it. I bet it wasn't easy to gather as much information as you have. You really? So you are Shelly Dakiller's client? You didn't really think I would dirty my own hands in this, did you? What do you mean? And that woman, Adrian, was quite brave herself. Trying to stick the crime on me, I didn't think she had it in her. But all I care about is that Juan is dead. Isn't that right, Mr. Lawyer?
That's... You're lying! What a terrible...
He is a terrible.
It's way past your bedtime, little girl, as you can clearly see by how dark it is outside. Go on and let us grown-ups talk about more adult things.
But why? Why did you hide the video camera and...
A weakling soon believes the words of others, just like that pathetic Adrian.
He knew about Miss Andrews' secret? Dude, it is Leonardo DiCaprio. Holy fuck! Evil Leonardo. This is because he didn't get his fucking Oscar over and over again. It finally broke his mind. He took a fake Oscar and created those scratches over his own face. Phoenix Wright gets disbarred. He should, man. I hope he does the right thing. I hope Phoenix Wright does the ethical thing. I mean, it's tough, right? Because the ethical thing in this case is not exactly morally sound. But doing the opposite would have a horrible precedent that would lead to way more evil in the future. If he breaks the lawyer's code of doing their fucking job, then it just becomes the Wild West. Like, it just turns into vigilante justice. If your defense attorney decides that you did it, regardless of whether or not you did, all of a sudden he just teams up with the prosecution to get you indicted. Like, it's a fucked up thing to set as a precedent. He knew about Miss Andrews' secret?
But I'm no weakling. I don't believe anyone, least of all assassins. What? Oh, come now, Mr. Wright. Assassins aren't above blackmail. They turn their clients into cash cows by holding the sinful deed over their heads. And a superstar like me, how much do you think I'm worth? Care to guess?
And that's why?
Yes, that's where the video comes in. It's got his face and the crime scene recorded on it, preserved for all time. With that, I can keep him at bay, and even blackmail him if I want. That's right, that video was my insurance. Isn't that what they call it, Mr. Wright?
Why would you do something so wrong?
Here's a problem with this scenario. Again, it doesn't actually make sense if you stop to think about it. Because the whole reason we got roped into this case to begin with is because the killer himself called us up and told us, yo, I just found out someone's in the crime scene fucking with it, framing Matt on guard. How did he know that if he's not the one who set up the cameras? If Matt on guard told him that, his question would have been, why does my client know that? Oh shit, my client was spying on me. Therefore, I don't have any loyalty to him. It doesn't make sense yet. It's so weird. There's still something to this that doesn't make sense. There's more to discover here.
Why would you do something so wrong?
Because I'm a grown-up and I can. Good enough of an answer for you, little girl?
Yes.
They specifically mentioned that this assassin is quote-unquote honorable, even though he kills people for money. He's so honorable, though. Motive for murder. So I imagine this wouldn't sit well with him.
Why? Why would you kill Mr. Corrida?
Because he was about to sling so much dung onto my beautiful public image. Scandals are a little annoying, aren't they? This is all because of that press conference, isn't it?
If Mr. Corrida had been able to give it, then Mr. On Guard's secret would've.
Ha, well, that's what we call taking advantage of the situation, you know? I had no interest in doing it, really, but bit by bit it crept up on me. And then the situation just presented itself perfectly. How beautiful, I thought.
And that's how Mr. Corrida ended up dead.
Let me tell you something. I'm not like Adrian. I don't depend on anyone. People are simply things to be used and thrown away. Put on a sweet, innocent face, and people will swallow anything you feed them. Adrian fell for it, the assassin too. Oh, and how can I forget? Even you fell for it, Mr. Lawyer. Everyone all working their butts off for me, Matt on guard.
He's so fucking based, dude. He's so evil.
Aw, did that leave you speechless? What a shame. What's wrong, Mr. Lawyer? You've got awfully quiet.
How could I have been so deceived by you all this time? Because, you showed him the magical MacGuffin, and he didn't light up for no reason. He used the power of semantics to escape from its judgment. I'm technically not the killer. I didn't stab him. Yo, it's the robots! Woo! I didn't see the robots. Yo, what's up, Carrie? Welcome back. Yeah, this guy's evil. He hired the assassin who was the real killer. So we were right about that. The kidnapper is the real killer. It's an assassin that's working for this guy, who he hired to kill Corrida because Corrida had some blackmail on him that he was about to reveal. He was about to reveal some, like, dark secrets this guy has. And, you know, his public image is like, oh, I'm just a ditzy airhead who's a nice guy. So if this got out, it would have ruined his career. How could I have been so deceived by you all this time? When we first met, I asked if you had killed Juan Carita. And you answered very clearly that you hadn't killed anyone.
Hey now, I never told you any lies. The person who did the killing was that killer guy, right? All I'm guilty of is taking a catnap in my room.
You killed Mr. Carita!
I dare you to say that in court tomorrow. Oh, but too bad, you can't. You're my lawyer after all, aren't you? You could always drop my case and refuse to represent me. How does that sound? Oh, but you can't, can you? That would be the one thing you absolutely can't do.
Mystic Maya.
You wouldn't want to test the killer. He's a man of his word, or so I hear. You could end up getting a certain friend of yours rubbed out if you lose.
You scoundrel! That's a bit of a light word to use on this fucking guy.
So if I were you, Mr. Wright, Esquire, I think I would give it my all tomorrow. Remember, everyone likes a happy win-win resolution.
I'll get you for this.
That's such a cliche phrase. Juan said something just like that, if memory serves. Of course, well, we all know how well things turned out for him, don't we? Good night, Mr. Lawyer.
Maya, what am I supposed to do? And now you finally found it. Where did you come from?
The starting line of this case. Edgeworth? I don't care for the horrid atmosphere here. Let's return to the precinct.
They just fucking drove there. They just fucking drove there in pure silence together. And now they're gonna resume the conversation.
Well, Wright, what are you going to do? If you plan on changing your strategy...
No! We can't do that.
That's right. He's holding Maya hostage.
What should I do?
That's not something I can answer for you.
Mr. Edgeworth.
Right, only you can decide where to go from here. 1 year ago, at that time, I didn't truly understand what a prosecutor was. And that is why I had to leave the prosecutor's office. I felt that I couldn't stand in a court of law until I knew what a prosecutor really was. And now, Wright, it's your turn.
My turn?
What is that thing called a lawyer? What can you do as one?
You must find the answer, and you must find it on your own.
Yeah, the thing is,
this really isn't a moral quandary at all, but it's being presented as one. If you choose not to recuse yourself for a selfish reason, like you're afraid Maya's gonna die, then you have a duty to get the guy not guilty, like straight up. Full stop. That's the end of it. If you're representing him as his lawyer in court, your duty is to get him off. Sexually and legally. That's all there is to it. Now, you could recuse yourself and take the risk that Maya dies. That would also be an ethical option. If you really can't stomach defending a guy who you know is completely guilty, guaranteed, then the right thing to do is recuse yourself and hope that the killer doesn't murder your friend and that it was a bluff. You can't have it both ways. You really can't. Like, this is so fucked up if he actually goes through with this. You must find the answer, and you must find it on your own. The most awkward car ride. It was an awkward car ride. It is true. It's absolutely true. Because think about it. This one case, it's permissible, right? Like, morally permissible to fuck with your trial and, like, team up with the prosecution, conspire against your defendant. But you can't examine it as just a lone incident. It's a court case. It's a precedent. If you set the precedent that it's okay to abandon clients that you personally think are shitty or that you think are guilty, then it's the Wild West. Every lawyer can do that. Every defense lawyer can just decide, hey, my client, I'm pretty sure they're guilty. I'm going to team up with the prosecution and get them executed. Like, it's not okay. That's the whole reason there's a separation of prosecution and defense, is that each side deserves to be represented to the best ability of the person who represents them. Because that's the way to cut the closest to the truth. There's no way to actually tell the objective truth in any one situation. At the end of the day, it always comes down to judgment, but the closest you can get is by each side presenting the strongest case they can. You owe that to your client, no matter who they are. It's the very fundamental basis of the legal system, at least in the US. I don't know about in Japan.
Matt on guard.
I'm a lawyer, but to fight for someone who is clearly a killer, Matt on guard. That man is really ARG! It doesn't matter who, every person deserves a proper defense in a fair trial. See, Edgeworth is actually kind of based right now. Isn't that the basis of our judicial system? Ha! Owned! Proper defense? But what exactly is that? Is it where a lawyer forcibly and blindly gets an acquittal through shouting and trickery? Ironic that you of all people should say such a thing. Isn't that exactly how you have fought for your clients up until now? Oh, well, that may be true, but that's because I believed in my clients, that they're innocent from the bottom of my heart. But if I were to get on guard and acquittal, that isn't a proper defense at all. Then recuse yourself. Fucker, you can't have it both ways. You can't have your cake and eat it too. Yeah, it's a hard job. I think that's why being a defense attorney is such a hard job and so few people do it. It doesn't pay well and it's very, ethically taxing. But it's the right thing to do. I mean, it's the foundation of it. It's the only way that is fair to everybody involved. Because otherwise, I mean, think about it. It makes sense if you think about it through the lens of everybody is fundamentally a good person. But if you think about it through the lens of some lawyers are shitheads, you could have a lawyer who hates women, and his client is a woman, so he's like, she probably did it. I'm just gonna team up with the prosecution. I buy it. Or a guy who's racist, his client's black. He did it. It's probably him. It just doesn't work. That's the reason that they have those two separate roles whose job is to build as good of a case as they can. My situation. I became a lawyer because I thought I could save people who were suffering and in pain. But when I look at this mess we're in, I can't even protect the person closest to me. Even if I win the case, I still lose in the end. I just don't know what to do. Right, would you get a hold of yourself? You have it all wrong. Huh? We aren't some sort of heroes. We're only human, you and I. You want to save someone? That's something easier said than done, wouldn't you say? Yo, you know what would be sick? Okay, this is the one solution that would actually allow for a fully fine outcome. Is if Edgeworth is just straight up better than me. They've set up the entire game that he's been off training, he was gone on this spirit quest to become a better prosecutor. He came back and has been kicking ass. So if what we do is go in tomorrow and just have this fucking long ass slugfest where we go through all the evidence and all the possibilities, and meanwhile Edgeworth put together that team that's searching for Maya, if they rescue Maya during that, and then he actually legitimately wins, he just bests you, there's nothing else you can do and you just lose the case, that would be the one way this can be a perfect outcome for everybody. Is if Phoenix Wright loses. He just straight up loses after trying his absolute best. That's the only way I could see there being absolutely no little sticky, ethical hangups. So that's, if it gives me a choice, that's what I'm going for. I'm going to defend the client to the best of my ability. Thus, you are a defense attorney. You can't run away from that. You can only fight. That's all you can do. Why fight? People like you and Franziska von Karma are always using all you have to pin me down. You fight to the very end, even when you know the truth is not with you. But I'm not like you. I can't fight for a false verdict, for a man I clearly know to be guilty. Franziska, she fights for herself. The only thing she fights for is her perfect win record, that's all. And? Isn't that the same as you? Yes, that's exactly my motivation in the first game. Isn't that why you ran away a year ago? Because your precious win record was destroyed? You are so petty. I see. Now I understand why you despise me so. However, you are mistaken. What are you? Thanks to you, when you sealed off my path to a perfect win record, I began to realize the error of my ways. I realized that things such as a perfect record were meaningless. What? I don't believe you. Are you saying that is why you left the office? But then, why? Why are you here now? The answer to that is something you will find out on your own. I have faith you will see it before the verdict is read tomorrow. But if you can't, then you will be powerless to change the ending of this story.
Oh my god!
Mr. Nick, the transceiver.
I'm sorry for what happened earlier. Now then, Mr. Attorney, do you wager you can obtain an acquittal tomorrow? My, what is the matter, Mr. Attorney? I don't sense your usual anger this time.
Tell me, please. Why are you holding Maya hostage for Mr. On Guard's sake? Why are you? Why are you doing this for that cold-blooded killer?
Right. Please don't misunderstand things. He is my client.
Don't toy with me. A man who hires an assassin is just as much of a killer himself.
I believe you are asking me for a reason as to why I'm doing what I am.
Yeah.
This is what I like to call my aftercare.
What the heck is aftercare?
My name carries a certain amount of honor and dignity, Mr. Attorney. I take great care to ensure that no suspicion falls upon my clients for my handiwork. That is what is called client relations, and it is part of an assassin's duty.
An assassin's duty? Interesting. This is pretty cool, like, thematically. Thematically, this is, like, really interesting because it's, like, all three of these people, Edgeworth, Phoenix, and the assassin, interestingly enough. It's like the clashing of these different worldviews, right? Phoenix has this very naive idea that every time he gets a client, they're going to be innocent, and that he can truly believe that. And, like, now he's having to come to head with that. And, like, Edgeworth just got back from his quest, right? And he's realized, like, the truth behind the judicial system, that everybody has to put forward their best case for the absolute fairest outcome. And even the fucking assassin is going to have to come to head with the fact that his client's a huge piece of shit. Like, he's talking about duty and honor and, like, oh, I owe this to my clients because they put all this trust in me and they hired me to do this job. And meanwhile, we know that his client is secretly fucking him over behind his back. So it's gonna have to come to a point, too, where the assassin has to make a decision about what's more important as well. Like, his honor or, like, the client being evil. Because it seems like he's kind of like a mirror image of Phoenix in a certain sense. He's, like, he feels the same way about things. He just can't believe that his clients aren't as upright as he is. An assassin's duty?
We were unlucky this time, and my client was arrested as a suspect. As a result, I did what I had to do to enlist your expert help, Mr. Attorney, and to ensure that you would do everything in your power to the very end.
What is your name?
I believe I told you once before. However,
you did, but
my name is the Killer. Shelley the Killer.
You're Shelley the Killer?
Please keep in mind you do not have much space to maneuver with me. As a killer, I always finish what I set out to do. If you fail to keep up your end of the bargain,
Maya!
It would be my duty as an assassin to see to it she receives a nice long nap.
Oh, no!
Now then, if you'll excuse me, if someone were to trace this signal back to me, it would be quite troublesome.
Well, that confirms that it's inside of What's-His-Face's house, if it wasn't obvious enough already. It's inside of On Guard's house. Mystic Maya!
I don't know what to say.
Edgeworth. Did you hear that at the end of that transmission?
Oh, sorry, I was just practicing my cat sounds. I thought I already hung up.
Duty. Nice. He's a cat boy assassin. A cat? It can't be. That cat. Can it? Oh, please. Please. For the love of all that is holy. Please. Make it so that the cat is the final witness, the star witness of the trial. I fucking beg you that the cat is the last witness of this game.
What is it?
I think I know where Shelley the Killer is holding Maya. Edgeworth, have all police units head for On Guard Mansion immediately.
Alright, you hurry over as well then.
Don't lose hope yet, Pearls. The fight has only just begun.
Yeah.
Dude, this music's so fucking hype. Mia? Yeah, Mia has not shown up straight. Mia has just, like, not been a thing, even though it is the most useful power to have in this case. Man, please take the supernatural shit out of the third game. It's so bad. It ruins every case. Like, this case could have literally been solved by holding the green gem up to every single person and asking if they're the killer. It would have ended when we talked to the butler. And if they used the fucking stupid sister ghost power, they could have just gone back and forth between Pearl and Maya until they figured out where she was. Like, Mia can be summoned into either of their bodies, so we'd have a person on the inside and a person on the outside that both have the same information. It's so stupid. It ruins every case. It makes it so hard to suspend your disbelief.
I'm going in!
The cat did it. That would be fucking sick, dude. The cat is Shelly the Killer. It's just putting on a human voice the whole time.
It's the bear!
This is SJW sex trafficking symbol. Yo, it is, dude. This whole case is SJW sex trafficking symbol, dude. Think about it. It's Hollywood elites. It's all actors that's happening.
Oh my god. Matt on Guard is so evil.
It's basically, if you flip the words around like a Harry Potter, it actually spells Epstein Mansion, if you could believe that. It was all a hint back when this game came out.
Maya! Please answer us, Mystic Maya.
We have this area completely surrounded. There's no way for him to escape. Assuming he's still in the area. I can't believe it. That butler, all this time, he was the killer. He and On Guard were working together all this time. I'm sure they had worked out a contingency plan ahead of time.
Oh, it's a figurine of a bear. But there are lots of cuts in it for some reason.
A wooden bear-shaped figurine. It's covered in many thin cuts. Oh, that's the one Maya saw. A bear? Isn't that more of a thing for Mr. Kurita? Why would something like this be here? Right, look down. Look down. Don't look them in the eye. There's a little pet door installed here.
Ah, I'm sure that's for Shu.
Do you think that this came through that little door? This door, it's locked. Well, I'm pretty used to breaking doors down by now. Let's go, Edgeworth. Here's the thing about that bear, the mysterious bear we found. I didn't think about it up till now. Like, I forgot about it since the last session when we were talking about it in the trial, and I was trying to figure it out, like, the whole time. I think that's where the suicide note is. I think somebody cut open the bear and shoved the suicide note in there. Because that's the one thing we have not found. Like, back when it was looking like Andrews was the killer, I thought, oh, the suicide note's in the guitar case, right? Like, that's how he brought it there, so that's why it's open and empty, is that she stole it. But then it never came up during the trial. So we still don't know where the suicide note is. And we know that Juan Corrida had it, and that Juan Corrida had an excess of stuffed animals, like stuffed bears. So I'm thinking that might be the place they stuffed the suicide note, that he's hiding it. Well, I'm pretty used to breaking down doors by now. Let's go, Edgeworth, because they specifically went out of their way as well, just to further strengthen the case. They went out of their way to show that it's, like, covered in cuts, right? Like, they specifically described the fact that it's all cut up.
Slam! Bam! Wham!
This is where Maya was. Arg, there's no one here. From the looks of this room, I would say this is On Guard's private lounge. Look at this, Wright. An antennae for sending and receiving radio signals and a VCR. Check inside the deck. If there's a tape, it would be an important piece of evidence. If we're lucky, it'll have the moment of the crime was committed recorded on it. I'm sorry, but the tape deck is empty. There's no tape to be found.
No.
But there's no mistake that someone used this to record something. It looks like someone took the tape we're looking for and escaped with it. Shabba-dabba-dee-be-dab. But the thing is, the only one who could have done that was the assassin. So now the assassin has the one piece of evidence that could turn him against my client, which is good. If he actually takes the time to watch that, he will see that his client was blackmailing him. So that's good. It's not all a wash. The problem is, if he's really as, like, honorable and duty-bound as he claims, then he wouldn't do that. He wouldn't invade his client's privacy by watching their shit. Wine cellar. We've searched all over, but it looks like he got away. I'm sorry. It looks like he slipped out of our grasp this time. And now, we've lost our only lead. Don't give up yet. That little girl is looking for you to be her pillar. Yeah, you're right. We're close, I can tell. We've already set up checkpoints along every route leading out of this district. Leave the rest to us. Maya.
It's the photograph.
This looks like a picture of Miss Impax. With love, Celeste.
Miss Impax? You mean?
Yes, Mr. Corrida's former manager.
Why would a picture of Miss Impax be here in Mr. On Guard's mansion?
And why does it say with love? This might be a clue. Yeah, I think that's pretty clear. That, the reason she killed herself was that she was having an affair with, what's-his-face, On Guard, and he told Juan to fuck with him.
Ah,
What's wrong, Pearls?
please let me see that picture frame.
Ah, what's so special about the frame?
On the back, there's something written on the back. Maya. It's Mystic Maya. She left us a message.
That's not a helpful message at all. Why didn't you write something more important?
What?
That is literally the least information she could have given us. Oh, okay, here we go. She didn't actually write Maya on it. I thought she wrote Maya on the back of the picture.
I thought you'd come. I knew you would. Now listen up. You'd better get on guard guilty sentence, okay?
No, it's not my fucking job.
If you get that creepy slime bag of not guilty, I'll never forgive you, ever. I'm fine, so you don't need to worry.
Honestly, Maya, I could not care less if you forgive me. I'm gonna go ahead and do my job.
I'm fine, so you don't need to worry. There's so much I want to write, but I don't think I have a lot of time left. Pearly, you're there too, right? Make sure you help Nick, okay? Someone's got to watch out for the helpless lunk. That's it for now, Nick. I guess I'll talk to you guys later.
Beep, 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 beep.
That's I. No! Mystic Maya. Oh.
Right. What's wrong? Why the blank stare? Oh, nothing. We've searched the house, and this is the last room. It looks like he eluded us. Edgeworth? Yes? As far as clues go, I think this is about all I'm gonna get. But I'm still short one last thing. And what is that?
Gakong.
Miss Andrews' psych lock. If I could just find out what secret she's holding, then I think I stand a chance in court tomorrow. To blow this case wide open and expose the truth. Maya died. No.
I'm being executed right now, Nick. He's slitting my throat. Goodbye.
That was the last thing she ever wrote. I think I know what you're thinking. I'll contact you in the detention center. Thanks, Edgeworth.
Well, let's go,
Pearls. Why does it switch to characters and then Phoenix talks? It makes no sense. It pisses me off. Well, let's go, Pearls. It's time to open that last lock. Pearl miming a sad blowjob? That's disgusting. Detention center. Good evening, Mr. Wright. What's wrong? You look ill. This character does not have a voice. There's like no consistent voice I found for her at all. Miss Andrews, I have come to remove your psych lock. Guard, could you please get this man the fuck away from me? Psych lock? I want to know, and you will tell me. Your secret! Fine, go ahead. Try to break me if you can.
Gumba 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 gumba.
Did I even get any more evidence, though?
Oh, yeah! Oh, yeah!
Okay, I found the evidence. It was just that.
Good. Why frame him?
Can you please tell me why you framed Mr. On Guard for murder? I've already told you countless times. It's because I thought he was the killer. No, that's not it. I know you have a personal reason. Miss Andrews, I know you think I didn't hear it, but I heard you say something earlier. You said revenge. So you're saying I was taking my revenge, and that's why? What an absurd idea. I don't have anything I want to take revenge for. Miss Andrews, a woman who lives by being dependent on other people. There is something or someone in her past that would make her take revenge.
It's her motherfucking manager girl.
Take that!
Just punch her in the throat. That's the true way to break the psych lock, is just police brutality. Just take a fucking billy club to her legs and see how long she lasts. So Celeste, there's only one catalyst that would cause such strong feelings, and even revenge. And that is Miss Impax's suicide.
Suicide.
What are you trying to say? Celeste was Juan's manager. On top of that, the one who hit her suicide note was also Juan. What does all this have to do with Matt? You're right, you haven't mentioned him, yet. But for you to hate Mr. On Guard, it would mean that he must have had some relation to Miss Impax and her suicide. Can you explain to me what this relation is between Celeste and Matt? By the way, I know we read all this before when we were trying to break the cycle lock, but that was like an hour ago, so I'm just doing it again. With love. This is as far as we got, though. This is a photo of Miss Impacts, correct? She looks younger than when she passed away, though. W. Good job. That was the best line in the fucking game, dude. The dialogue queen right here. Hey, what's up, Brockor? Dude, Brockor's being racist. Brockor, you're getting banned from Path of Exile for that one, dude. With love, Celeste. This is Miss Impacts' handwriting, isn't it?
Where did you find this? No, that's all right. It was a rhetorical question.
Yeah, it is. What? What? I found this at Mr. On Guard's mansion.
W. And after all this time, my last remaining secret has been revealed.
Kabam! I win!
I always win. In the end.
A narcissist.
Path of Exile mods were so funny. If you guys missed that, I streamed Path of Exile and I said something racist against white people, and they tried to ban me. All this other offensive shit was being talked about in the chat, but I typed like a joking thing about white people and they tried to ban me. Unfortunately, I evaded them with expert skills, so they couldn't ban me. Why frame them?
Celeste, she was supposed to get married to Juan.
Yes, but I heard that it didn't work out.
Because Mr. Corita didn't want to get married to her anymore, right?
Yes, because of Matt.
But because of Mr. On Guard? What do you mean?
I think I can see where this is going. Honestly, that's kind of fucked up. That's not like super his fault, to be honest. Like, don't get me wrong, Matt On Guard is a huge piece of shit. To do this specifically to get at this guy he wants to hurt. But at the same time, like, it's her fault. He had no obligation to Juan. She had an obligation as his fiance to not cheat on him. Like, in this particular instance, Matt On Guard is the less guilty one.
Celeste, she was Matt's manager a long time ago. She was the happiest woman in the world at the time.
She's a little cheater, dude. Fuck her.
I was working part-time back then, and I often saw the two together.
So that's why. With love, Celeste is written on the frame of that picture.
They were a couple, weren't they? A couple of douchebags.
It wasn't anything as splendid as that. Celeste was being used.
She's a grown-ass woman. She is a grown-ass woman. She was a grown-ass woman who was in a committed relationship with somebody else. I do not feel bad for her at all.
Celeste was being used, toyed with until she was thrown away.
That's so horrible.
Matt's entire image is built around how nice and wonderful of a man he is. A scandal would have destroyed that.
God, dude. Fucking call me On Guard.
Which is why Celeste and her kindness move over to Worldwide Studioed. And that is where she met Juan. She seemed really happy with him, even happier than when she was with Matt. Celeste and Juan were such a good match that they were even planning to get married. And then, it was suddenly called off.
Oh, so she didn't cheat on him. Interesting.
On the night Juan called their marriage off, Celeste killed herself.
Never mind, I'm sorry I was mean to Celeste. She didn't actually do anything wrong. She did the thing that people get mad about where she cheated before she knew you existed. Which is not a real thing, but people get mad about it. Like, at this point, she had never fucking met him. But she had slept with his arch nemesis, and so it, like, wounded his ego too much. It was essentially just a wound of pride, and so he called the whole thing off. So yeah, she didn't do anything wrong then. In that case, she didn't do anything wrong.
She killed herself. And that's why I framed Matt. It was revenge for Celeste and for myself.
Revenge!
Maybe Juan cheated on Celeste with... Oh my god. That would be the ultimate twist, dude. They said, nana nana boo boo, we sticked our dicks at poo poo. And also you. That is the ultimate betrayal, dude. He's the cheater all along. I had it backwards. I had it twisted.
I'm sure even you can guess why Juan called off the wedding, right? Matt confessed to Juan about his relationship with Celeste.
I see. So that's what happened.
But, then why did Mr. Corita have to call off the wedding? I don't understand at all.
He was just an egomaniac.
It was, yeah, probably because of his worthless male pride.
Yeah. I mean, it would suck. Don't get me wrong. It would suck if you found out that someone you were with fucked someone you hate a lot a long time ago. But if you were gonna get fucking married to that person, that's such a petty thing to completely call it off for. Like, at the time that this happened, she did not know he existed. It was not a betrayal in any way whatsoever. I guess you could argue that she should have told him. Like, it's a bit of a betrayal that she never told him about this. If she was gonna marry him, then she probably knew about their, like, fierce rivalry. But still, that's, I don't know, man. I don't know. It's a tough situation, for sure. For sure, it's a tough situation. At the very least.
Juan and Matt were always fierce rivals. Matt waited for the wedding announcement and then unleashed the truth on Juan. He was aiming for when it would hurt the most.
Poor Miss Impacts.
That wasn't the end of it.
Beep, beep, beep. Yeah, so he was a total douche too, Juan. Because not only did he call the marriage off because of that, but he did not care that she killed herself. He just stole this suicide note for blackmail. That's pretty fucked up.
That day, I'm almost certain that Celeste left behind a suicide note. And in that note, she left a detailed account of Matt's various misdeeds, and so that she would never again be hurt by Matt, she chose to die. Then, when Juan discovered her body, he hid her note.
But why would he do that?
It's simple. Juan realized that note was a powerful weapon against Matt, and it would be especially damaging to his refreshing like a spring breeze image. In any case, with his pride hurt, Juan sought revenge.
Revenge. There's that word again.
Juan wanted to publicly disclose the contents of that suicide note. At a time that would cause Matt the most damage, of course.
Right after he won his special little award.
And that was at the press conference after the stage show.
I know all about it because I heard it all from Juan. It was so I could find out all about this that I drew close to Juan to begin with. They're quite a pair of hideous monsters, aren't they? Even Celeste's death was something for them to use in their game. That night, when I found Juan's body, it was only natural that I thought the murderer was Matt. Those two were always spying on one another after all. As for me, I was frantically searching for Celeste's note. I wanted to destroy it before it ever went public. I was gonna burn it. I'd even brought a lighter. But I couldn't find the suicide note, and that's when revenge crossed my mind. Yes, I was going to bring to my own kind of cruel revenge.
Oh my god! This is so fucked up.
This is a cool case, though. I like this one. I honestly do not know why Pearl is involved in this. She is there exclusively for comic relief, and she's not funny. It's very annoying. She is literally the Jar Jar Binks of this game. I thought Maya was the Jar Jar Binks of this game, but I was so wrong. I was not prepared for the true Jar Jar to reveal itself.
Celeste was killed by those two monsters.
I really like this case. I think this is my favorite Ace Attorney case overall so far. I just don't like the fact that it, like, telegraphed who the killer was so early. Like, you know it within 5 minutes of the case starting. You know with almost 100% certainty that it's the kidnapper, and then it just is. I like the mystery solving aspect of these games, so, like, on that note, I don't like it that much. But I think the story in this case is easily the best. Like, it has so much going on. It has so much intrigue. It has such interesting characters that are actually complex and morally gray. And it has, like, this weird, like, trinity of characters that are having to come to terms with the way they do shit. It's pretty cool. I mean, if you look at it in another sense, too, you can even break them off into two pairs with, like, Phoenix and the killer, Dakilla, being on one side, being, like, mirror images of each other, and then Edgeworth and, what's-her-face? The other prosecutor girl also being a pair of, like, mirror images. It's pretty interesting. It's really cool. I like the way it's set up.
So when I stabbed Juan's body with that knife, I didn't feel a single shred of guilt.
Oh my god!
And that's all I have to say. Well, Mr. Wright, even knowing all this, are you still going to help that man?
I'm a lawyer.
I see. What a foul profession.
Thank you very much for your time and talking with me.
It was no big deal. I couldn't sleep anyway.
I can't sleep either. Not with Maya's situation. Or with what I know now. Ding-a-ding-dong-dong. Witcher voice. If I had to choose between two evils, I would rather not choose at all. Is that really a line from The Witcher? That's so stupid. That's like the people who say, the trolley problem isn't really a problem because I would simply tackle the train off the tracks. Actually, I would simply choose the third option.
I would just crumble up the piece of paper where it's drawn.
So evil. I love it.
Grr! How did I get into this mess? That's far enough. Oh, this was the nightmare at the beginning, right?
You can't run forever, Mr. Phoenix, right?
It is! It's the nightmare from the beginning. They had to reuse it because it was so fucking baller. What have I done wrong?
I cannot allow you to go on like this.
Please add Phoenix Wright to Smash, and this is the final Smash. But I'm just a simple defense attorney.
Silence! You are no longer worthy of your title.
Please. Dude, that would be so fucking good. If they add Phoenix Wright to Smash and the final Smash is your enemy is standing there, and then they get fucking gabbled. God, that would be fucking sick. I've had this dream before, someplace, some time ago. As if this day was written into my destiny. Today I'll stand in court as a lawyer. To prove a killer innocent. Yeah, that's the thing. I don't know if there's going to be a choice. It kind of feels like it's building up to a choice. Maybe just a narrative choice where Phoenix has to decide something. But the second he decided to defend this guy and not recuse himself from the trial and, like, you know, say, I'm not going to defend him, find a different lawyer. The second he did that, he has to go through with it. Like, you can't half-ass it at that point. It's fucked up. If you're going to step foot in the court, you have to do your job. That's all there is to it. Doesn't matter if he's guilty, you have to try to provide a defense for him. Steel Samurai. Beep! Hello, this is Phoenix Wright. No, it's not. That's a phone. You don't look so well, dude. You're gonna prove me not guilty today, right? No! What if somebody sees you?
If you please, Mr. Lawyer, remember it's not just me. Your precious friend's life is riding on today's verdict, too.
Now listen up. You'd better get on guard a guilty sentence, okay? If you get that creepy slime bag and not guilty, I'll never forgive you ever.
Maya. Phoenix. What? It's Mia. Maya, how's Maya? I don't know. You don't know? She hasn't tried to channel me since yesterday. Mia, what? What am I supposed to do? I honestly hate that they called her in to answer. Like, this is supposed to be his journey and, like, his character arc of deciding what it means to be a lawyer to him. For her to answer that for him would be super lame. I hope she says I can't tell you that. Well, like I said, for a lawyer, the worst of times are when you have to force your biggest smiles. But you can't give up. There's still some hope left. Stop it, please. There's nothing left. Not here, not anywhere. I honestly, like, the worst case scenario for me, for how this case ends, would be like an ass pull, where it's like, Matt on guard's not guilty after all, because of a technicality. Like, the killer decided to go off the rails and do something extra. That would be the lamest ending, I think. I like that it's building up to a big moral dilemma.
Erg, it's that accursed on guard again.
Will you leave me alone? Look, don't call me anymore, I mean it.
You're really mean, pal.
Gumshoe, I'm really sorry. Where are you?
They let me join the investigation team when we're chasing after the killer, pal.
Then you have some sort of lead?
Sorry, but right now we've got 0 leads. But we're not gonna give up.
Gumshoe.
Until the trial's over, until the verdict is handed down, we're gonna do everything we can to find the killer. If we can get Maya out, then you can get on guard the guilty verdict he deserves, pal.
No. That's true. I could do that if they found Maya first. No.
You got that? So you have to do whatever you can to make the trial last longer.
I have to make the trial last longer? That's so lame. I hope that's not what happens. I thought it was gonna be like, we'd have to go to a really long trial and then Edgeworth just straight up beats me because he's better right now.
If you go at Mr. Edgeworth with everything you've got, then you two can draw it out.
Oh, now I get it.
I believe in you, pal. You and Mr. Edgeworth can do it. So, believe in us. We're gonna give it all we got, just like you.
Got it. Thanks, Gumshoe. Hey, Phoenix. You understand now, don't you? You have something money will never be able to buy. Friendship. It's the strongest weapon in the world, and you have it in abundance. Yeah.
Leave, Mia, leave! Leave the game! Looks like we're coming to the end. I have to make the trial last as long as I can. Gumshoe will come through, I know it!
I know this.
That's what I was thinking, because in Marvel vs. Capcom, this is one of the X moves. Oh, really? That's amazing. That's so fucking sick. The Nightmare's the X move. Oh, I don't remember that at all. I remember he used to be able to, like, throw Maya at you and she would run in and punch you and shit, and he could pick up evidence. But that's all I remember about him.
Court is now in session for the trial of Mr. Matt on guard.
The defense is ready, Your Honor. The prosecution has been ready for a while, Your Honor.
Now, as I recall, we concluded yesterday's session with a big mystery. The mystery being what exactly was Miss Adrian Andrews' role in this murder. That is to say, is she really connected to the crime itself? Mr. Edgeworth, if you would please inform the court of today's proceedings.
Adrian Andrews. She forged evidence that threw suspicion onto Mr. On Guard, and then proceeded to escape the crime scene by wearing a nickel samurai costume. The guilt of these actions are those from which she cannot escape.
And you're saying that she's guilty after all?
I'm not finished, Your Honor. Miss Andrews has nothing to do with committing the actual murder. I would like to direct the court's attention to this card.
What is that? It looks like a shell.
This is the calling card of a certain assassin.
Assassin, you say?
Yes, Juan Carita was killed by a professional assassin. And the person who hired the assassin, his client so to speak, is Matt on Guard. His giant ass. I always forget about how fucking Edgeworth stands with like his chest puffed out and his giant ass hanging out the back. It's so funny.
What a surprising turn of events!
It's not surprising at all, you fool. I would think it's become commonplace by now, Your Honor. I know what's going on in this time, so I know that everything Edgeworth has said is true. But we still have to hold out as long as we can, at least until Maya's safe and sound. I wonder how the trial will turn out today.
Now then, please call your first witness, Mr. Edgeworth.
The prosecution calls the defendant's mentor, Mr. Will Powers, to the stand.
Miss Nerve.
I love this guy. Will Powers is so dope. Now then, witness, your name and occupation, please. I think I'm saving. I'm definitely saving. I'm gonna make like a Omega save back here in case there actually is a choice. I'm beginning to feel that it's just like a choice, like a Phoenix Wright choice, and not a player choice, though. Because it sounds like they already have a plan. Their plan is to prolong the trial until they can save Maya from Tequila and then team up on my defendant, which is stupid, but it seems like that's where it's going.
Okay, I'm Will Powers. I'm a poor, underpaid action star.
And what is your relation to the defendant?
Well, that's, I guess I'm sort of a lousy mentor to him in a way, yeah. Mr. Powers, please, you don't need to put yourself down so much. Oh, sorry. Well, I'm just kind of a nothing sort of guy.
On the night of the murder, you visited the defendant's room. Is this correct?
Yes.
I didn't know that.
But you know, I didn't actually get to see Matt when I went.
All you need to do is answer what you're asked. Now then, I would like you to please testify about when you went to Mr. On Guard's room.
Okay, sure. Testifying, yes!
First one of the session. I really hope we can finish the game today. We still have an hour and a half, so I feel like maybe we can. The low-tier hostage. It's true. She said, "Did you just try to kidnap me? Get that ass banned. Mods, get this dude out of my courtroom."
After the award ceremony, I went by myself to Matt's room.
She's got the MF Covenant coming after her, dude, running through the snow with their cloaks.
Matt was standing there in front of his room, still in the nickel samurai costume. He was talking with someone. At first, I thought it was the bellboy. I watched the two of them for a while, but then I gave up and went back. I had guests with me that night, and I couldn't make them wait for me. Nothing sounds out of place in Mr. Powers' testimony.
And talking with the bellboy is no big deal. If one assumes that the person Mr. On Guard was speaking with was an ordinary bellboy. Yeah, is fucking Phoenix Wright actually a fucking moron? Did he not realize that the bellboy was the fucking kidnapper? Like, oh my god. Not only was it obvious at the time, he literally saw the face of the bellboy with the fucking zipper face, and then he saw the face of the fucking butler, quote unquote, at Matt On Guard's place, had the same face. This dude on his stupid juice, man. Witcher is just too morally gray. He truly is. I want to play Witcher 3. I tried Witcher 2 and I didn't like it, but I hear Witcher 3 is super, super good. I need to get it next time it's on a big sale. I want it for like $5. If I can get it for $5, I'm gonna pick it up.
What are you implying?
Well, Mr. Wright, let's have your cross-examination, shall we? Looks like we're in another sticky situation. Huh? A trap. Can't you smell it, Phoenix? But for us to find out more, we're just going to have to charge in head first, right? God, I fucking hate the phase so goddamn much. I really wish they weren't in the game. Visit to Matt's room. Matt's room.
After the award ceremony, I went by myself to Matt's room.
I feel like in terms of story, this is actually the most non-intrusive Maya has been. In this case, she serves a absolute story purpose. She's literally just a damsel in distress, but she serves a purpose. And she isn't talking in your ear every 2 seconds making bad jokes. It actually works in this one case. This is the only case where Maya has worked as a character, and it's one where she's not there because she's kidnapped. It's pretty great. Let's see. After the award ceremony, Matt was standing in front of his room, still in his costume. He was talking with someone that was the bellboy. I watched the two of them for a while, but then I gave up and went back. Let's press him on this.
Howdy!
You saw the two of them, the bellboy and the defendant, together, correct?
Yeah, the bellboy just wanted to say congrats.
Now, while you were watching the two of them, did you notice anything strange?
You know, I did feel something weird. I think it was because Matt, well, he gave the bellboy a tip.
A tip? That's a perfectly normal thing to do.
So, how long did you watch the two of them? Not more than a minute or two, I think.
Yup. Let's see. Yeah, I thought the gameplay was fine in Witcher 2. I didn't hate it. It wasn't super fun, but it was serviceable. I just didn't like the story that much. I got to the dwarf place. That's where I stopped. I just got to the dwarf place and then immediately turned off the game. I didn't care about the characters. I didn't care about the world that much. And nothing in the story was super interesting so far. I was just kind of chasing Master Chief. There was the super soldier guy that I had to chase. It was just not that super interesting to me.
He was talking with someone. At first, I thought it was the bellboy. Hold it.
At first? What do you mean by that?
I didn't think he was a normal bellboy.
And why was that?
Why did I think that, Mr. Wright?
How am I supposed to know? Hey, wait a second. Actually, Mr. Powers, only a few minutes ago you stated.
You know, I did feel something.
Wow. Holy shit, dude. Thank you, God. Holy shit. This would have taken me 30 minutes. This would have been 30 minutes of me trying to figure this out. You had to do it in this order. You had to press the statement after this and then go back and press this statement for this to happen. God damn. Holy shit, I dodged a bullet here. I'm so glad I happened to press it in that order.
You know, I did feel something weird. I think it was because Matt, well, he gave the bellboy a tip.
Could it be that you felt something strange about the tip-giving incident itself?
Oh, yeah, that's it. You really know your job. Mr. Edgeworth.
Yes, Your Honor.
This bellboy, he wasn't an ordinary one, was he?
Perhaps we should let the witness tell us.
Very well. Mr. Powers, please amend your testimony. You mean about the bellboy, right?
Matt gave the bellboy a tip.
I bet he did. That's a gay joke.
So he gave the bellboy a tip. What's so strange about that?
Well, you see, Matt's not a poor penny pincher like me. I was trying to figure out how much it was because the tip really shocked me.
How much it was?
But that's when something even more surprising happened. The bellboy was putting the tip he got in his pocket. And that's when I got my first good look at the guy's face. I was really shocked. I'm afraid I don't follow at all.
It sounds like Mr. Powers was surprised twice by this event. I wonder which of his shocking moments I should ask about. Well, the tip, these are both bad. I shouldn't ask either of these things. These are both not good for my client. I should be like, yep, that sounds right to me, Your Honor. I don't see anything wrong with this at all. What was so shocking about the bellboy's face, Mr. Powers?
Well, he wasn't exactly a boy, more like an old Gramps. I hope you know that discrimination towards old men is a no-no in my court. It's in my Discord rules. No, that's not what I meant at all. In the smack middle of the guy's face, there was a line of stitches. Stitches.
Oh no, Witcher 3 has a story like 2?
Ugh.
I don't know, Witcher 2 just like... I don't remember anything interesting happening the whole time.
A line of stitches?
But then again, I didn't get super far. I did the part where like there's a weird elf resistance and like you're in this town that's like a shack on a bog. I fought a monster. And then I went to Dwarfland and I closed the game off forever.
Yeah, it went straight from the tip of top of his head to the bottom of his chin. Almost like if that thread snapped, all the stuff in his head would come spilling out.
Ah! He was there. At Unguard's house. He was that butler!
What is it, Mr. Wright?
Nothing, Your Honor. So that means On Guard was talking with the killer then. If that fact were to be exposed, On Guard would be declared guilty in a blink. Phoenix, you have to play dumb here. Pretend you don't know anything. Yes, child.
You sure you don't have anything you would like to say, Mr. Wright?
Huh? What did you just say, Your Honor?
Nothing, Mr. Wright, nothing. We're just going around in circles. Now then, Mr. Powers, please continue with your testimony.
I watched the two of them for a while, but then I gave up and went back. I guess it would be that night.
I don't know what else to press here. I had guests that night, I guess. So who are these guests you're talking about?
You guys, of course. You and mine, Little Pearl. I thought I'd be really rude since I invited you guys if I disappeared on you. So I went back to my seat pretty soon after seeing Matt in the hallway.
This is like squeezing water from a stone. It's probably pointless to press further. Do you remember this incident? Did Mr. Powers leave his seat that night? I don't remember that happening at all. Maya was making such a racket in her hyper state, I ended up focusing on her. I see. In any case, from his story, he probably wasn't gone for very long.
After the award ceremony, I went to Matt's room.
The defendant's room? Why did you go there?
Well, I'm his mentor, like a big brother sort of, and I wanted to say congrats. What's wrong? Why did you stop?
Mr. Wright.
What is it?
You're gonna try to trick me into a corner, aren't you?
Huh?
I know I'm just a poor underpaid action star, but I'm not the killer.
No one said you were, Mr. Powers.
No, please, don't trick me. Every time you do your lawyer thing, the witness suddenly turns into the bad guy.
Every time? Witness, I will personally talk to the defense at a later time, so for now, please kindly cooperate.
Sorry. So you went to the defendant's room, and then?
Hey, wait a minute. When and how did I suddenly turn into the bad guy here? Matt was standing there still in his nickel samurai costume. Are you sure that was Matt on guard?
Yeah, I'm sure. He wasn't wearing the nickel samurai mask then.
If that's the case, then he really can't be mistaken. And what was the defendant doing standing in front of his own room? He gave the bellboy a tip. I don't know what I'm supposed to do here. I don't know, like, what I'm waiting on here. This feels like I'm backed into a fucking corner. Charm of Witcher 3 is side quests. That's fun. I do like world building games. I think that's cool. It just depends if I care about the world, you know? In 2, I didn't ever feel super invested in what was going on. That was the problem I had with it. But if 3 has like a more interesting world or a more well-developed world, I can see myself getting into it. I watched the two of them for a while, then I went back. I don't know what else I need to do. Did I already press everything? I'll try this one. I gave up and went back. You saw the two of them together, correct? Yeah. Do you notice anything strange? Yeah, he gave the tip. Huh. So I have already pressed everything, because this is, when you press him on this, he says it was you and Maya. Because I remember last session I got stuck for a really long time because I was just supposed to press everything and nothing else. So I'm trying to make sure that doesn't happen again. So I did this, I did that, I did this, I did that, I did this. Do you remember this incident? Yeah, so I'm going to do something about the tip, since that was the new statement that got added. That's probably important. I already pressed him on it, but maybe there's something else I can do. So he gave him a billion tip. I was really shocked. Oh, right, I could ask about Ungard's tip, too. Duh, totally forgot about that. Good. The defendant is a huge star. He can afford to give generous tips, wouldn't you agree?
Sure, but giving him that much I think was a little too much, maybe.
A little too much? Would you please clarify for the court about how much you would say the defendant gave to the bellboy?
Honestly, I don't know. I can't even begin to guess. And why is that? Because he gave the bellboy a really, really fat roll of cash.
A roll of cash?
Yubba, yubba, yubba. Oh, well, how interesting. That certainly was a very generous tip, wasn't it?
A very fat roll of cash. That can hardly be called a tip, Your Honor. The judge is beginning to look awfully suspicious.
I'll object, because I will take more time.
You're chasing the Wild Hunt and Siri, a girl who's like a 14-year-old Witcher girl. What the fuck? That's some weird shit. It's Maya Thay, but for The Witcher. A smack-talking sidekick. The defendant is a superstar. That kind of tip is typical fare for people like him. Are you saying that all superstars are super spenders? If I could receive large rolls of cash by simply bringing people things on trays, then why on earth would I stand around here prosecuting? He's got a point. I don't even get paid, let alone rolls of cash for all my hard work.
So supposing that roll of cash was not a tip, then what was it?
Payment, Your Honor.
Payment?
Isn't it obvious? For the murder of Mr. Juan Correa.
Then the bellboy the witness saw.
Yes, he was the assassin. His big butt sticking out is so funny.
Hold your horses now, Mr. Edgeworth. You don't have any proof of this, do you?
Have I ever been unprepared to support my claims, Your Honor? I've never lost in 30 cases in a row. I have here the card Shelley the Killer left at the scene of the crime.
Shelley the Killer!
He is the person the police's special investigations team has been chasing for ages. I am certain that the person the witness saw was this very assassin, Shelley the Killer.
Really? What's wrong, Mr. Powers?
No, nothing. Something just clicked in my head, and I think I just figured something out.
Oh!
Actually, I saw that bellboy again later on that night.
What? Mr. Powers, please testify. Tell us what you saw.
Yes, sir, right away.
The second time.
This time it was in that hallway because I had to go to the bathroom. And that's when that bellboy I saw earlier came out of the room. Of course, when I say room, I mean Juan Correa's room. Now that I think about it, that bellboy did seem kind of out of place. Yeah, so he had to be the assassin, I'm sure of it. I mean...
Thank you very much. That is all we need for now. He cut him off!
Huh? But I'm not done. There's still more.
Let us first establish that the bellboy was truly Mr. the Killer. They didn't capitalize the duh this time. Come on, localizers. You have one job, man. If I can make fat rolls of cash for badly translating visual novels, why would I be sitting here streaming?
So the bellboy came out of the victim's room. And if that bellboy really was the assassin, then I think the answer is fairly obvious.
That would be correct, Your Honor. Well, Mr. Wright, I believe it's your turn to entertain and make us laugh. Ha 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 ha. This is no laughing matter. Yes, it is, Mia. Did you guys hear the fucking laugh track? I added in a laugh track in post. I didn't actually do that.
This time I was in that hallway because I had to go to the bathroom.
Okay, so I saw the bellboy come out of the room. Are you sure it was the same bellboy?
Yeah!
And how could you tell? That the bellboys wear the same uniform, after all.
But you see, well, he had those stitches in his face, looking like a motherfucking teddy bear.
Isn't it ironic that the man who loved teddy bears so much was killed by a human teddy bear? A man who's got motherfucking stitches on his face like he's goddamn Gumdrop or some shit. Gumdrop is the name of a teddy bear I just made up.
Irk. So I'm sure it's the same guy that was talking with Matt.
So which room did the bellboy come out of?
Of course, when I say room, I mean Juan Correa's room. Ever heard of it?
The victim's room, huh?
Yeah, the one with all the really pretty flowers and teddy bears. It was Juan's room, all right.
Words cannot describe how screwed I am. Let's continue with the testimony, shall we?
Now that I think about it, that bellboy did seem kind of out of place.
So what exactly was so out of place about it? Right. Why the insipid grin? Maybe because I have no idea what damaging thing he's gonna say next?
Well, the bellboy was empty-handed.
Empty-handed?
That bellboy was one of those room service people, right? But he wasn't pushing a cart and he wasn't holding a tray either. You'd call that a little strange too, wouldn't you? I agree, Mr. Powers.
But is it really that unusual for a bellboy to be empty-handed? What should I do? Should I let Mr. Powers' testimony slide, or try to pull a fast one? I mean, hey man, I'm working off of nothing here. There was nothing strange or unusual about an empty-handed bellboy.
But there really is.
There really isn't. There really is. If the two of you are done being school children, bellboys offer room service. There is no reason for them to be empty-handed ever. That's not true. What if the room I was servicing told me to leave the fucking cart and get out of here? Your Honor, I ask that the witness's previous statement be supplanted with this new one. Edgeworth, are you gonna do whatever you can to make the bellboy look suspicious?
I see. Very well. This court recognizes and grants the prosecution's request. Mr. Powers, if you could amend your testimony, please.
Yes, sir. Okay, so he amended his testimony. This is tough, man. This is really interesting, though. This is fun to have to win a case when you know you're wrong, right? Like, every other case in Phoenix Wright so far has been find the truth because your client has always been innocent. But this time, the objective is to obfuscate the truth, to like move the spotlight off of this guy who you know did it. So all of my evidence points to him. So it's tough to find shit to say when everything I have makes it seem like my client's the killer. I thought it was strange for a bellboy to come out empty-handed. So he had to be the assassin. I'm sure of it. Please don't be so quick to judge.
But if it's kind of a Powers family thing, think of every person as a thief.
Well, I guess a thief and an assassin are both sneaky and silent. That's not the point, Phoenix. In any case, if that bellboy was the assassin, it would be very bad for us. But he really is the assassin, you know? Yes, but you can't give in yet if you want to prolong this trial for as long as possible. You're going to have to pull some cheap tricks on this one. But I already pulled my cheap trick and it didn't work! And what time was it when you went to the bathroom?
Well, I don't remember. The award ceremony ended around 8 p.m., and I went to Matt's room pretty soon after that, and then I came back. And then I went to the bathroom, so I guess maybe it was around 8:10. You're not one for details, are you, Mr. Powers? Sorry. I thought I could maybe catch Matt and say my congrats.
That's when I saw the bellboy. Let's press the bellboy being empty-handed again. Maybe I have to present something against that. You're saying it's suspicious.
When I first saw that bellboy, he was holding a tray in his hand, and there was a bottle of juice and a wine glass on it.
Juice? What kind of juice was it?
I'm pretty sure it was tomato juice.
If we could come up with some sort of reason as to why he would come out empty-handed, some sort of proof, then I think we can dodge the bullet on this one for now.
Yes, perfect.
Okay, we got it then. So, we know why he was empty-handed. It's because he left the bottle, the tray, and the juice. The wine glass right here. Of course, we don't have any excuse for why he doesn't have fingerprints on it unless the uniform comes with gloves, but let's try it. First objection. First fake objection. This is interesting. This is super cool. I really like this trial. Mr. Powers.
Yes?
You're uneasily influenced by other people's words, aren't you? As soon as you heard that the bellboy might have been the killer, you got caught up in believing it must be true.
But isn't he really suspicious? He's got all those stitches and...
So, a baseball has stitches. Are you saying all baseballs are suspicious because they have stitches?
Gulp! I didn't mean that at all! Well, there's also, what about him being empty-handed?
I would like to ask the court to please take a look here. Yeah, haha, stupid idiot. See, he left the wine glass, he left the motherfucking wine bottle, he left the tray.
This is the crime scene!
There was a wine glass sitting next to Mr. Carita's body. The liquid inside this glass is tomato juice. And now, if you would look at what's on top of the table in the lower corner here, Anyone can clearly see that it's a tray with a bottle of juice on it. The bellboy had just brought this to Mr. Carita's room. He left the tray in the room, which is why he was empty-handed when he left.
But that would mean the bellboy had seen a dead body in the room.
Ah, but can you prove that Mr. Carita was already dead at that time?
Mr. Edgeworth?
Yes?
I blame you for leading me down this road.
I'm terribly sorry. What is with him? Why is he laughing? Witness, isn't there one more thing you would like to share with us? Oh, what a dick. He purposely held this off so that he would get to have this big moment, this big reveal.
Is there?
The bellboy was empty-handed. Or should I say, empty-handed? That's what you just said. That's what you just said! I recall you had something interesting to say about his hands.
Oh yeah, I almost forgot.
Huh? What?
That bellboy, he was wearing gloves.
So? Gloves?
Yeah, pitch black leather ones. All the other bellboys don't wear gloves like that, right? Black leather gloves? Why didn't you mention them earlier?
Sorry, it slipped my mind. Boy, does this make the bellboy look really suspicious. Alright, gotta focus. I can't get lax here. So what if he had gloves? A lot of bellboys wear gloves.
Come on, Mr. Wright, that bellboy was wearing black leather ones.
So, a football is made of leather. Are you saying all footballs are suspicious because they're made of leather?
Gulp. But that man, he received a large roll of cash, and then he was seen leaving the crime scene wearing black leather gloves. I don't think that even someone like myself can believe this was just another bellboy.
It seems that we have finally come to an understanding. Now then, witness, please continue with the rest of your testimony. The rest?
Oh, yeah! Please tell us more!
Okay. God damn it. This is really hard. This is cool, though. I like this. Because, like, yeah, again, like, in every other case, you know your client isn't guilty. You have all the proof to show that he's not guilty. In this case, all the proof leads to your client being guilty, because you know that's the truth. So the only thing you can do is find ways to be misleading with the evidence that points to your client being guilty.
After leaving Juan's room, the bellboy went and knocked on Matt's door, just like that. He gave something to the person inside the room. Then the old guy just left without even going into the room. After that, I went to the bathroom and then back to my seat. So the bellboy, after leaving the crime scene, went to the defendant's room? Yeah, I kinda saw all that by accident.
Some accident? I'd say you saw too much. And all of it was suspicious to high heaven.
I think it's safe to say that we can no longer consider this bellboy to be normal. Now then, let's get started, shall we? Mr. Wright, your cross-examination, please.
Yes, Your Honor. Dugga. Their second meeting. I'ma save it. I don't know what to do for this one. Bum, ba-bum, ba-bum. I think it's got something to do with him knocking. I don't know why. Let's see. There's no save. I'm trying to be careful in case there's a choice so I can have a save beforehand so we can see both outcomes. But again, I'm thinking it's not actually a choice. I'm thinking it's like not actually going to be a choice. It's just going to be a narrative choice, like Phoenix making a choice. What's more important to him?
After leaving Juan's room, the bellboy went and knocked on Matt's door, just like that.
Is that what you saw while you were busy spying?
Excuse me? I may be a poor, underpaid action star, but even I wouldn't stoop to spy. Well, I think the point is, where did you watch all this from, Mr. Powers?
Oh, from the door of the bathroom with my left eye, in a sort of sneaky spy-like. I knew he was spying. Please, does it really matter if he was doing it over or underhandedly? What did the bellboy do next? That's all I care to know. You're stupid, Edgeworth. You're mean. You're supposed to let me win every time. If you don't let me win, then that's cheating.
He gave something to the person inside the room.
I said hold it.
Okay.
That's better. Ahem. What kind of statement is that? Please elaborate and give us a few more details.
Okay.
I should probably ask him only one question at a time. Ah, fuck. Ask about the something. He gave something to this person.
Yeah.
And what was this something?
If I remembered what it was, I wouldn't be calling it a something, would I? But this implies that something was removed from the scene of the crime. Are you sure you really can't remember, Mr. Powers?
Oh, shit, I know what it is. It's the bird. It's gotta be the bear. The bear that we found at Ungard's house. I was gonna say maybe it's like the footage or the camera, but we know that the footage was transmitted remotely and the camera was still inside the bear. So what else would it be?
Are you sure you really can't remember, Mr. Powers? I think it was something kind of small.
This is an incredibly crucial piece of information. Please, try to remember what it was.
I'll try.
In the meantime, let's talk of another point, namely what the bellboy did next. They say snitches get stitches. Yeah, that's true. The killer pretends that he's all honorable and shit, but he clearly had to snitch quite a lot to get that much stitch. Most snitches only get very minimal stitches. I've seen very few snitches whose entire face is nothing but stitches. Well, he's being tight-lipped about this one. I guess he learned his fucking lesson the first 34 times. After that, it finally sunk in that he should stop tattling.
Oh, so after he gave the person inside the room the thing, then the old guy just left without even going into the room.
Where did this bellboy go after he left?
He opened up the door to be able to haul, went in there, and who knows what after that, right?
I do. After that, I went back to the bathroom, then back to my... Did you see anything strange, suspicious, or just out of the ordinary at that time?
Oh, yeah, I saw one thing.
What? He saw something else?
There was this jittery alien with a ray gun. It was watching Juan's door like some sort of stalker.
I know who it was. I think we can forget about the alien. Well, Mr. Powers' testimony was just as vague as his first. It's all a little troublesome, isn't it? But I'm sure if you press him enough, everything will become clear. Although, that just makes it harder on us, doesn't it? Talk about a lose-lose situation. He gave something. Okay, so we don't know what the something is. We asked him that. Now we can ask him the other thing. The person inside. So who took this something the bellboy handed off?
Actually, I don't know.
What do you mean?
I'm sorry, but I only saw the person's arm. Only an arm?
Then you're saying you didn't see the person's face?
Yeah.
I would like to summarize the testimony up to this point, if you don't mind. When the bellboy left the crime scene, he immediately went to the defendant's room. There, he handed a small item to the person inside. As for the person who received the item, all you could see was the person's arm.
Yes, it was just like that. Mr. Edgeworth, is this really that important?
Of course, Your Honor. I think this is of the utmost importance. This is when whatever was removed from the crime scene was handed over to the client.
Mr. Powers, please try to remember what it was. Well, let's see. I think it was... No. If you remember, please add it to your testimony.
Yes, sir.
If I saw it again, I think I could say for sure, but I think it was some sort of wooden statue.
A wooden statue? What? Oh, interesting. That's new. A statue of woods?
Yeah, it kind of looked like one, I guess. If I saw the actual thing again, I'd probably remember, you know?
Looks like for this trial to proceed, I'm gonna have to come up with whatever this statue thing is and show it to him. You're going to have to trust your instinct on this one and take a chance, Phoenix.
Well, Mr. Powers, let's continue with your testimony.
Well, let's look for anything that looks like it's made of wood or a statue in my evidence. It's not the Magatama, because I have that. It looks like a wooden statue. It could be a guitar case, except for that was in the scene of the crime. Could be a camera. No, that doesn't make any sense. A wooden statue. It's definitely not the button or the knife. It's definitely not the stuffed bear because that's 30 feet tall. It's gotta be this. It's gotta be this figurine, even though it does not look like it's made of wood and it does not look like a statue. It's literally the only thing in my evidence that is a small object that he could have handed off. Everything else either doesn't make sense for the time frame to be handed off or location, or it's too fucking big like the stuffed bear.
Objection!
What was the point of that pregnant pause?
Where did that objection come from? Well, speak up!
It was me, Your Honor. What is it, Phoenix? I have a feeling that something bad is gonna happen once I show this.
Mr. Wright, if you have something to say, please spread it out.
Yes, Your Honor. Okay, Phoenix, deep breath. Mr. Powers, the something you saw. Was it this item?
Oh, yeah, that's it. That's the something. Wow, Mr. Wright, you really figured it out.
I recall we found this at Matt on God's mansion.
At the defendant's house? Hubbity, hubbity, hubbity. What does this mean?
It's simple, Your Honor. Shelley the killer assassinated Juan Corrida in his room, and then he stole this wooden bear from the scene of the crime. Then
the bear being at Mr. Ungar's mansion would mean.
It goes without saying, Your Honor. Mr. Matt on God is the killer's client.
Order, order, order! I said order! Mr. Wright, this is a most unfortunate turn of events.
Yeah, I know. Sorry, Mia. No, it's all right. Your judgment was sound. Actually, I figured the bear would come up. If not now, then it would have later on. Even if you hadn't shown it to the court, I'm sure your friend Edgeworth would have. I almost forgot that he knew about it too.
I think it is clear that there is no need for us to continue this trial.
I can't let this happen. I have to do something. Let's save. Let's definitely save.
Bam, 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 bam.
There has to be something we overlooked. Your Honor, a minute, please.
Yes, Mr. Wright?
There are still a few points left that we have not fully explored. What are you trying to pull?
Oh? Well, we can't have that. All right, Mr. Wright. What questionable point would you like to explore further?
Honestly, these are all decent. These are all decent things to talk about. I think Powers' testimony is beating a dead horse. Like, they probably wouldn't accept that. But either of these two are incredibly important. The person who received the bear not being identified, and the bear itself, like what significance it has, both of those are really good avenues. I'll talk about the person, because that's the most likely to pull heat off my client. There was one thing in Mr. Powers' testimony that was very unclear, and that is the identity of the person who received the bear.
He gave something to the person inside the room. I'm sorry, but I only saw the person's arm.
As long as we don't know who it was that took the bear, we can't be sure of.
Oh!
Huh?
What is it, Mr. Powers? If you're gonna scream like that, then at least give us a good reason why. Yeah, sorry. Actually, so, I remembered. I remembered who took the bear.
What?
Really? I mean, I only saw his arm, but, the arm, it was the Nickel Samurai's arm, I swear it.
Dun dun dun. Well, that's good for us, actually. That's good for us, because it means it could have also been What's-Her-Face who grabbed the bear. She was also disguised, remember? You've got to be kidding! Are you sure of that, Mr. Powers?
Yeah, I'm sure it was the Nickel Samurai. Order, order! It looks like you've dug your own grave yet again.
How many times is that today? I've lost count. So the person who took in this little bear was the Nickel Samurai. And as we all know, Matt on God is the Nickel Samurai. It kind of sounds like I'm saying the N-word samurai, if you really think about it. I gotta try really hard to enunciate the CK and the EL.
Thanks to the defense, we've made that all the clearer.
What am I supposed to do now? Mia, help! It's not fucking Yasuke, dude. You don't have time to act lost. You've got to find another angle to attack this from. Hurry!
Now I will bring this cross-examination to hold it!
Your Honor!
Again, Mr. Wright! We've already removed any and all questionable areas of this testimony.
It's about time you were removed from this court, Mr. Wright. I have to find something. Even one more little point will do. There are still questions left unanswered. What are you trying to pull?
Oh, well, we can't have that.
Oh, we've got to do multiple. Okay. Well, that was actually, I nailed it on the first one. That was good enough. We could have expanded that into, it could have been What's-Her-Face. She was also, we've pinned her down as definitively having dressed up as the Nickel Samurai that night. The bear itself. I think it's fairly obvious that the bear itself is very questionable.
The bear, Mr. Wright?
This was found at Mr. Enguarde's mansion. However, Mr. Enguarde was arrested at the hotel that night, which means that since the murder occurred, he has not had a chance to go home.
Oh!
I think Your Honor has already figured out what I'm trying to say. It is not possible that it was Mr. Enguarde who took this bear to his mansion.
Why, that's very true. We didn't consider that point, Mr. Wright. There was no way, time-wise, for the defendant to have taken this bear home.
Whew, disaster averted. Oh, now, Edgeworth, don't be like this. You haven't gotten the best of me yet, Mr. Wright. Huh? I remember it clear as day. The cat has not taken the stand yet, sadly. It's, I hope they're holding off on it. Right now, we're just desperately trying to avoid the guilty verdict, because Edgeworth has got us completely cornered. I remember what you muttered to yourself at Enguarde's mansion. We have this area completely surrounded. There is no way for him to escape. I can't believe it. That butler. All this time, he was the killer. The killer and Enguarde were working together, so to speak, and the killer was hiding at Enguarde's mansion, as its butler.
What a bold move!
Here's the problem. Edgeworth, your own testimony just declared that he gave the bear to the guy who was arrested. So when was he able to sneak back into the hotel, get into a room he didn't have the key to, and steal the bear back? Edgeworth, you fool. Of course, Phoenix Wright probably won't think of that. The bear figurine was brought back to Enguarde Mansion by the killer himself. How? When it looked like he was about to be arrested, Enguarde had him do so. I assume because it would have been bad had the police found it during their investigation. Well, Mr. Wright, you've been quiet for a while now. This is too much. Isn't there anything I can attack at all? Hello? Hey, what's up, Mr. Burger? How you doing, dude? How's it going, Wakapi, as well? How's it going, all of the Sith? How's it going, General Grievous? How's it going, Count Dooku? How's it going, Dark Palpatine? How's it going, Revan? How's it going, Vader? I'm not going to list all of them, but I'll at least list the main ones, you know? I'll say hey to all my main boys out of those.
Now we know why the bear was at the defendant's mansion, as well as who it was that received the bear from the assassin in his room. Everything has become very clear. The client who hired the assassin to commit the murder was Mr. Matt Enguarde. I see no reason for this trial to continue. Therefore, I will now hand down my verdict.
Thank you, Your Honor, for your understanding. You see, Mr. Wright, you could not win against the truth, could you? I knew it would turn out this way. After all, what Edgeworth has stated is the truth.
Any last objections, Mr. Wright?
Yes, ask how the fuck they pulled that off. That doesn't make any sense. Sekiro has good bosses. I really need to play that shit, man. It sounds so cool. I saw a couple of the bosses. I've tried really hard not to spoil Sekiro for myself, but I saw a couple of the bosses, just like clips on Twitter and stuff like that, unprompted. I saw like the monkey. The monkey looks really fun to fight. There's like a zombie monkey you have to beat up.
Any last objections, Mr. Wright?
Well, do I? What should I do? Raise a jika shana.
I will now announce my...
There is only one way for me to drag this trial out. The only thing I have left is this one dirty trick. Your Honor, right now we have these two reasons to believe that my client is the assassin's client. Reason number one, he accepted the bear figurine from the assassin. Reason number two, that very same figurine was found at Enguarde Mansion. However, yeah, it's really easy to pin this on What's-Her-Face. Yeah, it's really easy to pin this on her face. Because we already know, like, for a fact, we've established as courtroom fact the fact that she was trying to frame Enguarde. So, in that sense, it's really easy to pin it all on her, right? Because just as easily as Edgeworth's possibility exists, that Enguarde told What's-His-Face to bring the doll there, she could have also told the assassin to bring the doll there, because she's trying to frame him.
What are you saying?
What I am saying is, it's possible a different person is the killer's real client.
Oh my fucking god!
You're not a fan of the Bombi Gunky? What? Oh my god. I just like, I've never played against him, so maybe he sucks as a boss, but I like how he looks. He's a little neato.
The real client?
Yes. Is this all you have?
Now then, Mr. Wright, let's hear your theory. Who do you say is the killer's real client and therefore the murderer? Adrian Andrews?
Yes, we already know that she tried to frame On Guard for the crime by wearing a spare nickel samurai costume.
Oh! Then the nickel samurai's arm that I saw.
That could very well have been Miss Andrews.
But what about Mr. On Guard?
If you would please recall yesterday's testimony, the defendant was taking a nap during the break period.
That's right! Then, finding this figure at Mr. On Guard's mansion?
It was a well-laid trap set by Miss Andrews.
Mr. Edgeworth, what is your opinion on this?
You stupid. I can't even begin to count the flaws in the defense's logic. The bosses go from amazing to terrible so quickly. Yeah, it makes sense if you think about it though, because like they are so used to building Dark Souls, like Dark Souls bosses, Dark Souls levels, Dark Souls enemies. Going from that to a completely new like combat system, I imagine it's tough to have every boss be as iconic, you know? Like, it's just a completely different style of combat, so it kind of makes sense that they weren't super used to it yet. But then again, Bloodborne is fairly different from Dark Souls, and most of those bosses are fantastic. I don't know. Besides which, there is no evidence to support his theory. However, I can't fully discount its possibility either.
Yabba yabba!
What is with this trial?
Come on, anyone can tell On Guard did it.
I can't believe the defense would go so far as to pin the guilt on someone else. Yeah, unbelievable. It's not something petty, it's murder of all things.
This is to save Maya. This is to save Maya. Even if the whole world turns against me. This is one fight I can't give up on. The chanting stopped for a split second.
Order, order, order! All disruptive parties will be asked to leave the courtroom at no later than 6 p.m. as it is the curfew.
Your Honor, for the benefit of the defense, I'm willing to play along with his what-if game.
His what-if game, Mr. Edgeworth?
The prosecution is prepared to challenge the defense's theory. Mr. Wright, even you must have thought it strange and wondered, why would the criminal want this little wooden bear? He's right. The killer did especially bring that bear to On Guard right away. Why do you ask? Is there something special about it? Absolutely. And I'm sure that once the court knows its significance, the true killer's identity will become crystal clear. The bosses that use swords are your favorite so far? Yeah, that makes sense. I'm having a similar phenomenon in Jedi Fallen Order. I'm loving Jedi Fallen Order. I think it's a super cool game. Super fun, super well realized Star Wars fiction. But at the same time, like, 3/4 of the boss so far have been super uninteresting. The bosses have been like weird monsters, and it just kind of plays like Dark Souls, but with light swords. But all of the super good bosses have been lightsaber fights. Like, the characters that are like just also Jedis or Siths, those fights are super cool and super fun. I'm kind of having that exact same phenomenon with that game. Your Honor, the prosecution calls upon a witness who will clear all doubts against Miss Andrews.
And who would that be?
It's quite simple, Your Honor. Miss Adrian Andrews herself. See, this is a way to make it actually a moral gray area for me, is if the only way to get my client guilty is to cast guilt at Miss Andrews. Because this weird Ace Attorney court system does work very strangely, where like, if halfway through the trial they think somebody else is guilty, that person doesn't get their own trial. They just straight up get declared guilty in the room. At least I think so. I'm not positive, but that's how it always ends up, is like, oh, it's actually this person. Okay, let's dogpile on them now.
Well then, the court will take a short 10-minute recess. The prosecution will prepare its witness in that time.
Yes, Your Honor. Bang. March 23rd, 11:54 a.m. District Court Defendant Lobby Number 3. Oh, I knew it was a good idea to hold her hostage. Don't you agree, Mr. Lawyer? But I never thought in your desperation you'd try to pin the guilt onto Adrian. Arrgh! I swear this demon will pay! Mr. Nick. Pearls, where's Mia? I don't know. A really strong power suddenly called her away. It's Maya. A really strong power. Oh, Mr. Nick, your phone is. It's from Gumshoe. How's it going? Have you been hanging in there, pal?
Yeah, sort of. We barely found something to latch onto.
Whew, that's good, pal.
And what about you? Anything yet? Have you figured out where the killer and Maya are?
We still don't have any leads, but...
What? We don't have any more time.
If we just had one, even a single clue would be really helpful.
We need Maya to save us. I was only able to keep this far because I kept thinking about myself. I've got to keep the trial going until Maya's been rescued. Have I just run out of luck this time? Is all our hope for naught? A tent! Huh? A tent? I could see a circus tent. Mia! It looks like Maya was unconscious until just a few minutes ago. Yo, they're at the Big Berry Circus. Oh my god. It's all connected. As soon as she woke up, she called for me. So it was Maya that called you away. She's locked in a dusty little room right now, but I could see a circus tent outside the window about 300 feet away. Gumshoe, is there a circus in town right now?
There's only one, pal. The Berry Big Circus.
Maya is somewhere within a 300-foot radius of the main tent.
What? Okay, hold on a sec, pal. Hey, draw a circle on that map, about 300-foot radius from the main tent. Hurry!
And I could see a mailbox under the window just outside. Gumshoe, there's also a mailbox.
Okay. What else?
What else, Mia? I'm sorry, but it was a very small window. I couldn't see jack shit. It felt like I was in an old office building, maybe the 3rd floor or so.
I hate it. An old office building. Good stuff, pal. Okay, just hang in there a little longer. Wish us luck. Good luck. I'll call you later.
Oh my god, this is getting so intense. Mia, Maya's not hurt, right? She's in a pretty bad state, Phoenix. She's being starved. Gumshoe, please hurry. She hasn't gotten to eat any hamburgers yet. Looks like we're out of time. Are you alright, Phoenix? It's only a matter of time before Maya's rescued. I could do this. I just have to make this trial last a little longer. This entire court system is just a soul for a soul. Pretty much. It's pretty fucked.
Yum, 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 yum. Court will now reconvene. My head looks like a thumb.
The killer, the man who murdered his victim, handed this to his client. From this, one obvious question arises. Why this particular item? I believe the answer to that question will provide us with the name of the real culprit. Now then, the prosecution calls the defendant's manager, Adrian Andrews, to the stand. Currently, the witness is accused of tampering and obstruction of justice. However, you have been called to the witness stand today to ascertain who exactly is guilty of murder. I understand. Very good. Now, have you ever seen this bear before, Miss Andrews? Of course I have.
You have seen it?
That's right, it's only natural that the witness has. Miss Andrews, could you please enlighten the court to this bear's secrets? All right. Why? Why does she? Oh, yeah, it is the container for the suicide note. Because that's also why when Andrews was looking for the suicide note, she would, know where to look, and she noticed it was missing. Because the killer had removed it from the room during the actual murder itself. It's definitely the suicide note, 100%. 100%. PogChamp is getting... What? No! Adjins, you have to be lying. I'll defend PogChamp in court of law. It's still here, thank God. Okay, he's still here for now. Guys, post so many PogChamps, please. Please post PogChamp so it doesn't get removed. It's like Elf. We have to have enough PogChamp spirit so it stays. Actually, this is an elaborate puzzle. If you know the correct order, it can be taken apart one piece at a time. At its center is a small cavity with just enough room to store a small item. Because of its complexity, if you don't know the order, you can't open the bear. You really can't tell that it's a small jewelry box just by looking at it. Yum.
So this figurine, it's a container of sorts, is it?
Yes, looks can be deceiving, wouldn't you agree?
Yes, this is a superb craftsmanship. Oh yes, I nearly forgot. You may begin your cross-examination, Mr. Wright.
It looks like there really was something to that bear after all. Okay, this one's easy. This one's very, very easy. Like, exceedingly easy. Bum, bum, bum. It's an elaborate puzzle. Small eye. Let's press on small item, and then when she elaborates, we will post the suicide note to make her cry.
Hold it.
I grew too excited with the coup. What? No, Twitch can't remove it. You bastard Bezoses. Don't worry, PogChamp, you'll get the justice you deserve eventually. Listen, Edgens, okay? Gutex is on the right side of history here. He was the man who broke the windows and climbed through the window like a zombie horde to go sit in the chairs. And how do you know about this?
I know because I was the one who bought it.
Huh?
It was a souvenir from when a friend and I went to Switzerland.
Then this was a present from you?
That's right. It was a puzzle in the shape of a bear, so I thought it would be perfect for Juan.
So it was a present from Miss Andrews. Witness, let's continue with your testimony. What? But about the small object, dipshit? God damn it.
So annoying.
Because of its complexity, if you don't know the order, you can't open it.
Howdy.
So who exactly knew how to solve this puzzle?
Only the two of us, Juan and myself. It was a souvenir from Switzerland, so I doubt there are that many people with the same bear in this country.
But this looks like it can be easily broken, especially if someone wanted to get at what's inside.
Well, it's a toy, but it can never be the same again once it's broken.
Who cares? You really can't tell that it's a small jewelry box. He tried to get MAGA Mater dreading on Twitter? What does that even mean? Like the fucking truck from Toy Story? Not Toy Story, Cars. Who else knows? Dude, fucking Mater absolutely would be MAGA as fuck, dude. That whole Cars movie was just all MAGA cars. Who else knows that this bear is actually a small container or jewelry box?
I never told anyone, and as long as Juan never told anyone either, then only the two of us knew.
The two of you, huh? Then of course that means On Guard didn't know, right? We don't know anything about this figurine, so we should try to figure out more. This is an elaborate puzzle. A puzzle?
That's right.
But it looks like an ordinary figurine.
True enough. To people who don't know, I'm sure they would never guess that this was a puzzle. So what kind of puzzle is this exactly?
If you know the correct order, it can be taken apart one piece at a time.
So you can take it apart, and how would one go about doing that?
Well, you first turn its tail to the right and then push it in.
Oh yeah, I see.
After that, the arms and legs are free to move and can be removed.
Oh yeah, this is most interesting.
A boy and his new toy. It's like he's 5 all over again. Yo, he's such a genius.
Oh, don't mind me. Go ahead and carry on.
I think he's lost it. I think it's all about I'm gonna get for now.
Figurine upload.
Well, Mr. Wright, I think even you have come to realize that there is only one very important fact we have uncovered, and that is, this bear is actually a jewelry box. I see where Edgeworth is going with this, but it could just as easily be used against him, right? I think where this is heading, where this is leading to, is that the jewelry box is unopened. Inside is the suicide note. What's-her-face would have known how to open it, therefore she could have got at it and destroyed it. However, again, we're presenting the idea that she's framing What's-his-face. She knows that he doesn't know how to open it. So if she opened it, it would destroy her entire frame job. So his argument doesn't actually work. But I don't know if the game realizes that. This bear is actually a jewelry box. Now that we have agreed to this point, there is only one logical question that can come next, and that is, what is inside this box?
What's inside?
That's right, and that's what we are going to find out next. Witness? Yes? You are the only one who can open this. Please, open that shit, motherfucker. Oh, Martyr. Okay, it's not Mater. Damn it, it should have been MAGA Mater. All eyes are on Miss Andrews now as she solves the puzzle and takes the bear apart. Kakook.
I've opened it.
It's the motherfucking oh, I'm such a fucking genius, dude. God, I'm fucking smart. It is physically painful being a genius, but I mean, somebody has to take the heat. It's just statistically a fact at some point that some people are going to be so high above everybody else. But it's lonely at the top. Oh, it's lonely at the top of the genius ladder. Oh, no.
Is this what you wanted?
What is that? It looks like a node.
I don't think we need to guess at what that is, do we, Mr. Wright? It's the suicide note.
The suicide note?
The suicide note left by Juan Corrida's former manager, Celeste Impax. Until now, no one knew of its whereabouts, but just as we suspected, it was hidden. Hidden by the victim, Juan Corrida himself. Juan Corrida of time, if you will. It seems Celeste Impacts had very beautiful handwriting, and she just as beautifully signed her own name on the document. This is most definitely the note she left right before she committed suicide.
Yubba, 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 yubba. Order! Witness, did you know about this?
Yes, I did. I heard all about it from Juan. When I discovered his body, I looked for the bear. I wanted to destroy the note before it became public, but I couldn't find it anywhere.
Because it had already been taken by Tequila. Everything is going at Mr. Edgeworth's pace. It's really not. You're just very stupid, Mia. It is just as everything he just established equally serves our contention that she's framing him. Nothing he's established means that she's not framing him. Literally nothing. So now it is the suicide note that has been found. What's the next logical question? What is written on the note? That's right. At least that's what I would think. Now then, I believe it is only appropriate the contents of this note are made known.
I can't stop you, can I? I went through so much just to get my hands on it, and I was going to burn it for her sake.
I'm deeply sorry, but I can't allow you to persuade me to stop. Your Honor, if you could please read the contents of the note aloud.
Very well. I'm stupid and I killed myself. The end.
The judge's voice rang loud and clear through the deathly silent courtroom. In her note, Celeste Impacts left to all a record of what had happened to her. About being used and then thrown away by On Guard, and being engaged to Karita and On Guard's role in destroying that, and about how she decided in her despair to end it all.
I don't give a fuck. And that's all Miss Impacts had to say. Yubba, yubba, yubba.
Why is that little girl big now? Basically, Maya and Pearl, the two weird sisters, they have the ability to call spirits of the dead. They're like spirit. It's very stupid. They're spirit mediums. And so that girl with the giant tits is their dead sister who died in the second case of the first game, who was your mentor. She's like the ultimate defense lawyer. So every once in a while, when the game can't figure out how to progress the story, they just summon her from the grave and she does the entire game for you and she solves everything for you. It's very dumb. It's like the worst part of the Ace Attorney games. There's one thing I would like to say here. The prosecution has no interest in slandering Mr. On Guard.
Then what?
Our intention, Your Honor, is to establish a motive for murder. Isn't that correct, witness?
Yes. On the night of the murder, Juan was going to make the contents of the note public. After the post-ceremony show, he was going to hold a press conference.
But this doesn't... Everything that he's bringing up is also a motive for her. This is so dumb. This is just as much of a motive for her to kill him if he was gonna make this public and she wanted it destroyed.
My word!
Matt On Guard values, above all else, his refreshing like a spring breeze image, which is why he had to stop this note from being made public. At any cost. Oh my god.
Yubba, 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 yubba. What's happening?
It's On Guard's fault that woman killed herself.
And this time, he even went so far as to kill someone to stop him from revealing that.
How terrible. What a selfish person.
I guess there are slimeball lawyers out there who will defend these creeps too. There is no room for doubt here. Mr. The Killer's clients go... Why are they not capitalizing The Killer anymore? Did they never? I feel like they used to capitalize the D. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe they never capitalized the D. Mr. The Killer's client's goal was to obtain this suicide's note. And the only person who needed this... Could you people stop murmuring over me, please? Hey, cut that out. Quiet down. The only person who needed that note is the defendant. Let's not forget that the bear with the note inside was found in the defendant's house. That's just not true.
It seems we have come to the truth at last. The defendant's motives were entirely selfish. He deserves no sympathy from me. I'm Ike.
Hang on, I'm saving again. Beep, 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 beep. Urgh, how am I supposed to escape from this one? Why the hesitation, Phoenix? Gumshoe hasn't called yet, so you know what you must do. I know. I have to carry on and buy him time. We can't buy him that much more time, dude. There's only 30 minutes left in the stream. We need to buy him time, but not that much time. He needs to hurry the H up. There are two deadly pieces of evidence, the figurine and the suicide note. Maybe somehow I can find a way out of this situation through one of those. The gavel is already in the judge's hand, Phoenix. Hurry. The suicide note or the figurine? The suicide note.
Objection!
Please wait, Your Honor. They're so loud.
Ah, man, look at that lawyer. He's still going at it.
It's like he doesn't care that he's trying to get a killer off the hook. I think Your Honor believes that man on guard killed in order to obtain this note.
Yes, that is correct.
But that seems a little strange. In fact, I think there is a contradiction here. This note was hidden by Mr. Kurita until the night of the murder. If that is the case, I say that man on guard could not have known what was written on this note.
Oh, I didn't think of it that way.
Exactly. But I did think of it that way, and I thought it was rather strange. No one in their right mind would kill for a note without first knowing what it said.
Hubba, hubba, hubba. Order, order, order!
He always say that shit, man.
You make a valid point, Mr. Wright.
I liked it when he said I did think of it that way. It was fucking funny. He's a little edgelord now. Phoenix Wright is too up his own ass. Unfortunately, Judge, you stupid.
Mr. Edgeworth, what is your opinion?
It was just a flash, but I think I did rather well on this one. Unfortunately, I think he believes differently. I believe a show of appreciation is in order.
Huh?
The defense seems to be in love with wishing more to spare upon itself. I would like to direct the court's attention to this.
What is that?
It is a very small video camera, Your Honor. This type of camera is commonly used as a means of spying.
Spying?
What the? I thought the spy camera was in my possession. Matt on guard and the victim both thought the biggest rival was each other. They even went so far as to use this type of item to find each other's weaknesses.
And?
The victim, Juan Kurita, was being spied on. His personal life was being watched by none other than Mr. On Guard.
Order, order! Ahem, Mr. Wright.
Yes, Your Honor.
You don't tell me you knew about your client's spying activities.
Well, sort of.
Sort of is not an acceptable answer, Mr. Wright.
I see you are confused, Mr. Wright. You're probably thinking, but I have the camera that was in the stuffed bear's eye. But this camera that I have is not the same one. Last night, I searched the victim's house on a hunch, using this Gumshoe's bug sweeper. By the way, Mr. Wright, the defendant's fingerprints were found on this camera.
Matt on Guard's fingerprints were there.
Well, Phoenix, it looks like those cameras were hidden all over the place, huh? What am I supposed to say to that evidence? I think this is the end. It's fairly obvious that Mr. On Guard learned of the suicide note through this. He was watching the victim all along.
God damn it, he's such an asshole.
He got me good this time. I don't have anything to counter that. Hey, now what's with that lawyer thinking?
Mommy, is he a bad guy?
Just stop, don't look at him.
Oh, nasty.
Someone said nasty before it skipped. Phoenix? Yes, Chief? Have you figured out what you're going to do next yet? What I'm gonna do next? What, just running away like a frightened child count? I know it seems like Mr. Edgeworth is very close to putting the lid on this case, but in his eagerness to prove his point, he forgot one very important thing. Well, what is it, Mia? There is a piece of evidence that he really should investigate. Something he should investigate? I would really hate to see the good prosecutor get scolded for not remembering to look into the item when he had the chance. Why are you speaking in riddles? I don't know. It's fun.
All right, I think this time we understand everything. Well, Mr. Wright, you don't have any objections, do you?
Yeah, we're safe. I'm not super sure what he's talking about. If it was me, I would just keep piling it on what's-her-face. Can I figure out what it is that still needs to be looked at? Let's present something. I have an objection, Your Honor. I have an erection, Your Honor.
I'll suck it off!
That was about the weakest objection I've ever heard, Mr. Wright. Objection! Your Honor, the defense has no intention of letting this go so easily.
You are beginning to sound desperate.
That's just your imagination, Your Honor. Mr. Edgeworth, this is not like you at all. In your eagerness to prove one point, you've forgotten a very important thing. Hey, isn't that what I just said? So, you're telling me that I forgot something. You're so close, Mr. Edgeworth. But there's something you really should examine about this piece of evidence. Maybe the suicide note itself? He just found it after all, so it's something he does need to examine. There's something you should examine about this piece of evidence. So he has, quote-unquote, proven that What's-His-Face knows how to open the figurine, so it's not this. This one, maybe. Celeste's photo, maybe. Stuffed bear, no. Transmitter, no. Spy camera, no. I mean, this one is set to record from 8 p.m. for 1 hour. So that's good, but it's not the same camera that he's talking about. I think it's gotta be the new Suicide Note. It's either that or the photo. I think it's the new Suicide Note, because we don't know anything about it yet.
That is Missing Pax's suicide note, right?
Who knows? Yeah, he has not verified its authenticity at all. The supporters storm the building. Hell yeah, dude. Woo! They come and sit in the judge's chair. I mean, sure, this suicide note was found inside this bear, but this bear was in my ass until only a few moments ago. Which means the handwriting on this suicide note is yet to be analyzed. Oh! So, as to whether this pivotal piece of evidence was really written by Miss Impax or not, that is yet to be even remotely confirmed.
Mr. Wright, you can't seriously be suggesting.
Mr. Wright, are you saying the suicide note is a fake?
Miss Andrews, you were the one who tried to pin this murder on Mr. On Guard. Who's to say you didn't create a fake suicide note and put it into this bear?
How dare you?
Objection! Your Honor, the defense is indiscriminately accusing the witness again. There is no evidence linking the witness to the suicide note whatsoever. But if this is a fake, then the witness is the only person who could have made it. What? Recall the witness's testimony concerning this figurine. The only person other than the victim who could solve the puzzle is the witness herself. Her glasses explode. Miss Andrews, you wrote this note, didn't you? You wrote it so you could use it to frame Matt On Guard.
I did no such thing.
Objection! Yeah, this OST is super fucking good. Phoenix Wright, I think even Phoenix Wright 1 had even a better OST, but this one's also really fucking good. The storming of the U.S. Capitol is currently Twitch's top stream. It's not me? I thought I was the top stream today. What the Bezos assured me that he would get at least 100k from Soros if I streamed tonight to take the heat off of the, the overthrowing of the fake election. I'm not gonna get paid by fucking Soros tonight if I'm not on the front page of Twitch, goddammit. I gotta pump this shit up for the last 20 minutes. 225k people? Man, I'm not even close. I only got 8. That's like only a tenth of as many fucking people. If you're going to pronounce this suicide note as a fake, then show this court some evidence to support your theory. No, the burden of proof is on the prosecution. We've never brought that up in either of the games. Mr. Edgeworth, you were the one who presented this scrap as evidence. That means the burden of proof lies with you, the prosecution. Finally, Jesus. Ugin!
That's enough. Mr. Edgeworth, can you confirm the handwriting on the suicide note?
It is as the evidence stated, the handwriting is yet to be analyzed.
If that's the case, it seems that yet again we have reached a point where a verdict is impossible.
That's impossible! This isn't good, Phoenix. The judge is going to carry this trial over one more day. I don't think Maya will physically be able to make it another day. It's only been 2 days. The human body can go a long time without food.
I didn't want to have to do this, but I don't have a choice. I request that both the prosecution and defense further investigate.
Handwriting analysis, my butt. That's just the lawyer trying to buy more time. On Guard is guilty. Look, any idiot can tell you that. I think we've reached the end of the line. Guilty, guilty, guilty. This is how court works, yeah. Peer pressure the judge into a verdict. Guilty, guilty.
Stop the count!
Bum, bum, bum,
What is that sound?
It's Gumshoe. Hello. Oh, hello, Gumshoe. What is with him? What's with that sigh? Where's Maya? What happened to the killer?
He got away.
What? I'm sorry, pal. I really am. I don't know what to say besides sorry. I wish there was some way to make it up to you. I really do. Anyway, what's going on?
We found his hideout, pal, but the 2 of them were already gone.
This is terrible.
I'm gonna keep looking for him, pal. Don't you worry, I just need a little more time. But don't tell me we don't We don't have any more.
Guilty! Guilty! Woo! Kill Maya!
Yeah!
Do you hear that? They're calling for his head! It would be pretty cool if Maya doesn't get saved and it actually is just a moral choice of if she lives or dies. Do you hear that? They're calling for his head!
Mr. Wright, I can't. For us to come this far and... Oh!
What is it?
Let me talk to Mr. Edgeworth.
I can't do that.
Mr. Wright, would you please get a hold of yourself?
Yes, Your Honor.
I'm about to end today's proceedings. You may take your phone calls after.
Hold on, Your Honor.
Edgeworth, catch.
What? You can't throw him the... This is so stupid. It's the middle of fucking court. Declares him guilty. They should, man. I mean, it's not much better than the fucking kangaroo courts we get in this game.
Mr. Edgeworth? Please, you've got to buy us some more time.
Court is in session. Oh, he hung up on his ass. I'm sorry, Your Honor. We were saying...
Mr. Wright, this is a court of law.
I'm sorry, Your Honor, but...
I am reluctant to do this. However, it appears that I have no choice but to suspend proceedings until tomorrow.
Wasn't there another case where they did an analysis during like a recess and they did it in the same day? This is crazy. It's just handwriting analysis. They could probably call in a specialist in like an hour. This time I really can't do anything.
Court is now adjourned for the day.
Thank fucking God, dude. If this went another day, there's no way it would finish today. I only have 15 minutes left. This has to hurry up. This has to hurry the F up and let me land. Please wait, Your Honor.
Edgeworth?
Guys, Edgeworth is helping me. He's a god. Phoenix was balling, dude. I want to make an animation where it's like a really bad 3D model of Phoenix just balling in the middle of the courtroom, like dribbling back and forth. And he's like 3 times the size of everybody else. During the pan-out shots, like when it pulls out. And the 2D Phoenix is still there. There's just a weird 3D one in the middle playing basketball. Just to see if anybody fucking notices in one of the cutaways.
What is it, Mr. Edgeworth?
I humbly request another 30 minutes of your time.
For what purpose?
We can perform the necessary tests on this piece of evidence in that time.
But can you really obtain your results in 30 minutes?
I believe we can, Your Honor.
But wouldn't it be better if we adjourned and then reconvene tomorrow?
30 minutes. Please, Your Honor. That's all I'm asking for. Please, Your Honor.
Well, if you ask really nicely, I guess. At the prosecution's request, this court will now take a 30-minute recess. But be advised that I will not allow another recess today.
I'm not sure if this is helping or hurting us.
The court will now take its final recess of the day. Bang.
There's only 13 minutes left. I'll just finish it today, even if it goes over. I feel like it's at least, like, at most, it's like 30 minutes for being done. Not just because they said 30 minutes, but because this was the last recess. Right. Well, what's going on with Maya's situation? The killer. It looks like he got away again. 30 minutes. We can't find her in that time. Report.
Is that Mr. Edgeworth?
We don't have time. Just spit it out.
Right. It looks like we just missed him, son. But the killer left a few things behind by accident in his rush to get away.
A few things? Can we use any of them as evidence?
Ho, ho, ho! I thought you'd ask, pal. I've got the things he left with me right now, and I'm on my way over.
Really? That's odd. Any items like that are usually sent to the crime lab first.
We don't have time to wait for those guys, sir. When those guys weren't looking, I swiped his stuff and ran.
What?
Well, I'm not a detective anymore, so I had to. I'm really sorry, sir, but I've got to put the law on hold for now.
Sounds bad. I hope he doesn't get in too much trouble over this.
With my hunk-of-junk car, I'd say I'll be there in about 30 minutes, sir. Don't worry, I'll be there. Wait for me.
All right, just get here in one piece.
I'm on a mission, and no one can stop me now, sir. No one! I'm pulling out all the stops and running every red light.
No! He's gonna fucking get in a car wreck and die. It's like that fucking episode of Kill la Kill where they try to deliver the uniform. Items left by the murderer, huh? Maybe there's something among them that will be decisive enough to end this. And it should be here by the time the recess is over too, which is nice. Did he just actually get in a fucking car wreck and die? Hey, what's wrong? Detective Gumshoe, answer me.
No one can stop me. No.
Now he's dead. Gumshoe! He was the best character. Did he actually just fucking die in a car wreck? What happened? It sounded like he had an accident. I'm guessing his cell phone broke as well. But what was he thinking? He just fucking T-boned a family of 12 in their minivan and killed them all instantly. Just evaporated into a red powder. We've got to hurry and call for help. But we have no idea where he is. His cell phone is broken and he wasn't driving a patrol car, so no radio either. Also, if we don't get to those items before they do, the police will take possession of them. No, we can't let that happen. Well, if there is a way we can find out where he is, then we stand a chance. We know there's a lot of red lights. He committed multiple felonies and then died. It was his ultimate heroic redemption. He became a cab at the very end and stole police evidence, broke a bunch of laws, and then died. What a hero. Okay, so we know he was leaving from within a 300-foot radius of the Big Berry Circus, heading towards the courtroom, running red lights. It shouldn't be that hard to find him, if we had the police resources, which we don't, which is the problem. We only have us two. Why, oh why did Gumshoe have to get into an accident now? Is there any way to find out exactly where he is? There's a way. There is a way! What could we do? Exactly where he is now. We can't really narrow it down location-wise because, like, he could have been fucking anywhere within that radius. He was running red lights. What else is there? He had evidence left over, but is any of that helpful? If some of it is like the equipment, maybe we can trace it, like with the bug shit. Let's say there's a way. There's gotta be a way. That's right, there is a way. What? How? I'm sure we can find out where Detective Gumshoe is through this. Dinky 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 dink. Baby. Uh-oh. Guys, I have no fucking clue. I have absolutely... No, don't click that. Praise me. Boom, boom. It might be the transmitter, to be totally honest with you. What if he found a transmitter? You don't know he didn't. You don't know. You don't know anything. Boom, boom. So radio transceiver won't help because he's not calling me on the radio. Let's say it's the transmitter. Take that! Right, we're not in the middle of a mock trial here. I guess this won't work, huh? I guess it's up to me. Alright, I'll think of something on my end. Don't get your hopes up too high, but I'll try my best. Did I say something wrong? Edgeworth. What is it? I don't have any right to judge anyone ever again. I know my client is guilty, but what I'm doing now, I'm pitting the guilt onto someone totally innocent, and using the evidence to do so. It might be my turn to say, defense attorney Phoenix Wright chooses death. Right. It doesn't suit someone like you to cry useless tears, whether you did your job well or not. That can only be seen after the verdict has been decided. The verdict? Is Prosecutor Edgeworth here? Yes, bailiff. There's a phone call for you, sir. They said it was extremely urgent. They're probably finished with the handwriting analysis. I have to go take this call. In the meantime, think hard about what it is you must do. Man, I wonder what the evidence was I was supposed to commit, or supposed to set up. I can't think of what it could be. Over 200,000 simultaneously watched the situation with Hasanabi and commented on cable news feeds on Twitch. Oh my fucking god. Well, to be fair, people did insanely storm the Capitol of the United States, get let in by the police who provided no resistance, and then just like chill out in the Capitol building. It is quite possibly the most historic event in the past 100 years of America. No fooling. If you consider just domestic events, I think this even tops, 9/11. This is crazy. This is unprecedented. This is insane. This is like White House burning down levels of shit. Obviously World War II and shit, but that's not purely domestic.
Court will now reconvene. I assume both sides are ready?
Yes, Your Honor. Yes, Your Honor.
I can understand the defense acting like this. However, why do you also seem distraught, Mr. Edgeworth?
It's nothing, Your Honor. What's wrong with Edgeworth?
It looks like something unexpected just happened to him.
Now then, Mr. Edgeworth, if you could please tell the court the results of the handwriting analysis.
Yes, Your Honor. Unfortunately, we have discovered that this suicide note is a forgery. What?
What do you mean?
This note was not written by Miss Impax. It's a fake.
Order, order, order! Mr. Edgeworth, would you care to explain what is going on? If this was not written by Miss Impax, then who wrote it?
We would need more time to do a more detailed analysis. However, it appears that the handwriting matches that of the victim, Mr. Juan Corrida. Mr. Corrida?
Well, it looks like Miss Impax never left a suicide note after all. She never wrote anything about On Guard.
However, Your Honor, even though the suicide note is indeed fake, Mr. On Guard could not have known that, and so the facts remain unchanged. Acting under the assumption that it was real, he had plotted to possess it.
That does sound very plausible.
This theory that On Guard had no idea the suicide note was fake, something seems a little wrong with it. Well, according to Edgeworth's own story, the case, I'm not saying this is true, but according to the case he's presenting, fucking what's-his-face had eyes on the guy at all times of the day, bugging everything, so he knew everything he was doing. So I think I'll present that, because that pokes a hole in his argument. That Events believes that the theory the prosecution has stated contradicts testimony. If everything the prosecution has proven up to this point is true, then it's impossible for Mr. On Guard to not have known it was a fake.
Spy cams, motherfucker.
What is this little item called again?
A video camera, Your Honor?
You stupid, but...
Oh, that's right, a camera! You kids and your fancy toys.
Mr. Edgeworth, earlier you claimed that Mr. On Guard knew of the existence of this note because he was spying on the victim. Isn't that right? Ha, Edgeworth, you're stupid, idiot. Many thousands more watched as they mobbed around the country. What? They should have declared themselves a new government. That would be fucking sick, dude. The guy with the spear and the, face paint should have been the new king of America.
I call for their heads, traitors!
If that were true, then this means Mr. On Guard would have known that the victim had forged the note.
So then, the defendant knew the suicide note was a fake. And if that's true, then the situation has suddenly changed in a very dramatic way.
Exactly, Your Honor. The prosecution's theory as to what Mr. On Guard's motive for murder was, it has suddenly disappeared into thin air. But Your Honor, it is not as if Mr. On Guard monitored Mr. Corrida 24 hours a day. Perhaps the victim wrote the note in a place Mr. On Guard didn't know of. Well, right back at you, Mr. Edgeworth. Why don't you show us some proof that the victim made the forgery at an unknown place? Ganuga! Yeah, this judge is awesome. He's literally like the dumbest bitch who ever lived. It's like my favorite part of Phoenix Wright is that like the most respected, highly sought after position with the old wise man running it is just a complete dumbass. It's super funny.
Order, order, order! Mr. Edgeworth, it looks like this time it is you who has dug his own grave.
Ooh, as I figured.
Huh? As you figured?
As I figured, it came down to this after all.
Mr. Edgeworth, you are not making any sense.
When I heard the results of this handwriting analysis, I thought this might happen. The question is, what's next? What next? If the prosecution can't prove Mr. On Guard's motive through the evidence, then we must prove it from another angle.
Well, I agree with you there.
Your Honor, the prosecution would like to call a witness to the stand at this time.
Oh! Well, that's fine.
Please be the cat. Please be the cat. Please be the cat. Yes, it's the cat! It's the cat! However, this witness is a little unusual. Please be the cat. Edgeworth stuttering. This is not like him at all.
Unusual? Well, what sort of witness is this person?
This witness is one who is perfectly fit to answer, once and for all, the question of who was it that hired Shelley the killer to commit murder? Oh, shit. He's calling the killer. Oh, damn it, it should have been the cat. That sucks. That's impossible. Who in the... No such person exists who can answer that question with such certainty.
Yes, Mr. Edgeworth, who is this witness?
It's,
Yes, go on, who is it?
the man himself, Mr. Shelley the killer.
Oh, Mr. the Killer. What? Miss Shelley the killer?
Stupid judge.
You mean the killer? I mean the assassin?
Yes, Your Honor.
He's coming here to the witness stand.
Well, yes, in a manner of speaking. I recognize that this is a very unusual circumstance, so I ask for your permission.
Well, Mr. Wright,
Yes?
is this all right with you?
Do I have a choice here? I can't really do much else to drag this trial out. The defense has no objections, Your Honor.
I wonder if it really is all right to do this.
Very well, then, the prosecution calls its witness to the stand. Honestly, he should have objected there. I mean, you could just as easily argue that the person who was hired to get their fucking, like, to kill for their client could have just as easily been obstructed to lie about who hired them. Like, how is that any more of a stretch than what Edgeworth is talking about? Very well, then, the prosecution calls its witness to the stand. Edgeworth, is there no other way left to us? Wait. I fucking wish it was the cat. That would have been so amazing. God damn it. It should have been the cat. It really should have been the cat. Now then, witness, your name and your occupation, please. He's Sheldon!
Very good, sir. My name is Shelley the Killer, and I'm a professional assassin. I say, what is going on here?
Your Honor.
How can you remain so calm? And what is the meaning of this radio?
Actually, Your Honor, it was delivered to me just now, and it came with a condition. As long as we do not trace its source, Mr. the Killer will testify to this court. So this must be what that urgent phone call he got earlier was about.
Oh no, this will not do. I cannot allow this in my court. First of all, we can't even be sure this is really Mr. the Killer.
Witness, please present some sort of proof that you are in fact Shelley the Killer.
I understand. Please wait a second.
Maya.
I'm so hungry!
Maya! Maya!
A voice! Mr. Wright, can you confirm anything from this?
The defense has no objections to this person. We are satisfied that this man is indeed Shelley the Killer.
It looks like we have run into yet another unexpected turn of events.
This is a man of honor, it's true. Well, you know what men of honor like to do? It's murder people for money and then starve tiny girls to death.
It doesn't seem like we have too many choices, so...
Now then, witness, there is one thing I would like to confirm before we speak of anything else.
And what would that be?
At the request of a client, you killed Mr. Juan Carita, correct?
It is as you say. I did indeed kill Mr. Carita.
Now that we have answered that, let's move on to the name of your client.
Very well.
Dude, he's so fucking evil.
This is all just a bad dream.
Shelley the Killer. What is he gonna say? Cute white dog. What does it hate? About my client.
There is something I must first state. To an assassin, nothing is more important than the trust between a client and himself.
Oh yeah, we got him then. Okay, that's easy.
And that is the reason I am here today on the witness stand. It is my wish that you grasp this concept before I give the name of my client. Mr. the Killer seems to be a very clever man. I'd almost say he seems to be mocking us.
While he may appear to be our enemy, Your Honor, Mr. the Killer is only stating the truth. He is no hypocrite. He has always stood by this one belief.
You mean about this trust between his clients and himself? It seems to be a level of trust beyond what people like me can comprehend. Well, Mr. Wright, are you ready to cross-examine him?
Yes, Your Honor. There's no way to know what's coming next, so stay cool and collected, Phoenix. I present to you, D Killer! MC Killer. This is easy as fuck, what? But I guess it's easy to get my guy implicated, but do I want to do that? Nothing is more important than the trust. Well, the client broke that trust, and I can prove it. The trust between you and your client?
I provide my services in a fast and efficient manner. In exchange, I trusted my clients are discreet about me and my identity. If too many people knew my face, it would be quite troublesome. And that is why you're testifying? This is the first time one of my clients has ever been accused of murder. I must preserve the Killer name so my clients can trust me.
But couldn't someone stab you in the back and break your trust?
It has never happened before, but if it ever did,
yes?
that person wouldn't be my client for very long. They would certainly... That's enough! Please, no more! Very well. It was only a hypothetical anyway. It was a would you rather.
Okay, I'm gonna present evidence against this. I don't even think I need to press anymore. I shouldn't, but the game might be stupid. Let's find out. Dude, I got bad news. He was straight up spying. Oh my god, this game is so shit. That's such an obvious contradiction to exactly what he just said. But sure, why not? Just because his client was filming him to blackmail him, it doesn't mean he broke the trust, though. That's the only reason I'm here today. That seems a little strange to me. I mean, you're about to tell us the name of your client. I would think this would be very bad for them.
It doesn't matter to me. This client has already broken the rules and acted outside of their prescribed role. Their role? This person tried to implicate another of the crime in order to save themselves. And this is a trespass that cannot be forgiven. You! Who gave you the right to be so high and mighty? To the gentleman who spoke just now. Excuse me, but would you care to die? No, I don't want to.
The judge had better watch himself. It is this wish that you grasp this concept. We understand, so please tell us the name.
I'm afraid I cannot do that. I still have a few things to say before I do. Arrgh! That egomaniacal. It's not good for your health to be so aggravated. I can tell through the radio. You won't live very long if you let everything bother you.
Somehow, that coming from an assassin makes it less comforting. I don't really care about all this extra fluff. Just tell us the name already. Patience, try to calm down a little. He seems very steadfast and closed, so you're gonna have to work to make him talk. I'm not his therapist, you know. Yeah, we're allowing an assassin to testify that was paid to not only commit a crime, but also make sure his client wasn't implicated. But we're supposed to believe everything he says, because he's smart.
There is something I must state.
We can hear anything you have to say. Can you tell us our client's name?
I don't think you understand your place, Mr. Attorney. I said this is something I must first state. Do you know what the word first means? No! Well, it appears this is one witness you can't badger, Mr. Wright.
That's only because you don't know about Maya's situation. I already pressed all of this stupid shit. Nothing is more important than the trust between a client and himself. I should be able to present the fucking filming of him that happened against that, but you're not allowed to for some reason. That's so fucking stupid. What the hell? God damn it. That pisses me off so bad. The trust between you and your client. Yeah, blah, 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 blah. Oh, this time he said something different.
He said a person who frames someone is the worst kind of human.
And that's why you feel you can betray this person?
I have no trust relation with a client who can't understand their assigned role.
Just my luck. An assassin with a conscience. Who would have figured?
Now then, everyone, do you think you can understand my logic?
This case just keeps getting better and better.
If you can't, then I'm afraid we can't proceed.
Everyone understands your point, I think. Really.
In that case, I believe I am prepared to disclose the information you seek.
You have made it crystal clear that you value trust above all else. I believe we are ready.
Excellent.
And that is the reason I... What? No! Oh. Okay, now he says something different. This is really weird. He says, I do believe I'm ready to reveal the name of my client.
Hold it.
Epic rap battles of history. Tequila versus Phoenix Rilla.
What is it?
Now I can't bring myself to ask the client's name. If you can't ask it, Mr. Wright, then I will. Witness! What is the name of your client who requested the murder of Mr. Juan Corrida?
That person's name is Adrian Andrews.
That's what he's gonna say. He specifically mentioned framing. Yep.
Adrian Andrews.
What?
What?
Witness. That's not who you told me it was earlier.
Pray tell, what are you talking about, Mr. Prosecutor? I should think I know my own client, and it is Adrian Andrews. What? Oh my God, he's so evil.
This can't be. On the phone earlier. What's going on here? My guess is that Mr. The Killer just stabbed Edgeworth in the back. Stabbed Edgeworth in the back? He's so honorable. I'm sure in order to get an audience with this court, Mr. The Killer told him a different name. Matt on guard, perhaps? I knew it!
Objection! This is outrageous. I was deceived. This witness is telling a very serious lie.
But you were the one who summoned the witness.
You, Shelley the killer. My testimony is the truth. I'm saving again. Ba, 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 ba. The defendant at the moment is Matt on guard, am I correct? All I wish to do is help procure his acquittal. Wow. All of a sudden, it feels like we can actually win this. Yeah. Bum, bum, bum. But yeah, this is fucked up because now, in order to acquit my client, I have to implicate her, like, completely. With, like, a pretty foolproof case.
The prosecution has failed to provide a motive and has instead provided this suicide note, which is a forgery created by the victim. Furthermore, there is a possibility that the defendant himself knew it was fake. Therefore, I rule not guilty.
That's what he would say in a sane world. But instead, we keep going until we prove some random person guilty. This court system is so weird in this game.
But most definitive of all, we have heard from the assassin himself, the name of his client. Mr. the Killer's client, who requested the murder, was not the defendant at all.
No.
With all this evidence, it is obvious to me that this means Mr. On Guard is innocent.
Yeah, okay, good. Just declare him not guilty. End the case. I seem to have caused you all a bit of confusion. Please continue your discussion and call me when you have reached a verdict. No, he hung up.
Bailiff, please bring Miss Adrian Andrews immediately.
What now? With the way this is going, On Guard will be found innocent. This may be our last chance to save Maya. I guess I'm glad that I didn't tell him about the secret because then he might have rolled over on my client. That would have been very bad. Ba, 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 ba. This may be our last chance to save Maya. Yeah, but Edgeworth is right. If the killer is lying, and On Guard, my client, I know he's guilty. Can I live with myself if I win this?
Who would have believed that the prosecution's own witness would have absolved the defendant?
Your Honor, the prosecution requests permission to further question the witness. Shelley the killer is certainly lying under oath.
It wasn't me.
Oh, it wasn't me. Listen, everyone, please. That testimony just now, it was all one big lie. Miss Andrews, the suicide note may have been a fake, but that man, Matt, he's the reason Celeste died. And Juan's death, it was all because he got pulled into Matt's twisted world. That testimony just now, you have to believe me, it was a horrible lie. Who's the killer? No, the killer is the one who killed Juan. He is the one who killed Juan. He was a hired assassin who killed Juan because my client, Matt On Guard, paid him to. And now he's helping cover it up because he's got that honor system with his clients that they're not implicated. Of course, On Guard violated that, but sure. I should just call for him to end the case here. Here's the ultimate solution. Are you ready? If you get the judge to say not guilty here, they have to build a whole new case against What's-Her-Face, and I can just defend her in that case. And then, once I have Maya back, I can implicate Matt On Guard. Whoops, gotcha. I don't think that, what's it called? Japan has that rule about not being tried for the same crime twice. So he'd be fucked.
But Mr. the Killer himself has testified. He has named you as his client.
No, that's not true.
Also, there is quite a bit of evidence that points to you. The knife and button, donning the nickel samurai costume.
But that's...
You even have a motive. We know that Miss Celeste Impax was a large part of your life. You wanted to follow her, and you wanted to revenge against the two who hurt her. I would say you have plenty of reasons to want them dead.
No, Mr. Wright. You'll get no sympathy from me. You know the truth. Tell them. Tell them the real story. Who the real killer is. Tell them! I'm not going to. Fuck you. I have a moral, ethical, and legal obligation to defend my client to the bitter end. Please, help me. Yes, I know the truth.
Mr. Wright.
Yes, Your Honor.
I believe we have reached the end of this trial. Therefore, I ask the defense for any final words or opinions.
I have to decide. Do I take the not guilty verdict and save Maya? Or do I throw this chance away and wait for Gumshoe's evidence? What am I gonna do?
Okay, we'll save here, because there actually is a choice, which is fun. I'm gonna choose to defend my client, because that's my fucking job. Request the verdict! Yeah, baby! Woo! I did it! I beat Ace Attorney 2! Your Honor, the defense requests that... there's no choice. Come on, man. It's no use. I can't. It feels like I've lost my voice. Phoenix. I can't do it, Mia. I can't accept a not guilty. You are a lawyer. I know, but I don't want to be a good one. Matt on guard is a killer, a murderer. I can't let him get away with this. I can't let someone else take the fall. If I let Miss Andrews be convicted, then I am no better than on guard. Wait, there is a fucking solution to this. There is a solution to this that works. You get the not guilty verdict here, end it there, then you take her on as a defense lawyer, you defend her in her case, and during that, you have the killer as the new suspect that gets the guilty verdict, and you build up the case of on guard being an accomplice. That way, he's technically not tried for the same crime twice. This time, he's only tried as an accomplice, and he's also sent to jail for life.
Boom! Game solved! Perfect ending!
Then I am no better than on guard. And even though I don't want to admit it, I have to face the fact that it's because of Edgeworth that I now know the real truth. He could have gotten on guard convicted so many times over, but he never took a single one of those chances. If I take this verdict right now, I'd be betraying his trust. His trust? I never thought about it until now. I trust him. Yes, you do.
Mr. Wright, your opinion, please.
The defense requests that we be allowed to further question Mr. the Killer.
Am I hearing you correctly?
Right?
But, that witness has cleared your client through his testimony. Your job here is done.
I'm not done yet. To see through witnesses' lies and to find the truth. That is my job, Your Honor. It's really not, though. There's still more evidence to look at. And I'm sure that once those pieces arrive here in this very courtroom, a miracle will occur.
Very well. The game will continue for 3 more hours. Mr. Edgeworth, please re-establish connection with Mr. the Killer.
Right away, Your Honor. Ba-ba-da-ba. Pull out a gun. That's the true justice system. Gunslanging like the Wild West. This is absolutely absurd.
Has a verdict been reached?
Before that, we would like to talk with you a little more.
About? All you needed from me was the name of my client. What else could you need me for?
Well, actually, we would like to hear everything you know about this case. That is how things are usually done. What is he talking about? Usually done?
But what shall we have him testify about?
Mr. the Killer, if you don't mind, please testify about your client in more detail.
You legal people and your procedures. Is it any wonder no one likes to go to court?
Well, don't worry, Mr. the Killer, because we're eroding the justice system, slowly but surely with every passing case. Soon it'll be whoever Phoenix, Wright, and Edgeworth decide together should go to jail goes to jail, and there will be no court at all.
As I have already stated quite a few times, Adrian Andrews is my client. However, one thing I simply cannot overlook is tampering with the scene of the crime. My client did it to frame another for the crime. While pretending to be the first person to discover the body and enter the scene, Adrian Andrews already knew from the very beginning that Juan Corrida was dead. But even more appalling is the creation and planting of the knife and button. That act is what I was referring to when I said my client had broken the rules.
That's a lot of fucking testimony! Goddamn! This is the most unexpected turn of events for the 5th time now. However, this time everything has finally been revealed.
Objection! Just a second, Your Honor.
Yes, Mr. Edgeworth?
We still have the cross-examination to do.
But you don't need to question testimony like this, do you, Mr. Wright?
Your Honor, the defense will question the witness, as if I have a choice here.
Huh? Why? What this witness has said is nothing but beneficial to the defense's case. If you scrutinize the testimony, then
I'll expose the lies of the oh-so-beneficial testimony, I suppose.
I don't understand what's going on anymore.
He actually needs to be disbarred. Phoenix Wright is all of these lawyers are so fucking unethical. The one, villain lawyer they have in this game is the only one who does her job properly and ethically. Well, even she treads a gray area. What's her face? Because she did some shady shit I don't remember earlier, but I think she did shady shit, but even she is closer to what actually is supposed to happen than either of these two clowns. That makes two of us.
About my client part 2.
As I have already stated quite a few times, Adrian Andrews is my client.
So there is no choice. It's actually just a story thing. Interesting. It's just Phoenix's choice.
What is it, Mr. Wright?
If I press him the wrong way, it might raise suspicions on his end. But I have to do something to waste more time. Witness, about requesting a hit.
Yes?
How much is your fee?
I see you are also a dark-hearted man, Mr. Attorney.
Huh?
If you would like to talk business, we can do so after the trial.
Ack! No. I'm not thinking of hiring.
Mr. Wright!
Yes?
You want to kill me? You want me dead, don't you?
What? Why would you think something like that?
Guilty! Mr. Phoenix Wright, you are hereby declared guilty!
Witness, let's continue. Why did you disclose the name of your client? They are your client, are they not? One thing I simply cannot overlook is tampering with the scene of the crime. I would think that most people wouldn't be able to overlook a person hiring another to kill. Is it ethical if she whips people in court? That is true. That is pretty heavily badgering the witness.
If I had a problem with such a thing, I wouldn't be very effective at my job.
Ah, yeah. Well, a change in occupation might be good for you.
However, I will say this. Even though I am the one that does the deed, my clients are always the real guilty party.
That goes without saying, Mr. DeKiller.
And their fate is to live with their knowledge and their guilt on their shoulders. However, my client this time thought they could run away from their guilt.
Andrews knew. Broken the rules. Let's press this, because maybe he'll talk about the rules. And that's all you have to testify?
Yes, and I pray that I will never be called to stand again.
Again? As in you plan to continue?
I must, as I have yet to find a person to take my place and become the 4th successor. Actually, how would you like a new life, Mr. Attorney?
Excuse me? No. I'm fine, really.
Are you really no?
I wonder what kind of man the judge thinks I am now. What are you going to do now, Phoenix? All I can do now is expose the lies. That's true. However, you realize that would be very bad for our client, right? I'm so confused. But the one thing I know for sure is I can't let this trial end yet. So, my client did it to frame another for the crime. Are you talking about the button and the knife?
Yes, and my business card.
Oh, this card.
So that no one has to waste their time, including the police, I always make it a point to make things as easy as possible. You try to make things easy! My business card makes it very easy to identify who carried out the service.
He's pretty devoted to his work.
But to disregard everything, to go and stab the deceased with a knife, and even hide my card, that is something I cannot overlook.
It's really hard to tell if he's being truthful or not without him being here. Well, pretending to be the first person to find the body, Adrian Andrews already knew that Juan Carita was dead. From the very beginning?
That is correct. From before my client visited the room. All of my clients know precisely what the situation is at all times.
I wonder if that's really true. That's odd. It is odd. I think I can press against that. Adrian Andrews knew from the very beginning that Juan Carita was dead, but she poured the glass, remember? She poured the fucking glass. It's either the glass or the photo. No, yeah, because, like, he's just slumped over with no knife, right? So it wouldn't be apparently physically obvious, but if he were telling the truth and he was the one who, or she was the one who hired him, then she would have seen the card and she would have known that it was already done. So that checks out. What doesn't check out is the wine glass. Why would she go into the room and pour herself a glass and implicate herself? Thank you so much for taking the time to testify, Mr. DeKiller.
What is the meaning of that attitude?
When Adrian Andrews entered the victim's room, your client had no idea that Juan Carita had been murdered.
But how? How do you know that?
From this wine glass, Your Honor.
The glass?
Mr. DeKiller's supposed client thought Mr. Carita had only fainted, which is why this glass of tomato juice was poured for the victim.
But isn't that just a part of Adrian Andrews' calculated plan?
That is not possible, Your Honor. This glass bears the fingerprints of that person. Had this been planned, they would never have left their fingerprints behind.
I see your point. Mr. Edgeworth, what is your opinion?
Strangely enough, I had the same exact thought just now. Witness, how do you explain this strange phenomenon?
Isn't it a waste of time to ask about such a minor detail? It's not a very important point anyway, correct?
I'm afraid you are mistaken. If Adrian Andrews really is your client, as you claim, then your client should have knowledge of Mr. Corrida's death. If not, then that can only mean that Adrian Andrews was never your client at all. Poor little radio. I'm sad that it's not the cat as the final, cross-examination of the game, but I am glad that it's a funny robot instead. That's good enough for me, the fact that it's a weird radio face.
How strange. Yes?
I can't wait to see what his, cornered animation is, like when they get all freaked out.
Why is it that the attorney has yet to raise an objection at this absurd situation?
Phoenix, if the killer figures out what we're up to, we're in real trouble.
Yeah, I know. Mr. Edgeworth, I'm surprised. You know you can't say things like that without any evidence. Sorry.
Well, that was an awfully weak objection for the two of you.
Anyway, I'm positive there was a contradiction in that testimony. The prosecution requests further testimony concerning when the request was taken.
Very well.
Right now I have to buy us more time. While we wait for the items the killer left behind to get here, I just know that the very outcome of this trial lies with those items.
Request taking. Save again.
Dude, this is honestly dragging on. This is not even interesting what's happening right now either.
This request came to me, about a week ago. It was a request for my services on the night of the awards ceremony. We met at a certain bar to discuss and finalize a few matters. That is what occurred. I trust my memory and I believe I have made no mistakes.
That's a short one. Okay, good. We can get through this fast.
So you physically met your client, huh? That is correct. Meeting one's client is the first step to building trust, in my opinion. I see. Well, Mr. Wright, your cross-examination, please.
Let's ask what they looked like. Though he could also know that, because he could have told him. It was a request for my services. We met at a bar.
Hold it!
So you physically met Adrian Andrews, right?
Of course I did.
What was that? What was the brief pause? Press for... Yeah, we're cross-examining a fucking radio right now. Welcome, Equestrian Wyvern. We're very close to the end here. Witness, I would like for you to give us a few more details. We just have to wait for the stuff to show up that Grumblon had before he crashed and died.
I always meet my clients as a matter of principle. I have never taken a request by telephone or mail.
And why is that?
That's because I value the trust between a client and myself above all else, and the only way to establish that is to speak to the client while looking them in the eye. Well, Mr. Wright?
It was very important. Of course it was very important, Your Honor. If Mr. the Killer had met his client before, then it's unlikely he is mistaken.
So you're saying that his client really was Adrian Andrews?
I guess so.
You see, it is just as I said.
I'm so lost. Just ask what they looked like, dipshit. Calm down, Phoenix. Think carefully and relax.
Now then, would the witness please continue?
But I want to help the defendant, to be honest. It's my fucking job to help the defendant. It would be unethical to dogpile the other person. That is what occurred. So your client was Adrian Andrews?
That is correct.
Well, he says the two of them met. If they did, then there shouldn't be anything wrong with the killer's testimony. Well, there doesn't seem to be anything strange this time around.
You have to draw out more information from him, but you can't draw his suspicion. If you can do that, you should be able to find a flaw in his testimony somewhere.
Talk about a delicate balance. This request came to me a week ago. 1 week ago? Are you sure?
Yes, I'm quite sure. I, of course, had my own preparations, and I was barely able to finish. When you request my services, Mr. Attorney, I hope you will keep that in mind.
Please, stop.
In any case, my client this time had a very specific date and time in mind.
A specific date and time? There was a service by request on the award ceremony. Did you ask why on that specific night?
No, I don't give a fuck. But as far as for why, I only had my suspicions.
Your suspicions, huh? So what are these suspicions you had? Why did your client request that night?
I'm sure it was all for the bear.
The bear?
My client spoke of it. I'm sure there will be a bear-shaped figurine in Juan Carita's room. I would like you to retrieve that item for me.
He must be talking about the bear puzzle. Inside that figurine was a suicide note. Naturally, the victim brought it with him to his hotel room. He was planning to publicly disclose its contents at the press conference after all. I just thought of another perfect solution to this game ethically, where there's no gray areas whatsoever. There's no moral quandary whatsoever. You get the not guilty, so you fulfill your duty as a lawyer, and your duty to uphold the court system, and not fuck it up and turn it into a sham. You fulfill your duty to Maya to protect her, and then, right after the case, with the money you make from him, hire the killer to kill him. To kill, what's his face? The dickhead guy.
That is correct,
My client.
and if I had not done the job that night, I would not have known where the bear figurine was. Well, Mr. Wright, was the testimony of importance?
Oh. It's not very important. What is important is the meeting. We need to get more details. So you physically met Adrian Andrews.
Of course I did.
I would like for you to give us a few more details. I always meet my clients. Yeah, they already said this. Yeah, so he's met the client before.
Gnoove!
I guess I'll do this one and say it's very important this time, even though it's less important, because there's no way to get him to talk about the thing. Let's press further and then say very important this time. It was all for the bear. It was very important. The testimony just now has made one thing clear, and that is the client knew the secret of the bear figurine. Huh? Why is everyone so quiet?
Mr. Wright, I think all of us already knew that.
Oh, really? Witness, please continue with your testimony. This is weird. I don't know what it wants from me. I legit have no fucking clue what it wants from me right now. This is really dumb. I can't ask you about the physical appearance at all. About a week ago, blah, blah, blah. Yeah, we already pressed everything. Let's try pressing again. Sometimes it changes. Your client was Adrian Andrews. I guess I have to present some evidence, I guess. Maybe I could present her face against it? I don't know. This is like, I just need to ask what the fuck do they look like, but I don't know how to do that. A hint? Give me a second and then I'll take a hint. Let's try doing this. Let's try doing her face against this. If I use all of my juice at the top right, I'll just reload and then we'll, just tell me a hint. Let's see first, just in case I fuck it all up. No, it's not that, it's not that, it's not that, it's not that. It's not that, it's not that, it's not that! Okay. Oops. Actually, I clicked through. This request came a week ago. It was a request for a night at the thing. Maybe it's this. Maybe something about this. No, because she would have known that they would both be there. So that checks out. We met at a certain bar. Let's see. What else can we do? We've got the transceiver. We met at a certain bar. No, I have absolutely no clue what it wants from me, like none whatsoever. I do not know what it's asking me.
You're not related at all.
Oops. So, it was a request for my services. We met at a bar to discuss a few details. Let's talk about the suicide note. Oops, that was the attempted one. No! Damn it. Okay, yeah, just tell me a hint. I have no idea what it wants from me right now. I have absolutely no clue what it's asking me. Load, episode 8. That is what occurred. Your client was Adrian Andrews. That is correct. Maybe I could try doing it against this. Maybe I could try putting her face against this.
Objection!
No.
Damn it! Motherfucker!
This is pissing me off. This is pissing me off. I need to just fucking finish this game. I have to feed my dog. About a week ago. Is that incorrect? No, that should be fine. There should be no reason why it can't be that. It doesn't say when this was. Maybe that's when Juan Carita was boning her, but I don't know. Yeah, I'll take a hint now. I'll take a hint now. I have no clue what it wants. I have literally like zero idea what it wants. Juan's autopsy report. Knife, Lotta's photo. That doesn't help. Picture card doesn't help. Miss Andrews was carrying it. Oh, the hint was not everything is important. Oh, okay. Go feed the dog? This will... Oh, okay, it's not over yet. Okay, I'll BRB. I'm gonna go feed my dog real fast. I'll be back to finish this. Give me 5 minutes. Okay, I'm back. I turbo fast fed my dog. Turbo fast style. Sorry for the delay. This request came from me a week ago. You met at a bar. I know you met at a bar, yo. Okay, fuck it. Let's just press this again. I'm just gonna try pressing everything again and see if that works. Sometimes in these, you have to like press stuff multiple times. It's weird.
Of course I did.
Maybe I should try letting it go this time. I tried pressing it every other time. I need to find something more definitive to catch this guy on. Can we believe that your testimony up to this point has been reliable? Ah, okay, no, we'll try it. Press this again. Press further. Witness, I would like you to give us a few more details. I value my trust with the client, blah, blah, blah. Was the testimony important? Okay, here let's try not important, even though it's clearly extremely important.
Because we're trying to fake him out, remember? Why he meets his clients is not important, and that wasn't the point. Witness, please stop sidestepping my questions.
Well, what do you mean by that?
Okay, here we go. This is clearly what I'm supposed to do. Got it. That's stupid, but sure, why not? Woo! My question was, did you really meet Adrian Andrews in person?
I have already told you, Mr. Wright, I did. It was only through talking with him face to face that I began to trust him.
Yeah, there you go.
That's when I thought I can trust this person as a client. It's true what they say about talking face to face. Well, Mr. Wright,
That one was very important. If I heard what I think I heard just now, then I think I've got him. Your Honor, I believe the testimony just now was of utmost importance.
huh, really?
If that's the case, witness, please include the statement just now in your testimony.
Very well. From the moment I saw him, I thought I could trust this person as a client.
Okay, if it doesn't let me present evidence against this, I'm gonna flip my fucking shit. I'm gonna fucking flip my monkey garbage.
No, that's not important, Mr. Wright. Nope.
Okay, thank God. I would like to go over this one more time. You met Adrian Andrews at a bar and took the request at that time?
Yes, that is correct.
And that's when you thought he was trustworthy.
How many times must I repeat myself? Yes, that is correct.
I'm sorry, but that is an impossible tale.
What?
Shelley the Killer. You have never met the real Adrian Andrews.
Why would you say that?
Maybe we can spin this another way, and we could get my client off and get Andrews off by pretending that there was a fake Andrews involved. Like a mysterious third party that we don't know about yet that'll take a whole new case to figure out. But it would implicate neither party.
Why would you say that?
Because you made one very big slip up about her.
So what is the issue? Oh shit. What did you say just now?
About her? I was wondering why her name was fucking Adrian. If you had never met Adrian Andrews in person, it was all for that one slip. One look would have told you that she is a woman.
Oh no!
That was what I was waiting for. I was waiting to see what shit happened when he went nuts.
Order in the court! Mr. Wright, what is the meaning of this?
This witness testified to the following, that he always meets face to face with his clients when taking their request.
But he has never met Adrian Andrews in person.
Yes, Your Honor, that is exactly the point. That means Mr. the Killer's client could not have been Miss Adrian Andrews. Ha! He's sweating oil. Yo, this fucking radio is a beast. I want to make this radio into like a new heroic icon for the new century. The 21st century icon to lead to greatness should not be Superman. It should be Radio Man, the Killer.
Mr. Edgeworth, I understand your logic on this one. However, why would the assassin make such a basic mistake?
I believe it has to do with her name, Your Honor.
Her name?
Yes, Adrian Andrews is, without a doubt, a very androgynous name.
Yes, I see.
Unluckily for Mr. the Killer, the entire time he was on the stand, no one had stated Adrian Andrews' gender. And so, he simply picked the wrong gender to go with.
What? What is going on? Shelley the Killer, this court demands an explanation. I think somehow I mixed this client up with another.
So does that mean you remember something different now?
Yes, of course. Please, if you would allow me to testify once more.
I know he's just gonna spit out more lies.
Very well, but this time please give us the truth, and nothing but the truth.
Request taking, part 2!
Yes, now I remember. I took that request by mail. There have been times when I took a job without having to meet my client.
The request was for the murder of Juan Corrida and 2 or 3 other small things. When I saw the name at the end of the letter, I thought my client to be a man. Oh my god.
So you took this job through a letter?
He didn't mention anything about a letter in his earlier testimony, which means he's definitely lying. Be careful, Phoenix. If you break the assassin's testimony completely, it's over for us. I know, I can't make him suspicious, but I think we're okay. Like, we can do this. As long as he's standing there across from me, no matter how strong of a punch I throw, he'll counter it. No, he won't. You've beaten him like 10 times. You beat him in every fucking case in the last game.
Now then, let's begin the cross-examination.
Request taking part 2.
Say it again.
Yes, now I remember I took the request by mail.
But didn't you just say that you always meet your clients?
Yes, I suppose I did say that. However, there are some clients for whom a meeting is simply not possible.
But didn't you meet your client this time?
No, I did not.
Oh, come on now. Let's stop with this game of cat and mouse.
Using your silkiest voice is not going to work on me.
Alright then, just cough it up and confess.
Mr. Wright, you can't badger a witness with such harsh words.
Um,
You're a lawyer, so behave like one and present evidence instead of mindlessly yelling. Now then, do you have any proof that Mr. the Killer met with his client?
no. Yes. No, yes, yes, no. Yes. Yes, yes, yes. No, yes. I do. We've come this far. I have to try to prove something here. Very well, I will show you proof. I'm saving again just in case, because I don't want to game over here, but... I believe it's the burr, is it not? Is it not the burr? Are you sure about this, Phoenix? Here is the proof that the witness met with his client, who wished Mr. Karita dead. What's his face? Powers saw, the butler hand this thing to somebody. The figurine. So, what do you think?
I don't give a fuck. However, I am all for intents and purposes, transistor radio.
Oh, that's right. You can't actually see the evidence.
Well, I don't think this was one I needed to see. I can hear the pure silence in the air there.
That's funny. How could I have picked the wrong piece at a time like this? Damn it.
Howdy!
That doesn't make any sense. They fucking... Oh my god, dude. They said in an earlier testimony, which was accepted by the court, that he was spotted handing this thing off to his client. But it doesn't prove anything, though. Don't worry. It doesn't prove a gosh dang thing. I'll try a different proof, but I don't think there's anything else. Because the thing is, the other idea I had is more of a stretch than the bear one. The bear one was direct proof that they physically almost touched. They exchanged an item between hands. The card Andrews had, but that's not proof that they met at all, because it was at the scene of the crime and she just took it there. So, like, that's way more of a stretch. That's way, way more of a stretch. I think maybe this is not the thing I'm supposed to be doing right now. Lata's photo. Yeah, I think I'm not supposed to be presenting anything right now, but I'll still try. I'll still try presenting the card, but it's way more of a stretch than the bear, so I can't imagine this is correct. Yeah, it's not that. Let's see pressing the rest of his statements first, and then coming back to this.
There have been times where I took a job without meeting my client.
And why could you not meet certain clients?
Recently, I have been receiving more requests. If I meet each and every client, I would lose some nice business opportunities. Nice business opportunities? On top of which, the times have changed. It is now the age of information and computers, correct? Well, I have joined the times and now take requests via electronic mail. Electronic mail? Do you have to mail that in a special insulated envelope? I'm very sorry. I despise the shortening of words. What I meant by electronic mail is commonly referred to as email.
In a contest of mimicry, the judge would beat a parrot, hands down. Anyway, so you took this job without having met your client, and, motherfucker,
the request was for the murder of Juan Corrida and 2 or 3 other small things.
2 or 3 other things?
Yes.
And what were these other things?
A few other things that have nothing to do with this case.
What should I do? Let's press him, why not? Who cares? I'm about to lose anyway. Whether or not they're related to this case is for the court to decide.
Mr. Attorney.
Yes?
Everything I have said from the beginning has been nothing but beneficial to your client, which is why I wonder what is pushing you to continue with this cross-examination. Could it be that you are planning to betray your own client?
That's...
I smell the stench of a backstabber, and should you turn out to be one...
Whoa, wait! Uh-oh, this is looking really bad. I shouldn't press my luck. Alright, I have to think. Is this worth pursuing?
Yeah, baby, let it roll!
Witness, this is very important. Kill Maya, kill Maya! Please cooperate and tell us what these other jobs your client requested were.
If it's truly that important, I suppose I don't have much of a choice. The bear figurine.
The bear figurine?
After the assassination of the target, I was to find that figurine. I was told this job was just as important as the actual killing.
And where was the figurine?
It was inside Mr. Kurita's suitcase. That's why it was open.
Then what did you do next?
I handed it over to my client right away.
You gave it to your client? Interesting.
This is information certainly important to me. Witness, please include what you just stated.
That's crazy. Okay, well, that's good. But again, I can't really press evidence against that, but we know she went into the scene of the crime afterwards to look for this thing, so it doesn't make any sense if he was supposed to give it to her directly.
Interesting. One of these was to find a bear figurine and give it to Adrian Andrews.
I found this figurine at Mr. On Guard's mansion. If you gave it to Miss Andrews, then what was it doing there?
I was waiting for her there. That was also part of the plan to frame Mr. On Guard, I'm sure.
Yeah, that's smart. That's what he should say.
That makes a lot of sense. Well, Mr. Wright, do you have any problems?
Is there a contradiction? Even if there is, I shouldn't press it. Even if there is, I shouldn't point out the contradiction. What would the contradiction be? He gave it to her. She brought it. Or he brought. What? There's a contradiction, but there's none with evidence. I need to see what he said again. Is there a way to see what he said? Damn it. I'm gonna say there's a contradiction. I'm already about to die, so I may as well roll with it. So the killer says he gave the figurine to Miss Andrews. But I know somewhere in that statement there is a contradiction. I can't present evidence for this, but there are several contradictions. Contradiction number 1, why would she need to meet up with him before opening it? Contradiction number 2, he supposedly handed it off to his client and then she went in and looked for it anyway, which doesn't make any sense. I know somewhere there's a contradiction, and yet I know that if I present something trivial here, he will cut the connection on his end. If you want to make a strong point, Phoenix, you have to present strong evidence. She's right. So now what, Dr. Wright? Woo! Let it roll! Witness, let's go over this one more time. You gave Miss Andrews the bear figurine, and she told you to take the bear and wait for her at On Guard Mansion. Is that correct?
Yes. Where are you going with this?
Well, I think maybe you might have remembered a few things incorrectly.
What?
This is a battle of wits. I can't let up on it. I don't think it's impossible for Miss Andrews to have been the recipient of this bear. Yup. I think it wants me to present the suicide note right now, but I'm not sure. Because she would have taken that immediately, is the thing. But again, what I'm trying to prove, Phoenix Wright isn't trying to prove it. What I'm trying to prove is that it's a frame job, and if that's the case, then she would have no reason to take the suicide note. It would help frame him, actually, if it was still in there. Since she knows how to open it, she could be like, if I was the guilty party, I would have simply opened it. But I'm going to try presenting it anyway. Shelley the Killer. If you had really given the bear to Miss Andrews, then this item should not have been inside it.
This item?
I see where you're going. Yup, that's where I'm going.
Where is everyone going? Do I need to pack a suitcase?
I love the judge. Your Honor, please think back to Miss Andrews' testimony.
And I was going to burn it, for her sake.
If even for a single minute, this bear had actually been in Miss Andrews' hands, I'm sure she would have taken the suicide note out and burned it.
Order, order, order! So that's where you two were going.
So by the very fact that the suicide note was still inside the bag, it tells us that your client didn't know how to disassemble the puzzle.
Which means?
It means, Your Honor, that it is impossible for Adrian Andrews to be the client.
Whoa, 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 whoa!
I don't like where this is going, man. I want Phoenix Wright to do the right thing. I want him to be a good defense lawyer. But instead, I'm siding with stupid Edgeworth. This is so crazy.
Order, order, order! Mr. Phoenix, right? I'm sure I mentioned this before, how I hate traitors above all else. I think your cross-examination has clearly demonstrated something to me. You must wish to break our end of the agreement. No, that's enough. If that is your intention, then there is only one thing for me to do. Wait, please. Gentlemen, ladies, please excuse me. I have a matter that I must attend to. No, please. Not that. Please, wait. Mr. Attorney, bring this trial to a speedy end and I may stay my hand. Otherwise...
Phoenix Wright's going crazy!
What in the... Mr. Wright, are you? Mr. Edgeworth?
Yes, Your Honor.
I didn't understand this witness's outburst just now. Do you think there's a need to hear more testimony, or is this enough?
Well, we should... Edgeworth, we can't do this. If we keep this up. Maya, can you guys be quiet? We're having a dramatic moment here. You can't be chanting over me.
Stop, please! Maya will...
The prosecution,
What has come over everyone? Even you are...
The prosecution rests.
What is going on around here?
The prosecution has no further questions, Your Honor.
What?
Now they've started chanting again.
Well, I never thought I'd see the day. This is a most unusual situation. If the prosecution rests with no further questions, then the prosecution has failed to uphold its stance. If that is the case, then, even though I am reluctant, I must believe that Mr. DeKiller's testimony is accurate. That would mean that Shelley DeKiller's client is... Adrian Andrews! Mr. Wright.
Yes, Your Honor.
If I end the trial here, right now, then your client, Matt Hungard, would be declared innocent. And in his place, Adrian Andrews would be charged with murder. That doesn't make any sense, but that's how it works here.
Miss Andrews would be charged with murder!
The prosecution has no further questions, so we will now hear the defense's final remarks.
Listen. Just because Adrian Andrews has to go to death, that's not my fucking problem. That's not my fault as a defense attorney. My only obligation is to get my defendant declared not guilty. Edgeworth was the one who put Adrian Andrews in the crosshair. That was his problem. He's gonna have to live with that. The judge is the one who declares her guilty. That's his problem. He's gonna have to live with that. I didn't do shit but defend my client. No, guilt-free, baby. Wipe my hands of this whole thing.
The prosecution has no further questions.
Why do I keep reading it as quetness? What is happening in my brain?
We will now hear the defense's final remarks. Bailiff, please bring the defendant, Matt Hungard, to the stand.
The items from DeKiller's hideout didn't make it in time. We tried as hard as we could, but it looks like our time has run out. I can't believe it. The outcome now lies in your hands. Dude, he's such a fucking scumbag. Dude, did the old guy finally decide?
To be honest, I can't think of you as a truly innocent and good person. You have done enough evil to drive a woman to suicide. But, at least on the charge of murder, it would appear you are innocent.
Ha! What? Why is he revealing this in court?
So I guess even the old fuddy-duddy figured me out. Mr. Hungard!
What an atrocious lawyer I have, giving his own client up like this. And that refreshing like a spring breeze crap, it's just as atrocious, don't you agree? Anyway, get on with it and pronounce me innocent already. Right, Mr. Lawyer? Should I side with justice? Or should I save Maya's life? Justice? Nah, let's side with Maya's life. Well, the thing is, he's presenting a false binary here because it's not actually true. Siding with justice would be fulfilling your role in the legal system and trusting the outcome. What he is doing is not, it's a gross miscarriage of justice if he intentionally gets his own client convicted of murder. Or should I save Maya's life?
You'd better get on guard a guilty sentence, okay?
But if I did that, Maya will die. I have to say, presenting Maya as the one I have to save was not effective on me. I really don't care if she lives or dies. But if it was Gumshoe, I would be having such a fucking moral dilemma right now. But if I say he's innocent, then Miss Andrews will be charged as the murderer. Do I say he's guilty or not guilty? Either choice I make, someone's life is going to end. It all hinges on what I choose. Will there actually be a real choice or not?
Now then, Mr. Wright, let's hear the defense's final statements. If the person who hired the assassin was Adrian Andrews, then your client, Mr. Matt on Guard, is innocent.
There's no need to ask, old man. After all, my lawyer is gonna say what I want, aren't you? Right? I can't do this, but I have to decide something. I can't count on the evidence to help me anymore. I have to listen to my heart. My client, Matt on Guard, is... Oh my god, I actually choose? I didn't save. Fuck, I saved pretty recently though. He's not guilty. I'm his defense attorney. Bow, 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 bow.
We are waiting for your answer, Mr. Wright. Matt on Guard, your client deserves an answer.
Maya, I'm sorry. What? Matt on Guard is... Oh, what the fuck? Karma's back? Damn, she's a badass. She just got fucking shot to death. Franziska von Karma?
What are you doing? Ow!
You see now, don't you, Mr. Phoenix Wright? This is exactly why you should never take your eyes off that scruffy fool.
Did you bring them? Oh! When I was, when it presented me with, like, what's the evidence of how you can find Gumshoe, you were supposed to present her profile. You were supposed to present Franziska's profile. Damn it, I got tricked by that again! I can never remember that you have profiles as well as evidence. God damn it. That was an obvious one, too. Did you bring them, the final pieces? Do you have them?
You should know better than to ask that, Mr. Miles Edgeworth. Von Karma is perfect in every way. The evidence is here in perfect condition. Don't worry about Scruffy. He's fine and his injuries are minor. All of the items are inside this.
What a filthy old coat this is.
That's Gumshoe's. I can spot his tattered rags anywhere. I apologize for its ugliness, but there was nothing else to wrap the items in. I fought long and hard this whole trial, all for what's inside that raggedy coat. I'm sure that inside that coat lies a crucial piece of evidence. Your Honor, inside that filthy coat are the defense's final pieces of evidence.
Your final evidence?
Hubbada, hubbada, hubbada. This is getting so crazy. God damn, this is going insane. It's going for so long. I can't believe they faked me out with the choice again, though. That's so annoying. It kept making it seem like there was a real choice to make, but there never was.
This trial is already over. All that remains is for me to hand down my verdict. I do not believe that any evidence presented now would change the outcome of this trial.
But what? Your Honor, it is our duty to examine every piece of evidence, down to the last. I request that Miss Von Karma be allowed to present these pieces.
I suppose you are right, Mr. Edgeworth. I grant permission. However, this one obvious rule applies here. If these items do not bring up any new points, they will not be accepted. Now, Miss Von Karma, if you please.
These pieces of evidence are items left by the killer during his escape from the police.
He must have been in quite a rush.
Yes, Your Honor. The killer left 3 pieces of evidence.
Somewhere among the evidence we're about to see, there will be something that will turn this whole situation around, like a miracle. I'm sure of it. That is all we can hope for.
The first item is a pistol.
Okay, so not that. Does the killer's pistol have anything to do with this case? No, I don't give a fuck. I'm pretty sure there was no gun involved. Wait, what? No! There's no real benefit to hearing about it. That is true. Okay, good. Present this piece of evidence. Pistol added. This is the one. This is the one. The videotape. 100%, this is the piece of evidence that will change everything. Because if this is the videotape, I think it is, it's what was transmitted from the bear's eye during the murder. It was the Matt on Guard's blackmail video, where he was going to film Tequila in the process so he could blackmail him. So if we show that to Tequila, then he will know that he's been duped and he won't have to kill Maya anymore. He'll break his code of honor. Well, he won't break it, but it will have already been broken. Problem is, he can't see shit because he has a radio. That's the only issue with this part. I don't think this may be important in that case. Because remember, he can't see physical items. They made a big deal out of pointing that out earlier. The second piece of evidence is the videotape. I bet the killer took that from the mansion. Have you checked the contents of that tape?
Unfortunately, there was no time to.
Oh, yeah.
But I would speculate that this tape is very important.
Why would you say that?
Because he came back to his hideout for it.
The killer went back for it?
That's right. It looks like he was trying to recover it. He injured 3 of the officers at the site. But somehow it looks like they managed to protect it from the killer. Shelly the Killer is no ordinary man. The last piece of evidence is this bellboy's uniform.
That one does not matter at all. I don't think this is going to help us much at all. Thank you very much, Miss Von Karma. I think that's enough.
That's all I have to present, Your Honor.
It's just as I thought.
And what is that, Your Honor?
I'm sure we were under normal circumstances. These items from Shelly the Killer's hideout would be very important clues. However, our question is not who did the killing.
It is who is the client.
Yes, that is correct. And these 3 items do not tell us anything about that. Thank you for your hard work, Miss Von Karma. You may step down now.
Wait, Your Honor. Please, allow me to examine this new evidence.
Overruled. I don't give a fuck. Blah, 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 blah. Na, boo, boo. I'm not going to hear what you have to say.
Wonderful. Absolutely splendid. This judge is such a brilliant man, isn't he? Is this the end? Phoenix. I knew it. There's no such thing as a miracle in this world, is there? I think you're wrong. I think they do exist. But you have to make that miracle happen. You've come this far. You can't give up now. But no matter how you think about it, it's... Try. For my sake, just think about it for a second, you fucking idiot. There are 2 ways out of this situation for us. 2? The first... Make on God's wish from the bottom of his soul for a guilty verdict. Huh? The killer will always place his client's wishes first. If on God himself wishes to be convicted, then he will let his hostage go. That may be true, but that's asking me to do the impossible. See, the invisible. Row, fight the power. No, that's actually easy as fuck. Because if we show the killer that he broke his trust, the killer's probably gonna want to kill him, and then he'll want to be in police custody to survive. The second way. Force the killer to end his contract with On God. If the killer were to no longer think of On God as his client, then he would let Maya go. We can do both at the same time. Mia, that's even more impossible. He is a man who values his duty above all else. I know both of these seem like impossible feats at first, but if you could make either one happen, it would truly be a miracle. The bigger problem is the judge has already said he doesn't need any more evidence. The pieces he was just shown, he's not accepting them. Phoenix, think things through from the other side. Isn't that what always worked for us? The other side? Wait, does she mean... You mean, to turn things around? Phoenix, the judge says he doesn't need the evidence. If that's the case, then who does need it? The person who needs the evidence. It's fucking the killer. Holy, get on with it. God damn. The defense, prosecution, and the judge. We have seen all the pieces of evidence. And that is how we have come to know about the truth. But there is one person who has yet to see them all. And that person does not know the truth. That truth. It may be what will bring about the miracle in the end.
There are no objections in this time, correct? Now then, I will pronounce my verdict.
Why don't we all respectfully sit back and listen, kids? Oh my, he objects! God damn, he's turning it around! Let's go, Phoenix Wright. One last one. One last objection to rule them all. To overrule them all, to be specific.
I have already told you, Mr. Wright, this court does not need any more evidence.
I am not saying it is us that needs the evidence, Your Honor.
Then you want to show the evidence to that person?
Yes, Your Honor. Please, Your Honor.
Mr. Wright, for you to ask with such passion, I don't want to. Guilty, the end. I will grant you one chance.
Oh, one chance?
Please show your evidence to who you think is the right person.
That's impossible, to turn the situation around in one try.
One try. That is all I will permit.
I have to try to remember. This is so fucking easy. Just show me the list, man. I can point them out, I promise. Think, Phoenix, think! There must be a way to save Maya while taking On Guard down.
Now then, Mr. Wright, let's not waste any more time. Who would you like to show the evidence to?
Shelly the Killer. Oh, imagine if I showed John Doe instead and ruined it all.
I see. And now, Tell this court what one piece of evidence you would like to show this person.
The fucking really obvious videotape they talked about like 3 million times.
Well, what do you think, Mr. Edgeworth?
I think there is some merit in showing this evidence to that witness.
Bailiff, please bring in the transceiver from earlier.
All right. It looks like I managed to convince him. Do I care about achievements? No, not really. Not particularly. Maya, she's okay, right? I'm not super big on achievements. I will be very mad if I beat the whole game, though, and I'm missing one achievement. I'll probably scream and cry and kick my own head.
Didn't I tell you to concern yourself with bringing about a speedy end to this trial? Now, if I understand correctly, you wish to show me one piece of evidence.
Yes, one is all I need. I have here a videotape. It was found at your hideout. I heard you injured 3 officers in your attempt to get this back.
That was most regrettable. However, it was an order from my client. I was told to protect that videotape.
I thought so.
I'm afraid I seem to have failed in that regard.
Do you know the contents of this tape?
I was sternly told by my client to not watch it, so I have absolutely no idea.
Actually, you are on this tape.
Me? I don't give a fuck.
There was a video camera hidden at the crime scene. The bear got all fucking saturated as shit. He's so swag. The bear is the true killer. He just pretended to be stuffed after he did the dirty deed. Your actions were being recorded.
What? Is that true, Mr. Wright? Who was it that planted a camera?
Well, the only person who could have placed the camera at the scene of the crime would be your client, naturally.
That was Adrian Andrews.
Be quiet and listen, Your Honor.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, the judge is so fucking sweet. Keep a save from before that last piece of evidence. Oh, interesting. Okay, gotcha. I still have some saves back there, so I'll keep that in mind. Let's see. Let's make sure. Yeah, okay, so I've still got something back there. I'll keep the super old ones just to be safe. This one's from like an hour ago. So I'll just start back over my saves from over here. Your client specified a place and time for you, isn't that right?
Yes?
That was so they could film you.
I had no idea. Mr. Wright, why would my client do such a thing? I would like to know why.
Why did Matt on guard film the crime scene? The reason why he did this is to take it out of my whole mess. There's only one reason why your client would secretly film the crime. They wanted to blackmail you. Well, he literally already told me this, so that's a pretty easy one. Your client once told me something very interesting. We were talking about you, and this is what they said. He just made the music with his mouth, the courtroom music.
But I'm no weakling. I don't believe anyone, least of all assassins. Oh, come now, Mr. Wright. Assassins aren't above blackmail. Yes, that's where the video comes in. With that, I can keep him at bay, and even blackmail him if I want.
Yeah, I'm going to start Outlast 2 next Wednesday. I'm just streaming late because I'm about to beat the game. I think. But I also thought that an hour ago, so who knows? This question also lets you get it if you flub it. Oh, okay, gotcha. Good. Your client didn't trust you at all. Yeah, it makes sense, because, like, you were already told, so it's like, hard to punish for that. They were thinking of using this video to blackmail you. What do you have to say to that, Shelly the Killer? He's freaking out, man. He's turned into an angry robot.
It looks like I was being deceived from the very beginning.
Yes, by a natural. That is the kind of person they are. A natural. Your client is a person who only thinks and plots of how to use the people around them to protect themselves from any and all dangers that may arise. Who runs and controls Hollywood. That is the true nature of your client. I have one question for the witness.
Yes?
You told us one thing numerous times during your testimony. You said that you detest traitors most of all.
Yes, that's right.
But what if that traitor was your own client? What would you do then?
That's obvious. I would break our contract in that case. And then, that client would become my next target. For the honor of the killer name, even if it takes an eternity, I would follow that person to the ends of the earth to exact my punishment.
Bing, boom.
So now we've accomplished both impossible tasks with one blow. Because now he's going to want to declare a guilty verdict so that he can escape this dude's wrath. That's all I wanted to know. So the traitor becomes the killer's next target. Ah, I get it. This is how we'll turn this case around.
Mr. Wright,
Yes?
my contract with my client is over as of now. I seem to have a new job on my hands. I will now return to you your precious item.
Okay, great. So now we can get our client the not guilty verdict. He'll be let off the hook. And then he'll be killed by the killer. And everything's tied up in a neat little bow.
What the? I'm not an item.
You definitely are an item, Maya.
Shut up!
Maya, I thought I'd never see you again. Oh, thank goodness. She's a MF item, dude, for real. She's the bottomless bag from Dungeons and Dragons. She's the motherfucking mimic chest.
This trial appears to have come to its conclusion. However, I'm sort of. I don't quite know what just happened.
Miss Von Karma.
Oh, Miss Von Karma, where did that...
She always has you in her sights. Now, I do believe it's time to finally hand down a verdict. Ha! He's stupid. Mr. On Guard, it looks like somehow you got what you wanted. You will finally receive the acquittal you wanted so badly. You should be happy. But before that, I would like to make one final statement. Sometime in the near future, one very betrayed assassin may appear before you. Needless to say, that man is very good at what he does. I'm sure you would understand what I mean if you watch this video.
Help me!
Now then, Your Honor, the verdict, if you please.
Is this all right with you, Mr. Wright?
We have finally reached the end of a very long battle. Whether he's convicted or acquitted, there is no escape for him now. Go on, Phoenix. Plead whichever way your heart tells you. Wait, is this a choice? Ooh, this is not even close to a quandary anymore. Right, Chief. Not guilty. Boom. Easy. Did my job. And now he gets to be chased down by an assassin, and that innocent girl doesn't get killed. Congratulations, Mr. Matt on Guard. Please make sure to savor every moment of what little time you have left. Your Honor, as always, the defense pleads not guilty.
Very well. This court finds the defendant Matt on Guard not... What? No!
Please wait.
What's the matter?
If I get a not guilty, I'll be killed.
Huh?
I'm no! Oh my God, Jesus! That's disgusting. That's fucked up. He pulled his own face off.
Okay. Not guilty. As always, it looks like we have uncovered the real truth.
We? I don't remember you helping out much in this.
Mr. Edward, how is Matt on Guard?
I have left Miss Von Karma in charge of his incarceration. I'm sure he's getting a full course meal of whip leather right about now. But isn't the whole point of this game that everybody gets a death sentence anyways? So like, what's the difference if he gets assassinated or executed by hanging?
Very good. That was a close one, wasn't it, witness?
Yes, I plan to pay my debt to society for my own crime, Your Honor. The first time I was called to the witness stand during the trial, all I felt was despair.
She must be talking about the time Edgeworth really went after her. I guess she's trying to forgive him for what he did. He did point his big angry finger at her a lot. Yeah, the robot is the assassin. The robot's the assassin who did the murdering. And the guy who said he was guilty is the guy who asked for it. He's my client. He's the guy who hired the killer. But yeah, he's not going to show up in person, so he just has a little radio in his place. The witness, how should I put this? She has an illness. She is down with the sickness, if you will, Your Honor. If you're going to say you would choose death, that is no concern to me.
But after that, when I was alone at the detention center, that's the first time I really saw myself for who I am. And today, when the two of you used your combined strength to convict— No! I didn't do that, man! Fuck you! I didn't combine shit. I was doing my goddamn job. Nah, it made me. I felt like I had finally been saved. Wow, this is the first time I've ever seen her smile. I am really happy that you two were in charge of this case. I really don't know how to express how I feel at this moment.
It's just like the ending of the last game. That's interesting. It's a parallel to the DLC of the first game.
This is the first time I felt comfortable with myself, with who I am. Thank you so much, everyone.
Okay, send her off to the execution room. It looks like we have resolved everything at last. As for myself, there are still a few things I'm confused about, but everyone seems to be in good spirits, and that is good enough for me. That is all. The court is adjourned.
Woo! What happened? They didn't do a final, like, guilty? What? That's stupid. It's always supposed to say, not guilty in big letters. Defendant lobby number 3. You were great out there, Phoenix. What I did out there was right, wasn't it? This is the first time you've not gotten your client off. You're a little slut, you are, Phoenix. You got them a guilty verdict this time. But you have to look past all of that to what's really important. You now realize that there is something more than just getting a not guilty, right? Yes, I understand now. I'm supposed to be bad at my job. Phoenix, think back for a second. Think to the moments before Miss Von Karma arrived with the final pieces of evidence. Think about the incredible decision you had to make, and that I didn't let you make.
Now then, Mr. Wright, let's hear the defense's final statements.
I can't count on the evidence to help me anymore. I have to listen to my heart. Should I side with justice, or should I save Maya's life? My client, man on guard is... You didn't get to answer, did you? Is he guilty, or is he not guilty? Those were your choices then, and your answer. Your answer spoke to what being a lawyer means to you. It didn't matter. This is stupid. Right. Edgeworth. I have good news. Maya is now safe in police custody. Can we kill this one too? I hope so. I hope fucking Phoenix Wright gets killed, man. He sucks. Really? Pearls, you're telling us the truth, right, Mr. Edgeworth? Yes, she's quite safe. She's on her way here as we speak in a patrol car that she stole. Ah, Mystic Maya's safe. You did it. You really did it, Mr. Nick. Ow! She punches deceptively hard for a kid. I believed in you. I kept saying to myself, Mr. Nick will save her. Mr. Nick will save her. What? What? Thanks. Was there actually a choice there at any point? Like, could I have intentionally torpedoed the case? I mean, I tried to say not guilty like twice, but the game cut me off both times and auto-corrected me back onto the path. But maybe if I just was bad, I could have won. I could have gotten the not guilty verdict. Oh! What's wrong? Miss Von Karma. Oh god, she's pissed. About earlier. Thanks.
Ow! Why are you still smiling? Mr. Phoenix Wright, you lost! Your perfect win record has now been crushed. And yet, you are still happy?
I don't think you'll ever understand, Miss Von Karma.
How dare you?
Don't worry. She may in time. After all, I was like that myself until a year ago. Edgeworth? For my own personal victories, and for guilty verdicts. Yeah, he was a little dickling 1 year ago. Oh, okay, so if you... Oh, so you can just fuck it up. You can't, like, intentionally get not guilty verdicts, but you can fuck it up. You can just show them the wrong stuff and you lose. Gotcha. I used every dirty trick in the book, and so my win record remained spotless. But a man appeared and stood fast against that selfish me. I fought him in my usual manner and tasted my first defeat. That man's name was Larry Butts. I felt like I had lost everything because of that. Gotcha. So yeah, that's the save I need to go back to. Yeah, gotcha. Okay, thanks for the heads up. And then... Yeah, Phoenix took a L on that one, man. He took a L because it was a guilty verdict. He's gotta. It was my turn to sit in the defendant's chair. No one was there with him. He just went by himself. And I was saved by that person I called my enemy. I couldn't forgive myself for all that had happened. So I left the prosecutor's office. And I took my big dump truck ass with me. And I left that note. Prosecutor Miles Edgeworth chooses death.
As well you should have. A prosecutor who has shamed himself with defeat should crawl into a hole and die.
But that was not what happened. After I left the prosecutor's office, I finally came to realize something. And it was in that moment of clarity that everything began to change.
But what foolish nonsense!
We prosecutors use anything we can to attack the defendant, but every time we did so, no matter how desperate the situation, instead of giving up like most people, that man would hold strong with his undying faith. And then, before I knew it, I began to trust in that man as well. This is so homoerotic, I'm sorry, but like, goddamn, they need to just kiss already. Like, Edgeworth and fucking Phoenix have the most sexual tension I've ever seen.
What? You trusted your enemy?
It doesn't matter how many underhanded tricks a person uses. The truth will always find a way to make itself known. The only thing we can do is fight with the knowledge we hold everything we have. What? Oh, the knowledge we hold and everything we have. Erasing the paradoxes one by one. It's never easy. We claw and scratch for every inch. But we will always eventually reach that one single truth. This I promise you. The truth. Yes, that's the reason why prosecutors and defense attorneys exist. But I'm sure you knew that already, didn't you, Wright? Yes, exactly. That's why you couldn't forgive me, this man who went into hiding. Isn't that right? This man who only had his sights set on victory, who ran away in the night.
Oh, is Mr. Edgeworth right, Mr. Nick?
You really let me down. When you disappeared, I felt betrayed. The reason I decided to become a lawyer to begin with was because I believed in the things you said to me all those years ago. And you betrayed your own words. That's why, 1 year ago, I made up my mind. I decided that the Miles Edgeworth I knew had died. And at least, that's what I told myself. Beam, beam. Two random people who make eye contact. Nah, that's not just me, man. They are ridiculously gay. Edgeworth and Phoenix are ridiculously gay for each other. Think about the fact that they are like quote-unquote child friends who knew each other for 1 year in school 20 years ago and become immediately obsessed with each other the instant they meet up again. If I met someone I had known in 4th grade in the same profession as me, I would be like, oh, hey, what's up, dude? All right, I'm going to do my own shit now. I'm going to go do my own stuff. Have a good life. It would not make like the slightest impact on me. This dude's entire life revolves around this guy he knew for a year as a kid and then met again and instantly fucking became obsessed with. At least, that's what I told myself.
You pathetic fool!
Miss Von Karma!
I don't want to hear the wretched whimpering of a disgraced loser. Von Karma is someone who is destined to be perfect. Miles Edgeworth, you are no longer worthy. You are no longer worthy of being a Von Karma, and neither am I. It's over. It's all over.
Now she's gonna go on a fucking spirit journey. Francisca threw something on the ground just now. This is an electromagnetic receiver. Isn't that the thing she used to track Detective Gumshoe? I'll return this to the precinct later. There's something else.
Oh, isn't that Miss Von Karma's whip?
I'll never set foot in another courtroom again. I'm sure that's what she's saying by this action. You should keep this, Wright. Okay. Nick! Oh no, she's back. She's returned. I'm gonna be so pissed, dude. Yeah, it's true. The assassin probably should have tried a little bit more than not at all. Honestly, that was On Guard's fault, though. He totally should have told the guy beforehand. He should have prepped him. He should have prepped him that his manager with a very misleading name is in fact a woman. If I saw someone called Michael Jackson, I would assume it was a dude. If it turned out in court later that it was a lady, that's not really my fault. Maya!
Mystic Maya! Mystic Maya!
She's back. Oh, that's so sweet. Now we just have to like crop out the bottom 2/3 of the photo. It'll be perfect. Just remove 2 of those 3 characters from the equation and it's fine.
Oh, Nick, I knew you would come around. You got On Guard convicted like I knew you would. And on top of that, you even rescued me.
Well, of course I did. You know I would never desert you. But we sure pressed our luck this trial. You're really lucky to be standing here.
Whatever. Look, it's over, okay? Besides, if I did croak, I would just come back and haunt you like a bad ghost through Pearly.
I really hope that's the bad ending. I gotta look this up. I gotta look up what the other ending is. Is it really that easy to do something like that?
Thanks a lot, Nick.
Don't mention it. Maya.
Oh, Mr. Edgeworth.
I'm relieved you're all right.
Hey, it looks like you've made some real progress, Mr. Edgeworth.
Well, I suppose I'm a little different from who I was a year ago. I'm built different 100.
Heh.
It's the bear! It's come to life to kill us all, the stuffed bear!
All right, I think it's time we got out of this depressing place.
Huh? Where are we going?
Hamburgers, lol, that's what she's gonna say. Food, Nick, food! Grub, chow, I'm starved. I'm so hungry, even you look like a nice juicy burger on a bun to me, Nick.
You think I look like a burger? I'm a prime rib at least. Come with us, Mr. Edgeworth, please. Now go fuck yourselves.
All right, so how about we hit up our usual burger joint? Don't be silly, Nick.
Huh? Oh, that was him that said that, sorry. It just showed her.
This case messed up that awesome evening, and in the way of my gourmet food. So I've decided that we have to make up for it by having another feast.
Another feast?
Come on, Nick, food!
Don't end on that. Please don't end on fucking... Okay, thank God. Don't end on Maya, for God's sake. Yeah, also, not a great idea that On Guard tried to blackmail a professional killer. But, I mean, I think, like, that part of his character makes perfect sense. It's, like, just... It so encapsulates who it is, right? He's, like, such an arrogant jackass that he thought he could outmaneuver this guy who does this shit for a living. He's like, he's just like everybody else. I can use him and then throw him away when I'm done. But he just, like, bit off way more than he could chew, which he didn't realize till the last second. I feel like that's how those type of people, they always get their comeuppance in that sense. Like, they always run across the one person they shouldn't have fucked with. 9 out of 10 people don't care enough to push back against them, but then they'll find that one person who just, like, wrecks their shit.
Hey, pal. Sorry to keep you guys waiting.
Yeah, he survived his accident. I'm glad. Gumshoe, are you alright?
Yeah, I just got these 3 shark fins lodged into my brain, but besides that, I'm doing good well. I didn't think I would hit a telephone pole of all things.
Oh, good, he didn't T-bone a fucking van full of families. A telephone pole? And it wasn't a red light that got him?
You did it again, city boy. I felt like my dear old heart was gonna give out on me, and I ain't joking.
Yeah, it was more exciting than the very last episode of The Steel Samurai.
Thanks.
Now look at here, Mr. Snooty Prosecutor. Don't you reckon you bullied Mr. Wright too hard? If you don't start being a lot nicer to him, he might just kick it. Tonight even.
I'll keep that in mind.
Well, come on now. Everyone gather round. Y'all are gonna get your picture taken by a genuine professional photographer.
Looks like Lotta bought herself a new camera.
Well, pal, at least we can put this messy case behind us now. Come on, tonight's all about eating, so let's go chow down, pal.
Amen to that, pal. Amen.
You know, when you think about it, you were the one who saved the day, detective. Huh, me? You really think so?
It was. Please have a Detective Gumshoe spinoff. Please, I'm begging you. Make a Detective Gumshoe spinoff. He's so good. Mr. Killer Bean was looking for an heir. Yeah, that is true. He was gonna adopt a new shell. He was gonna adopt a new Sheldon's Big Bang Bazinga theory. He's right. If it wasn't for the 3 items you took, I think this trial would have had a very different ending.
Well, you know, it's... Huh? Wait. That's odd. When I ran off with the things from the killer's hideout, I was sure I took 4 things in total, sir.
What?
4? Yeah, I'm sure I put one of the items in my coat pocket. There was a 4th item?
Ah, come on, y'all, it's over. But whoo boy, I tell you, you really are something else.
Wait, so what was it?
What was it?
You really are something else. Between getting accused of murder and getting kidnapped, never a dull moment with you, huh?
What else was in that room that we investigated? There was the photo, but we got that. There was the radio antenna, which is too big to fit in his coat pocket. There was the bear, which we recovered. There was the videotape, obviously. I don't know. What was the thing? Yeah, I'm just gonna fucking keep you up all night. God damn it.
Haha, you think?
Why does she look so happy about that?
But being shut away for 2 whole days, weren't you scared?
Yeah, it was really scary. I felt so hopeless. But to keep my mind off things, I drew a picture. Sounds like you had it rough, gal. So where's this picture of yours?
Yeah, I want to see it. I want to see Mystic Maya's picture.
I don't know where it went. That was the fourth thing.
Oh, that's too bad.
Well, it's alright. It wasn't anything important anyway.
Oh,
That was Phoenix. Why'd it cut to her? It sure was nice to finally see them both smiling again.
Bring, bring.
Yeah, there needs to be another The Killer. I hope we get a new The Killer case in the next game. That would be fucking dope. If somebody is like not actually his heir, but they want to be the heir to the DeShelly or the Killer assassin line. So he's like a copycat The Killer. What is it, Edgeworth? This thing is picking something up.
Ah, that's Miss Von Karma's receiver. Ugh, thanks to her, I had the most awful experience of my life, sir. I can't believe she stuck a tracking device on me.
That's odd. Even though you're standing right here, the tracking device seems to be in a different location.
Oh, it's probably busted or something, sir.
Oh no. Well, it doesn't matter. I'm afraid it's about time for... Why is this so mysterious? This is the most mystery of this whole case. I'm afraid it's about time for me to excuse myself. I still have some work to do.
Huh? But Mr. Edgeworth, you haven't even eaten anything yet.
And you've eaten way too much, you fat fuck. I had fun tonight. Now, if you'll excuse me... Wait. What? I just want to say... Thanks, Edgeworth. You really saved me out there. If anyone should be saying thanks, it should be me, right? I feel like words alone just aren't enough here. I wonder if there was some more intimate expression we could make with one another as two men. If there's anything I can give to him... Oh, god damn it. Not this shit again. I fucked this up in the last game, and I'm gonna fuck it up again. Shoot him to death.
Kabam! I'm the new The Killer. Twist ending.
I could give him the whip. I mean, that's his fucking sister of sorts. I don't know, man. I kind of want to give him my attorney badge. I think that's exactly what I tried last time, too, and it did not work. Does this choice matter? Does this choice actually matter, or should I just show him my fucking attorney badge? Do you want to answer regarding the Killer matter? Nah, because it might come up next game, or it might not, but I'd rather just find out. But I do want to answer as to whether this is an important decision I need to make. Like what I show him. I can't give him a person, unfortunately. I would sure love to give him John Doe, age question mark, but I don't think it'll let me. Okay, so I do give him the whip. Got it. What's this? Thank you. It's all thanks to you two. You and her. You don't need to thank me. I was only doing my job. So I was right about that. That's good.
It looks like Mr. Edge...
That's not her voice. It looks like Mr. Edgeworth has left, Mr. Nick. Hey, Mystic Maya!
Yes, Pearly?
I guess you two can go back to being lovey-dovey, right? That's inappropriate. This is Call Me Ace Attorney. You and Mr. Nick, I mean.
But Pearly, would you cut it out already? You're embarrassing me.
Anyway, so who's paying for this lovely dinner party?
As if you need to ask. Everyone say, thank you, Nick. No!
Yeah, I'm kind of at the point where I can't even buy instant noodles, pal. So I kinda already put your name on the bill. Huh?
Yeah, I got me a situation just like that myself. There's this camera shop in this hotel, see? And I just bought myself this good old beauty here. It'd be better anyhow for $3,000.
Huh?
Actually, I reckon you bought it for me since it's on your tab and all. What? No.
Huh?
Isn't this great, Mr. Nick?
Yeah, Nick.
Why do I suddenly feel like screaming?
Oh, you don't need a whole bag now, you hear?
Yeah, pal. Time to let it all out.
This is gonna be the first time I hear the real you.
Go on, it's been a while since I heard you say it. I've been busy being a hostage and all.
Alright then, if you say so.
Objection!
That's great. Yeah, woo! I beat the whole fucking game. It only took 34 hours. Ba-da-ba. I don't know why everyone hears a fucking broke-ass Busta.
You really came through for me, Nick. I had to hide that letter, but I knew you'd find it. I really feel like I've been living on the edge lately. I mean, I've escaped death 3 times now. Pretty cool, huh? I feel like a pro.
Can you please die next game, Maya? I'm so fucking sick of you. But yeah, Ace Attorney, the next Ace Attorney game, will not be next Wednesday. We're going to do a buffer playthrough in between it again. Outlast 2 is going to be next Wednesday. Once Outlast 2 is done, we're going to play Ace Attorney 3.
I'm so happy for you and Mystic Maya. Speaking of which, I think this hotel is a popular place for honeymooners. So I sort of made reservations for the two of you, just in case.
That's fucked up, Pearl. I knew her when she was like 10. And it would not be appropriate at all. You gotta chill with that. You gotta really take that down from a 10 to about a 2.
Well, pal, it looks like I'm back on the force again. Mr. Edgeworth had a long talk with the chief, and he got me reinstated for my sake. I heard he said things like, letting that one go is bad for all of society. I knew it! Crashing headlong into everything is the only way to live, pal.
Yeah, Gumshoe, woo! Please make a Gumshoe spinoff. I really want to play Gumshoe Gaiden.
It smell like leeches in here.
I do. Oh, it's Maggie Bird from the first case.
I, Maggie Bird, am retiring the uniform as of today, sir. I'm gonna be a waitress from now on.
Why?
And bring smiles and joy to people who come by the restaurant, sir. I hope you'll stop by sometime, Mr. Wright.
Okay. That was a weird epilogue for that character. My husband was killed in the line of duty, so I gave up. I said, that's enough for me.
Yeah! Woo! Yes, are you here to visit a patient? I'm Dr. Hardy. Yeah, recently. Oh, yes. And that girl, you know, I haven't seen her around. Oh, yes. But I remember, if I even laid as much as an eye on her, it would go crack. It didn't matter if I got whipped, though. Yes. Oh.
I fucking love the director so much. He's the worst character ever created. He is literally just Sex Offender the musical. It's great. Oh, it's Maximilian Galactica. It's time to begin our quest of world circus domination, sweetie. And to let the world know we are serious, I made a plan to fly to Zimbabwe.
Hey, Max, what do you think Zimbabwe is like? Do you think there are castles made of cake and bunnies who can talk?
No, I actually don't think that. If they're already talking bunnies, they won't even laugh at most jokes. I forgot those two were a couple by the end of that case. We will do one last thing before we end after these credits, which is watch the other ending. I'm ready. There's no way these jokes are gonna fall on deaf ears. I'm gonna be more contemporary with my humor. Mo Curls represent.
We've got our new act all worked out. Prepare for the Hallelujah chorus. Say something, will ya? You're supposed to start this off. Get on with it.
I don't remember what his voice was. Trillo? No clue. No recollection whatsoever. I really like this one. I think overall, I like Phoenix Wright 2 more than the first game. The last case was super cool. I think it kind of dropped the ball in the final trial, but it was still fun.
What's this? Drat, it's just an ordinary electric razor. I can't believe this, really. How long do they plan on making me do this? Oh, but it's Edgy-Poo's idea, so that means it must have a deep hidden meaning. But why do I get the feeling they wouldn't forget about me, would they? Oh, it was never like this in the old days. Everyone thought the world of me. They used to call me Queen Wendy and treat me like royalty. And any man who hadn't heard about this is gonna feel the pain of my heel. They're gonna burn. Playing with fire is very dangerous because that's where they store warehouses and shit.
Poor Wendy, old bag. They definitely forgot about you, Wendy. Bad news. She's cursed to forever bug search in the hotel. Thanks, Kumiko Tsukinabe. You nailed it. Yeah, I like Ace Attorney 2 better, I think. Straight up. I appreciate everything you and Mr. Edgeworth did for me from the bottom of my heart. Oh, that's right. I received a letter from Miss Von Karma. She said that after I get out, I should feel free to consult her about anything at all. I'm really thankful to have met everyone. I think overall the cases in this game were stronger. Again, that last case I don't think was as good as Ace Attorney 1's final case, just because it fell apart at the end, but it was really cool. It was like, I really like the story of this case.
It has become difficult for me as of late. As such, I will take a short leave of absence. If you would like to request my services, please be sure to visit my homepage. May we both be blessed with longevity.
He's leaving Japan. Or, sorry, America. It's definitely America. It's totally America. Shinji Mikami? It's so weird that he produced these games. I always forget that until I see it in the credits. I think I said that in the first game, too. March 23rd, 9:42 p.m. International departure, day 12. Von Karma's leaving. Or maybe the killer's leaving. It reminds you of one game in the series they never released in the US. What? They didn't release a Ace Attorney game here? That sucks. Maybe I can find like a fan translation or something and stream it. Where are you going, Francisca?
How did you know I was here?
With this?
That's... I heard you were planning things on a certain person. Planting.
Things like tracking devices in his coat, for example.
Humph, that's just like you. I only planted it there because he was always wearing it. This filthy, drab coat of his. I don't know how it ended up in my luggage. But it's going in the trash, I promise you that.
Oh, that's right. Speaking of that man, he told me something very interesting.
When I ran off with the things from the killer's hideout, I was sure I took 4 things in total, sir.
Oh my god, is she the new The Killer? This is like Saw. She's gonna kill Edgeworth at the airport.
4 things?
It seems he put the last one in his coat pocket.
He put it in here.
It doesn't matter anymore. The case is already over. What are you going to do now?
That's none of your business.
Are you running away?
Shut up! You don't understand a thing. Our voices are too similar and it doesn't make any sense. You can't possibly understand what it means to be Manfred von Karma's daughter.
Francisca.
So many expectations from everyone around me. Expectations I must fulfill. I'm expected to win no matter what. And a failure, such a thing is not an option for me. My father was a genius. There's no doubt about that. But me, I'm no genius. I've always known that. But I had to be one. I had to.
You may not be a genius like your father, but you are a prosecutor. You have been and always will be.
No, I'm not. Not anymore. I've even thrown my whip away.
Ah, yeah, that's why I need to give it to him. Speaking of that, Wright gave me this to hold on to. Right. You knew something like this would happen, didn't you? Nope. I saw it's the only thing that had anything to do with you in the evidence. I'm going to say this again. We prosecutors do not fight for personal honor or pride. I hope you will think deeply about what should be striking down with that whip.
You haven't changed a bit. You've always left me alone and walked on without me. Miles Edgeworth, I've always hated you. And then, finally my chance to take my revenge on you arrived. If I could win against that man, if I could make Phoenix Wright bow down in defeat, then this girl you left behind would have risen higher than you. That was supposed to be my revenge.
I see.
You know, I can't do it. I can't change who I am. I can't throw away everything I've been until today.
I believe you can. Just like how Adrian Andrews did.
Adrian Andrews?
You were going to use her during the trial, right? But you were dependent on your father by using his tactics. Isn't that right?
Humph.
Today, you chased after me, after I had left you behind all these years. And that's why we're standing here now, side by side. But I have no intention of stopping. If you say you are going to quit your walk down the prosecutor's path, then this is where we part ways, Francisca von Karma. She's crying. Loser alert. She looks like a frog when she cries. Well, they're 3 games away from the side series they never translated. Oh shit, they're really far behind. Goddamn. I didn't know there was that many Phoenix Wright games. Probably because they didn't translate them. She's crying. I like how she's like, man, I'm not a genius like my father. I only became a prosecutor at 13 years old. Any old idiot could have done that. Even my father who didn't.
I am Francisca von Karma. Don't think I'm gonna walk in your shadow forever. Our battle begins now. So you had better prepare yourself, Miles Edgeworth.
She looks so stupid when she cries. She looks like that cat from Dark Souls that sits in the archway. There she goes! She's leaving on the Starship Enterprise. Ba-ba-ba-ba. Phoenix Wright. Oh,
Phoenix Wright, one day, someday, I'm sure we'll meet again in battle. Until then, this last piece of evidence that never made it to you.
what is it?
I'll take good care of this 4th piece.
God damn it, what is it?
So I can give it to you when at last we meet again.
Fuck, man. I'm gonna have to wait till the whole fucking next ass game. And they probably don't even bring her back. She's probably not even a recurring character. Ha! That's it. That's funny. That's pretty funny. She made him into a Wojak, dude. That's the ultimate insult she could have given him. That's great. That was such a good game. Wow. Ace Attorney 2, pretty good. Probably better than the first one. I can't wait to do number 3. That's like a poop joke. But unfortunately, we can't do that until after I beat Outlast 2, which is next Wednesday. So we will not be doing Ace Attorney right away after, or Ace Attorney 3 right after this one, but we will play it pretty shortly after that. Outlast 1 was like 2 sessions, so probably in about a month, we're going to be beginning the next game in this trilogy. I don't know what it's called, but whatever the last one is. But yeah, if you liked more, be sure to follow !Discord in the chat. You can join the Discord, see when I go live, see when I'm starting Ace Attorney, the next one. But until then, we're not ending yet. Tricked ya, faked ya out with my usual ending speech, because we're going to look up the ending on YouTube, the other ending for this game. Ace Attorney Justice for all bad ending.
You probably
Bebop.
have
Who the fuck was that guy? Bebop. Alright, we're gonna watch it. Watch it, BBD obey. The chat box, I forgot I made a giant to troll. Alright, here we go. We're gonna watch the final ending. The bad ending, get ready. That truth, it may be what will bring about the miracle in the end.
There are no objections this time, correct? Now then, I will pronounce my verdict.
Why don't we all respectfully sit back and listen, kids? I forgot his voice already. Okay, I close out the game's too loud.
Close out. I have already told you, Mr. Wright, this court does not need any more evidence.
I am not saying it is us that needs the evidence, Your Honor.
Then, you want to show the evidence to that person?
Yes, Your Honor. Please, Your Honor.
Mr. Wright, for you to ask with such passion, I will grant you one chance.
One chance?
Please show your evidence to who you think is the right person.
That is impossible. To turn the situation around in one try.
One try. That is all I will permit.
I have to try to remember everything that has happened until this point. But then he doesn't remember. That's the twist. Bop, bop, bop. It's not fucking 12 hee haw. It's 11, first of all. Second of all, we're watching the other ending.
Who would you like to show the evidence to?
I wonder who they picked for fucking it up. Show it to the attorney's badge. That's so funny. Hello, attorney badge. Meet the attorney's badge. You want to show old bag to the attorney's badge?
Well, what do you think, Mr. Edgeworth?
I don't have anything to say to this.
How about you, Miss Von Karma?
Well, I was just shot, so... Wait, what? Is that real? That can't be real. That's so funny.
I can't allow the defense to continue. No one understands what you're talking about anymore.
Well, wait, please, one more chance.
That is enough, Mr. Wright. I will now state my verdict. The court finds the defendant Matt on guard. Not.
What? That makes no sense. Woo, let's go, Matt on guard, yeah.
That is all. This court is adjourned.
That's it? Oh, no, it's still going. Okay, there's still something else. That's so funny. And just like that, it came to an end. I ran away from the courtroom. Yeah, no, I know To Kill Her shot Von Karma. I just think it's funny that he asks her that and then she's just like, I just got shot. I don't know, man. I ran away from the courtroom and wandered the streets alone. I never saw Maya again. The killer is a man of his word, so I'm sure he released her as promised. I heard the verdict of Miss Andrews' trial a few days later. She was found guilty, of course. Of course. Of Schnurr. Why didn't you defend her, jackass? The miracle never happened. Maybe it was never meant to happen. Because a miracle is something that doesn't exist. Oh my god, he became Dark Phoenix at the end of this one. The end. That's amazing. That's such a fucking good troll ending. You know what that reminds me of a lot? That like really, really heavily reminds me of the Danganronpa 1 bad ending. where like if you choose not to, well, not spoiling anything for people who haven't played Danganronpa, but there's a point where you have to like choose if you're gonna trust somebody or not. And if you don't, you get this like really, really shitty ending. You get this incredibly shitty ending that's like intentionally. What the fuck is happening to the chat box? Chat box multiplying. Woo! There's so many chat buys now. I guess the other one fixed itself at some point. Let's get rid of this one. There we go. Woo! Now let's bring the other one back. This one had more swag. There we go. But yeah, that's Ace Attorney 2. Again, we will start Justice for All, or sorry, not Justice for All, the third game, after we finish Outlast 2, which will be the next Wednesday time slot. So next Wednesday will not be Ace Attorney. Next Wednesday is going to be Outlast 2, which is going to be every Wednesday till we finish Outlast 2, probably like 2 or 3 sessions. And then after that game is done, we are going to start Ace Attorney 3 and finish out this trilogy. So we'll eventually end it. There's an echo? God damn, dude. Give us another. Yeah, let's play all of Ace Attorney 3. Load it up. Woo! Now, we'll do it after, what's it called? After Outlast, we're going to start that game. Just so people get a buffer. Because I know some people don't like Ace Attorney. Some people don't like watching during Ace Attorney. So, we don't want to do them all back to back to back to back. Because people just get really sick of the series. But we're going to start it at that point. So, yeah. What's tomorrow? Tomorrow is probably not. I don't know what tomorrow is. It should be Divinity Original Sin 2, but both Gronk and Reanimated Bit have gone completely AWOL on that playthrough. I was doing a 3-person co-op run of Divinity Original Sin 2, and we're so close to beating it, but they both went completely AWOL. It's because lately Thursdays have been insane. Like, Thursdays have been holidays for the past while, so now we're just all in shambles. We were doing it every Thursday up until a point. Yeah, exactly. Next Wednesday's stream is going to be 10 seconds. It's just my dick swinging in front of the camera. But yeah, that's all for tonight. I'm going to catch you guys tomorrow for more games, possibly Divinity Original Sin 2. But I hope you enjoyed Ace Attorney 2. I'm really, really enjoying playing the game, so I hope you guys are enjoying watching them. But until tomorrow, I'm out of time, so I'll catch you guys later. Peace out for now, everybody, and have a good night.